put you on a white tee. The voices in my head, they said I'm lost. Blow me like a C4, give me what I want. Mad Max whip you while I'm rolling up a blunt. They asked me where the body's at, I told them check the trunk. She asked me who the man is, I told her I'm the one. I told her I'm the one. You can't figure where I'm from. I told her I'm the one. You can't make it where I'm from. The voices in my head, they said I'm lost, but I found myself in the dark. The voices in my head, they said I'm lost. Blow me like a C4, give me what I want. Mad Max whip me while I'm rolling up a blunt. They asked me where the body's at, I told them check the trunk. She asked me who the man is, I told her I'm the one. I told her I'm the one. You can't figure where I'm from. I told her I'm the one. You can't make it where I'm from.
No, I'm not a king. I'm the king. Just wait a minute.
could never be like me. Flow so hot, but the jewels I see. Never think much of a fool I see. Them type of man we are school and teach. Fresh to death, head to toe. Smell the best fresh cologne. Finesse the best freshest clothes. I dress the best, yes you know. I'm that guy, pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in a chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Yeah, I'm that guy, pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in a chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. For the photo, never been shy. Drips in a chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Yeah, I'm that guy. Pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in a chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
Welcome back, everybody. It is the closed qualifiers here in North America for the Riyadh Masters of the Esports World Cup. And I would say it's not surprising to anybody that we're going to be seeing Shopify versus Nouns here once again. It's become the El Clasico of North America. It's the old Shopify versus Quincy crew. And now we're just back at the two teams fighting for the #1 spot. So, yeah, I'm excited. Should be hopefully a better series than what we saw yesterday. And yesterday's series was pretty good. Shopify took it 2-0, but it was close. Both games, Nouns had an opportunity. They almost managed to pull out some victories, but we'll see what they can do today. Zach, talk to me, man. What's got to change for Nouns to turn this series up their way?
I think in both series or both games yesterday when they played, I think you're right that Nouns had the lead, and then I think there was like one fight in both of them that kind of I can't remember if it was like their mistake or Shopify Rebellion's like a very well played out fight, but that's kind of what gave Shopify then the lead to then get back into it. So with that in mind, Nouns could probably look to like our early game approach was fine. We built the lead. We messed up later, right? So just like fix that execution. At the same time, I know Shopify Rebellion's not planning like, oh yeah, let's be behind and come back later, right? Of course, they're going to make some changes to their own draft, their own game plan. So both teams going to have to be ready for whatever the adjustments were, which in a new patch, I don't know. It could be very volatile. When things are more figured out, it's a little easier to predict how it will go. But when it's this new, maybe now it's like, okay, we'll try this strategy. And maybe this strategy's broken and no one knows it yet. Now they're going to be stomping Shopify. So it's hard to say what to expect going into this.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's going to be like probably a lot of what we saw yesterday in terms of like the initial picks and bans. I just don't think Tiny is going to make it through. But like Phoenix and Enchantress are going to be heavily contested between these two teams because it's not likely that they get first phase banned, right? They're not going to end up in that first 7. There's a lot of other heroes that they're prioritizing. So I think we'll be seeing both teams kind of playing tag with the Phoenix or the Enchantress, whichever one gets it. One thing I did notice is that Chen is just not a priority anymore. It seems like some of these other supports are just far more favored, but maybe it'll change. We'll have to see. But yeah, I think Shopify probably feeling pretty good. They had a lot of time to study, this morning in terms of, watching the previous Noun series, and they've had a little bit of a break, but yeah, I think this will be a good one. I'm excited for this finals. I think it's going to be exciting.
Yeah, it'll definitely be fun, whatever happens. I think for Tiny, I'm okay with it going through the draft or being like in that first phase ban when you see some of its counters being banned out. Like TA is a good response to Tiny. I think Phoenix is. And so like if you start seeing those heroes banned out, and they've been pretty popular in the first phase so far here in NA, then I think you have to consider putting Tiny in your first phase bans towards the end, unless you have another strategy for it, which yeah, it's fine if you want to give it a go, but so far it doesn't seem to be working out for any team that's doing that as of yet. But we, getting into game 1, technically some wiggle room. Maybe you want to solve the Tiny, so
Yeah.
maybe we'll see it go through again.
Yeah, I'm not hating on the Tiny. I am hating on the Tiny. I take it back. I do. I was like, maybe I'm not a Tiny hater. I do actually kind of hate this hero. It seems it's so just low risk, high reward. Like there's almost no risk in picking a Tiny, and the reward and the payoff is just absurd. Worst case scenario, it's like a support that owns. Best case scenario, it's like seemingly the best carry in the game right now.
Yeah, I think you're right. The fact that it's so flexible and viable in those roles, it's not like, oh, I guess we make it a support. It's like, oh yeah, Tiny support. That's totally fine with us. It did just get nerfed a little bit actually, so maybe you would prefer it became if you forced it into a support role. But at the same time, that it just means it's such a safe opening pick. It's the same reason Weaver's being banned right now. He is a carry or a support, and he's pretty good in both support roles, honestly. A little greedy as a 5 maybe, but pro teams, you can draft around it. You pick a different 4, pick some offlaner who doesn't scale as hard, something like that. So they can definitely make it work. And so it just means you just open Weaver, counter it. It's just a support. You do the same with Tiny. Hey, we picked this Tiny core. It straight up beats you with these mid lane heroes, so don't even think about picking them. It will wreck this offlaner, so don't even think about picking it. So you're like, okay, counter it. It's like, haha, support, Tiny, you fool, right? And those kind of heroes are always so good, and that's kind of why I'm okay with just like banning it out in this first phase here.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I think it's gonna be a good one. I will say we're getting both the teams into. I'm sure almost underway here. I guess there's a little bit of a delay on the kind of choosing of sides and pick and whatnot, but yeah, I think I don't know. I just want more than a 3-game series. I don't want this to be a 3-0, like just wipe one way or the other. It would be like shocking if now it's just 3-0'd Shopify, I'll be honest. Like that would be kind of like the biggest upset possible, but I'm not gonna rule it out. I just want this to be more than 3 games. Like give me at least a 4-game series, Make it close.
The people love more than the bare minimum amount of games, whatever that is. Yeah, I want to see. Let's see, what's some fun heroes we haven't seen yet. Weaver keeps getting banned. I want to see it. I want to. I was telling you, I want to make a video on it, so I need to see some pros play it. Stop banning it. I got to see how good it is.
I just
Who
can't
else has been
imagine it
banned?
makes it through.
It's too good. What are the other
Yeah.
heroes that we haven't gotten to see yet?
I mean, TA's been getting banned, but it made it through like once. Yopaj got to play it in that first game yesterday, but it's been banned ever since. We've been seeing a lot of.
We got to see the Night Stalker. We saw some Axe. I would be up for seeing the Chen. You mentioned that. We haven't really seen it too much yet. But I am interested in seeing if pros can make it
Zeus is
work.
always banned.
I guess the fact that it's not been picked, they don't want to do it yet. But I did see it in some other teams throughout the qualifiers. They're going for the Chen, but in NNA we haven't seen it yet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm still like a lot of times when all these patches comes out, I'll go and make like a new custom hero grid to be like, all right, these are the heroes I need to look out for. This patch, I'm just like, I still don't know. I'm gonna hold off on my hero grid until like I feel a little bit more comfortable. But I think we're starting to see at least a couple heroes that are kind of squeaking through as like the clear winners of the patch. Yeah, I think the Zeus is still just it's just too much damage. Like with everyone getting super tanky and like that not really being addressed as like from last patch to this patch, Zeus is just still kind of one of the only magic heroes that can actually put out enough damage besides maybe Leshrac. Like I'm trying to think of another like spellcaster that can actually scale.
Well, percent HP damage does seem to be gaining popularity. So we have heroes like Venomancer, Wyvern.
Mhm.
They have some decent win rates. They've got percentage-based HP damage. I think I like repeated myself there. Lifestealer, he used to be
This is
the
rough,
guy
though.
for that, but doesn't
In
seem to be in a good enough spot. Especially, kind of goes again back to those offlaners we were talking about earlier. There's some offlaners he doesn't really want to play against, like Axe, Legion. They just like pierce that BKB immunity he gets from Rage, and you're not taking Unfettered right now. So, it seems like I don't know. It like makes sense why he would be good, but doesn't seem to be good enough right now.
I thought people would actually be going the unfettered now that they got buffed again, right? Because didn't they move it? Didn't they buff unfettered a little bit?
A little bit, but I think you just so it's like a double hit. So when you take the left facet, Corpse Eater, you get
It's so
max
much HP.
HP every time you get a Lasted or Deny, and you have regular Rage. When you pick Unfettered, you lose regular Rage and you lose the percent HP. So I feel like it's a double whammy against it, and so you need even more in Unfettered, in my opinion, or you need to make
Yeah.
Corpse Eater like his innate
Part of
ability or
the innate,
something.
yeah.
Yeah, something like that. so that the facet is choosing between rage and unfettered. In which case, I think that's much easier to balance.
Yeah.
But right now, it's like a 2-for-1. If you go the regular, or if you go corpse eater, you have rage. If you don't, then you're missing both, and it's
10 seconds.
I feel like
painful.
unfettered is a substantially better rage. It is, right? Like you're only
5
losing
seconds
20%
remaining.
magic resistance, but you're gaining 60% status
Rounds,
resistance
turn to
and the
ban.
ability to cast it while disabled. Like it is way better than rage.
Shopify
but
Rebellions,
it
turn
I
to
think it
is-
depends like what the spells are though, and like how much. It's the same like discussion back in the
Rounds,
day of
turn
like,
to
is it
ban.
just stack status resistance or do you go full debuff immunity with the BKB? And depending on the game,
10
one or the
seconds
other can be
remaining.
better. And I think that's what they were going for with this. I just don't think it's like
5 seconds
balanced
remaining.
enough yet.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think unfettered is probably what. If I had the
Rounds,
choice
turn to
between the two
ban.
spells, I would probably take unfettered like every game. The problem though is with rage, you're gonna have
10
like 1,000
seconds
bonus HP in like by the 30 to 40 minute
5
mark on this
seconds
hero
remaining.
because of how much health you get from corpse eater, and just being a hero in Dota where you are missing 1,000 HP is pretty rough, especially in this patch. And feast being tied to your infest level means that you're missing early damage from feast in this
Shopify
game. So
Rebellions, turn to ban.
Well, there's the tiny ban.
yeah, I'm not surprised. I like this hero just seems
10
overwhelmingly
seconds
good.
remaining.
So Storm Spirit, TA, Phoenix,
5 seconds
Tiny. I mean,
remaining.
these are all really good changes to the bans. I think for Shopify, we saw them go for this Phoenix first pick overall, both games, yesterday.
Hmm.
And then followed it up with the Tiny. The response was the Enchantress from Nouns. I would be shocked if the Enchantress is not banned here from Shopify.
Shopify Rebellions.
Okay, they get rid of the
turn to
Lesh.
pick. Turn to pick.
Oh, the
That's
Zeus
left
was
in
left.
Zeus.
Oh,
Yeah, last time they were banning, I believe, Zeus and Dark Willow instead of some of these other ones they've mixed
Yeah.
in now, like the Phoenix and Tiny. So I mean, you had to choose something. You had to let something through. They've decided to go with Zeus, and
seconds
it is a
remaining.
lot of damage. It might be like
5
I feel
seconds
it's more
remaining.
straightforward to deal with than the Tiny. The Tiny. He
Yeah.
reaches that tipping point. Now you have to be extremely careful with how you take fights. Otherwise, Tiny is just instantly deleting some heroes with insane damage, big crit, right? You have to be so much more careful. Zeus, it's a lot of damage, and that's annoying, but you kind of know how to deal with it. It's like, we got to get a pipe, just tank up with health, stuff like that. I know he's going to do it based like on our max HP, but like still, you kind of need it. Or like you get a lot of regen and
Shopify
resistances.
Rebellion.
There's like more answers to it. It does make the vision game harder than against a Tiny, but you had to pick something to play against. All right, Dragonite might be a hero who can deal with the damage, right? I was just saying maybe you don't want to go max HP, maybe you just want high
10
regen
seconds
to
remaining.
kind of sustain through the damage. So Dragonite is a classic to that. And we've
5
been
seconds
seeing, we saw Arteezy play, actually we saw both of them. They ran carry Dragonite on Arteezy and then mid Dragonite on Yopaj, both times taking the corrosive dragon form. It seems to be the earlier tempo, more aggressive version.
Shopify
Even though there's like cool
Rebellions, turn
scaling
to
with
ban.
the natural cleave, it just doesn't seem to be worth it. And now that he has dragons, what used to be dragon's blood is essentially now his innate ability. So he gets I forget the exact amounts. He gets armor and HP regen just to start off, and then gains 0.5 of each every level. That should
10
help him
seconds remaining.
get through Zeus if this is a Zeus mid lane versus potentially a Dragon
5
Knight mid lane.
seconds remaining.
I agree. And I would say against a Zeus, you're probably wanting to go to the corrosive in lane as well. Like the breathe fire gives you a lot of damage reduction onto the hero, and the corrosion will slowly whittle away at the Zeus. So you kind of win that sustain war, and I think that's what you want to play
Rounds, turn
for
to
against this
ban.
type of hero. Enchantress Dark Willow going to be banned. These are not surprising. I thought they might actually respond by picking the Enchantress or the Dark Willow on Nouns immediately, but they go for the DK instead. So I like this rather than grabbing one of their like go-to supports. They
10
pick
seconds
probably
remaining.
one of the better lane heroes into the Zeus, which I think you have to have.
5 seconds remaining.
Otherwise, the Zeus kind of gets out of control. So We'll see where they go after this. There's one more ban here for Nouns.
Nouns, turn to
To
pick.
get rid of the Shadow Fiend.
Shopify
Not letting
Rebellion,
Arteezy get his
turn
hands
to
on this hero. And we're going to see the Clockwork. So another hero they've had a lot of success with. Generally seems pretty good this patch and very good at helping find the Zeus.
Yeah, I think that might be a big part of this idea. Zeus does have the jump to get out of cogs,
10
but you
seconds
are making him run away out of that fight, use up his mobility spell, and then Clockwork can
5
continue
seconds
chasing.
remaining.
So you can just try to take up the Zeus's attention while the rest of your team does stuff, or maybe you're all jumping the Zeus, trying to kill him right away. That's definitely one way to not have to deal with Zeus's damage. But I also look forward to seeing expanded armature. I think that's what most people are taking nowadays.
Yeah.
It is so fun, and it just has so much utility to it compared to old cogs. Now you can't trap people as well. That is what it's missing.
Shopify
But the fact that it's a bigger
Rebellions,
AoE, when you cast it on people, it pulls them all in like a vacuum. Doesn't activate any of the cogs, but it just pulls them all on top of you. So the fact that it's a larger AoE, it's easier to do that. And then kicking the cogs around, knocking people back in, it's hilarious. Snapfire picked as a response.
10
This is
seconds
interesting because it
remaining.
actually works both ways. Cookie is a great way to get teammates
5
or
seconds
yourself
remaining.
out of the cogs. And I suppose you could use Little Shredder to kill some of the Clockwork cogs as well. But Clockwork, one of the best supports at finding the Snapfire way in the back, using her ultimate with Rocket Flare, and then using Hookshot to then cancel her ultimate. So we could definitely see this going both ways.
Nouns, turn to pick.
Whoa, a new hero. Let's go. So you are correct, absolutely, with the Snapfire. And that's something that we see a lot in the past. Like when Snapfire was really meta, it was heroes like Clockwork and Nyx Assassin that were constantly picked, or even
10
Silencer,
seconds
because the
remaining.
ult is an overwhelmingly powerful ability, especially in the
5
early game.
seconds
It will
remaining.
secure kills onto pretty much anybody if she's allowed to just throw the Mortimer Kisses onto a stun target. So right now, there's not a lot of synergy for Mortimer Kisses. Like you have Zeus, who doesn't really have a stun, but now you have Treant Protector with an overgrowth that could be enough, or just even the slows from his Leech Lead and Nature's Grasp are pretty good at lining up Mortimer Kisses. But I'm surprised I haven't seen a Treant Protector get too much play. But I imagine it's still the 5. I don't know where else you would play this hero, especially with the Snapfire already on board.
Yeah, I
Nouns,
thought
turn to
so. He has a facet. What we're likely to see is the facet where you can now use Leech Seed on the ground. Kind of does the same effect. It heals or damages in that AoE. That's typically the support facet. There is one that increases his base damage by 5 every level, and I thought that could be interesting for
10
like a core
seconds
Treant
remaining.
Protector, but that doesn't really like. It doesn't seem to be working. I think he needs
5
more before
seconds
that
remaining.
becomes a thing. But I don't really see that facet being that useful for support Treant Protector. I'll look silly in a moment when they end up picking it here, but it feels like they want to let him have another role. But yeah, for now it seems just
Shopify
support.
Rebellions, turn.
Yeah, they basically just kept Nature's Guides as his innate.
Mhm.
How much is the sapling healing? It plants a tree, heals himself, allies, and damages enemies in the effective radiance. Damage to creeps is reduced by 50%
10 seconds
if the tree's
remaining.
cut down. It immediately
5
regrows.
seconds remaining.
Yeah. So you
Oh.
can't like kill the effect. It's
Okay.
pretty useful when you want to say push a. This would happen a lot, like pushing
Shopify
high ground towers,
Rebellions,
and there's no
turn.
creeps for you to cast Leech Seed on, but you want to heal your team, you can't do it. So now he'll have a way to do it. You just drop it on the ground. It's cool when the fight is happening in a given area, but the fact that you can walk out of it means it's, if the enemy team is mobile, then it's not doing as much. But in this case, there
10
is like a
seconds
Clockwork Primal
remaining.
Beast who's going to be charging in, jumping on some of your heroes. So that might make it
5
easier to use
seconds
Leech Seed, just
remaining.
drop it in that fight, and you're all healed in that area. We're going to see Axe picked up for Shopify Rebellion. So that is now the
Now
official
it's turn to
combo with the
ban.
Snapfire ultimate. Like you said, Overgrowth and the slows kind of works, but the call will be much more consistent. Axe has been a really good offlaner with the one-man army facet. It means anytime Snapfire leaves him in the lane, he gets a little bit more strength to work with. But there's also a linger time, so when Axe is the first
10
person to jump
seconds
in a late
remaining.
game team fight, he blink calls, he just has a bit more strength. And
5
those initial
seconds
moments, even
remaining.
as his team comes running in, he's tankier in that call. So it's just been a really good facet.
Yeah, absolutely. The Rubik, this hero just has been kind of a staple of the patch. Let's be real. Like I still don't quite understand how he's winning so often. It might just be the
Turn to
innate is
ban.
super strong because his facets are okay, but he definitely has to have one of the best innates in the entire game. For each 1% of spell amp, he also gains attack damage and magic resistance. So it's like Arcane Supremacy just gives him
10 seconds
13%
remaining.
magic resistance and like 26% base
5
damage,
seconds remaining.
which is pretty cool. Like that,
Yeah.
those are just really good. So it's like his innate is pretty sick.
Shopify Rebellions. turn
Just
to
for a
ban.
support, like just being that much tankier. But
I will say,
yeah.
the facet that gives AoE, we could see some Peepo-wide calls or overgrowths. That would be a sick steal from Rubik. Overgrowth is a really good steal, actually.
10
It's
seconds
often a
remaining.
very underappreciated spell, but
Yeah.
it is a BKB
5
piercing
seconds
disarm
remaining.
that also cancels channels. So it's actually
Shopify
really powerful.
Rebellions. Turn to pick.
Yeah,
Now
it really is.
turn
It's a
to
cool spell.
Night Stalker.
Whoa! Carry Night Stalker, RTZ Night Stalker. We're back.
I mean, I feel like it is, right? Like I think they just watched Fade in that last
10
game and they're
seconds
like, "Oh,
remaining.
that's pretty good. That hero's doing a lot of damage." You know, I'll just
5
go
seconds
Midas. That seems
remaining.
fun. No one can kill this hero in lane.
What was the build last time he was a carry? Wasn't it? Oh, it was when the Aghanims gave you like AoE.
Yeah, it was the
Void,
AoE
right?
Void, yeah. And it hit in Fog of War. I played the heck out of Night Stalker during that time frame. But yeah, I think if you're gonna play this as a carry, you have to just play tempo.
You may now select your
Because
heroes.
you do not win the scaling game against a hero like Wraith King as a Night Stalker. But the good news is that you have a Zeus. And Zeus always does damage. So I am a little unsure as to how this is going to go. Obviously, you're going to run Night Rain as a Night Stalker. The Spectral Blade for the Wraith King is basically double damage on his crits, which is absolutely wild. He will go the Sapling on Treant Protector like you talked about. Expanded Armature. It will be the Corrosive Dragon on copy. I mean, everything that we kind of expected in terms of these hero picks are there. So, carry Night Stalker. I'm excited to see this one, though. This will be interesting.
Should be a pretty strong lane. You know you're into the Primal Beast, who's usually good versus melee heroes, but this time you're going to have a Treant Protector who's really strong in those kind of situations. Night Stalker with that Night Rain, he's going to be very scary in that early laning stage. Bonus HP regen from his passive, his innate ability. His passive also working to give him bonus move speed and attack speed. So that looks like a pretty scary safe lane.
Yeah.
Though Primal Beast Rubik is not bad either.
I don't think anyone has kill threat in that lane. I'll be honest, and I think that's maybe
It'll be
why
a really long, drawn-out fight.
Yeah, I think like the reason they might go for this Night Stalker is because Primal Beast can't catch him. Like the first 5 minutes of the game when Primal Beast like he hits his level 3 and he wants to kill someone with 2 points trample or something. It's like Night Stalker's just almost hasted, right? If he has brown boots, so it's very difficult for them to maybe find that kill onto RTZ. But the loser, unfortunately, will be out of the tournament. So we'll see what happens. These teams have had a lot of time playing against each other. So see who's learned the most.
Looks like the smoke's out just to place some wards. Sometimes we see the smokes to go for a kill right away. Now Fly does have a smoke. It looks like they might go for a late smoke and see if they can pick up a first blood.
Why, thank you.
Looks like,
Okay.
ooh, this is a cool. Gunner came up here with Trample and just cut down a bunch of Treant Protector's trees. This makes laning as Treant Protector much harder. But what we'll probably see him do, instead of him like kiting in and out of trees, harassing heroes, you'll probably just see him stand next to creeps and just go for denies. Which I think he may have already predicted this because he's actually started with the Gauntlet of Strength. So that kind of says like, oh, I'm just gonna be here. I'm gonna punch creeps with 94 damage. Good luck.
Yeah, as someone who has played Treant Protector mid in the past,
The
it's very
battle
funny watching
begins.
heroes try to CS against you. Looks like it will be 2 for 2 on the runes. A little bit of a scuffle bottom lane as the Axe is trying to get away from the Clockwork.
Oh, I
And
missed.
yeah, a little bit off the mark
Oh,
there. We saw Fly doing this the other day, right? He had some sick snipes on the Clockwork cogs. So
Yeah, it's pretty fun. Level 1 cogs, for how long it takes you to walk out of the cogs to then kick them back, you usually only get like 1 shot out of it. But as you level it up, yeah, you see kind of like this. Oh, he actually got like 2 or 3 there on Kithrak.
it's so funny.
Yeah,
That's a
the
good
more
amount of
you
damage.
get, yeah, the more you get, like the cogs scales a lot, and because the duration increases, it's easier to get more of them to hit your opponents. So you start actually burning a good chunk of mana and damage on the enemy heroes.
Yeah, full bore there. The one chosen by Kithrak gives him the ability to snipe much further away with the Scatter Blast, doing a lot more damage. Clockwork's gonna grab a courier here, it looks like. So
Dire's courier has been
that's a
killed.
nice find. Deep Ward actually scouting that one out. They may know about it. As for the other lanes, mid lane is not really surprising. Zeus doing quite well here to start things off. That being said, Copy should eventually start kind of winning a sustain war if he's able to get, you know, his second point in the Worm's Wrath. He might max out the Breathe Fire as well.
Looks like on the top lane as well, RTZ is slowly starting to pull ahead. I know we're pretty early on, but it's not really going to get much easier for Gunner, especially as Night Stalker gets a second point in Hunter in the Night. It's just difficult to contest. You have like such a slow attack animation on Primal Beast, but usually your base damage is a lot better than carries at the early game. But Night Stalker, as also a strength hero who, you know, often an offlaner, he actually has comparable damage, so it's really difficult to get the last hits here.
Yeah, being able to play Night Stalker at the beginning of the game with just pure stats and not having to invest into like Quelling Blade or any regen items is just a wild difference to this hero. Like, he already has like pretty good stat gain, but now you just get to go two bracers right off the rip, not worry about like boots or anything. Like, it's pretty cool.
It's crazy. Rubik is the weakest hero here with 670 HP. That's usually pretty decent, but everyone else in this lane is pushing like 900.
Man, I like we're in a strength meta, man. I can't remember the last time we've been in a strength meta. It's almost like, oh. Can you sense the sarcasm at all? I don't know.
Well, prior to this year, when was the last time we had a strength meta?
That's true, I guess. Yeah. If your hero is not a strength hero, you're already playing at a disadvantage. It feels like, oh, that's going to be a lot of damage. But does not want to play in the Nature's Grasp or into that Night Stalker, so they will back away. But overall, relatively even start to the game. 0-0. No, like, first blood to tilt things in one team's favor. As Yopaj starting to whittle down this Dragon Knight in the mid lane. He needs to start being a little bit careful. Gonna have to get some regen out pretty soon. Yeah, I mean, that raindrop purchase is also really good for Yopaj. Like, the only like real harassment damage you take is from like the Breathe Fire spam, and being that you can just absorb that and you're only going to take damage from the kind of like dot from the Corrosive Dragon is quite nice.
Yeah, and Copy actually went 3 points in the Breathe Fire, so there's not a lot of dot damage coming through.
Oh, Gunner's got a stacky over there to farm. Oh my goodness. It's like a stacked small camp and 2 waves, just going to trample that down. That's great for him.
That should help.
He's actually farming quite well now. Early boots pickup does help him quite a bit against this Night Stalker. And Arteezy's actually just rushing a completely naked Radiance.
Let's go. I was like, oh, is the armlet a thing? Is it like, are we
Oh
gonna see
my God.
phylactery? Ooh, nice Wraith King kill in the bottom lane. That's the first blood.
That was very bizarre. Like Fly, I think got caught like just playing around with his cogs instead of like maybe trying to get in front of this gank. But yeah, that was a really good dive. He's gonna be forced to pop the battery assault now, but Kitrak with another cookie. The chase in from mind control and Scam is more than enough to follow him under the tower. And that is 2 really strong kills in this lane now. And Yuma needs to be careful.
Nice rotation from Skem. Saw that giant creep drag going on top. He's like, well, there's nothing. I'm not going to be doing anything for a long time. So hops through that twin gate, comes down here, finds a kill. 2, actually. Very nice. He may not go top, really. Night Stalker is just going to farm, and it's daytime now. So it's not doing too much up here. So looks like, yeah, he's just like in the triangle. He's going to start stacking.
Okay. Yeah, I like that. I mean, Night Stalker's not under too much threat unless they bring some more heroes. Mid lane, we're going to see them start to focus up for the 6-minute power rune. It will spawn top as an arcane. Taking that away from the Zeus is enormous, actually. See, I mean, Fly's continuing to mess around with the cogs. Okay, that is a lot of damage into RTZ. He is still level 5. He does have an uproar available. Body blocks can get the slow onslaught. Thunder God's Wrath actually comes through to bring down Wraith King in the bottom lane instead. Another death here.
Usually that would have been a trade on carries, but Night Stalker being so tanky, well, actually now this might be the trade.
Ooh, the Breathe Fire clipped him. Can he get away from Gunner? He can't. Okay, a nice pickup here in the top lane, trying to put some pressure onto the Night Stalker while it's still daytime and before he gets that level 6 online. So, the carry Night Stalker, definitely a little bit of an experiment at the moment. It's not looking bad. He's still doing better than like the Wraith King, but not by much actually. It's really close.
Yeah, I missed, because we're trying to watch everything. I missed exactly how it happened, but a couple times we'd look top and Gunner's dragging like 2 creep waves and farming a camp back to his lane. He was struggling, but with that AoE wave clear on these creep drags, he's caught right back up and now a kill. This is the issue with Night Stalker as a carry. He has no natural farming mechanic, really.
Oh,
And now
Flies in as well.
He might die again here.
Dude, these are massive kills. If they can get him a second time, he does. Okay, a little bit of taste of your own medicine scenario where they're like, all right, you're gonna dive our carry, we're gonna dive your carry. We've got a Clockwork, we've got this like absolutely massive dinosaur just chasing Scam through the trees here. And if he can get some mana for a trample, and he does, he's gonna pop the Leech Seed, but blocked off on the escape. Gunner is now just dominating this top lane, gets his level 6.
A really nice recovery from Gunner. He was struggling to start with those initial CS, but then again, maybe that's just how Night Stalker laning goes, right? Because you get the nighttime bonus. That is just the hard part. Oh, they're not even done. They're looking at Kitrak. Okay, it's a little far, guys.
Did
Not
Artesia
go
ever buy
crazy.
boots? Because I think he was going to go Raw Radiant. Okay, yeah, he ended up going back and buying brown boots. I was like, if it's daytime and he doesn't have boots still, this is going to be really bad.
Now the question is, right? You're having a great time at the start. You're like, oh, guys, I'm free farming. I'm gonna go straight Midas. Gonna go straight Radiance. You die once. It's fine. It's fine. I messed up. You die a second time. Die a third time? When do you change your Radiance? Starting with the ultimate.
He gets the trample off, dude.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
All right, watch his items, guys. This time is. Are we still doing Radiance Rush? I don't think his net worth has gone up in the last 2 minutes.
It's like, I don't know what's going on here. It's like they've
It's a
just
Midas now.
completely abandoned him. Yeah, I was like, I think you have to go to Midas. Like, it is your only recovery tool at this point. Fly has just been sitting top here with the Rubik, just camping his lane. And on the other side, yeah, they've been camping the Wraith King, but he's jungling. And he can jungle.
Radiant's bottom
Much
tower
better
is
at it.
under attack.
Yeah, that's the risk of picking a hero like Night Stalker as your carry. It can work. You needed a good start, which he had. But if things start to go poorly at the beginning, which those last few minutes have been, you don't have a good recovery method. Okay, I guess Crippling Fear is technically AoE damage, but it doesn't really last long enough. It's not really a real farming spell. So you don't have a good way to recover if you are forced into the jungle. And that's sort of where he's at now. He's been at the edge of level 6 for so long. Nighttime ended, and I think he was level 5.
Yeah,
And
I think you're right.
now we're getting to the second nighttime, and he is just about to finish a level.
They're making a play in the mid lane, but Gunnar is here, trying to get on top of Yopaj. Nice, heavenly jump away. There's a haste rune. He denies it, gets in range for the pulverize, but here comes Arteezy, finally level 6, getting his revenge on this Primal Beast. Mortimer Kisses to slow down Copy, as Arteezy will claim another. The Cog's not there in time, and this is a huge turnaround for Shopify. Absolutely necessary for this Night Stalker, for this like XP, a little bit of gold going his way as well.
Back to Radiance? Nah, okay, he's gonna buy the gloves of haste. He's gonna have the Midas coming up here. I mean, if he had kept up the pace, it would have been a pretty fast Radiance, and that would be pretty cool. I haven't seen that in quite a while, but that would solve your farming speed, give you a ton of damage. You just run at people. You could disassemble it for a nullifier later. It would have been a really cool build, but great job from now in shutting it down. Smoke up on the supports behind Dragon Knight. Trying to decide where to go. Do you really want to go gank an axe? It's a little tough.
Yeah, the one-man army is just such a sick facet, allowing it's like it makes it very difficult for you to like commit onto the axe, especially when he can just call, get tons of armor. So we're gonna see them come to the top lane. The scan comes out. Fly will grab a courier as Gem close by. The question is, can they go for the dive? Okay. Dolan Bolt from Lelis.
It's much harder to dive him at night. But maybe it's happening anyways.
He's gonna go in. I guess Yuma showing up on the backside is more than enough damage, as they're now looking for Skem as well, and Lelis. He doesn't have the steal, but he gets a leech seed out. Decent chunk of damage, but Yopaj needs to be careful. Can't really afford to put himself in too much danger, but the blink reveal from Mind Control catches two. Gunnar gets chopped. Yuma now in trouble, as well as the Mortimer Kisses from downtown doing work. Stolen from Lelis. He's going to do his own little role play there, try and bring down Lelis, or try to bring down Skem. He does finally burn him down, but a scrappy fight ends up going Shopify's way here. Ends up being a 2 for 3.
We thought Shopify Rebellion was running an offlaner as a carry, and it's true, but it wasn't the heroes, it was the players. MC here, he's got the infinite scaling armor, he's top of net worth. He's gonna be the one carrying the game here. I'm down for it. This infinite scaling's pretty fun, but it will help give the space. Oh, another blink call.
Oh, he just got super baited on the Dragon Knight here. Clockwork, great hook. Cookie on forward. They're able to stay on top of the DK. No. Cog's gonna hold MC in place. There's a pulverize to finish him off. Maybe he's so dang low, but he's still surviving. The heals from the Treant Protector are enough. All right, looking good now for Shopify. The Midas paying off, as he's just playing around his ultimate.
They're gonna get the first tower versus Dragon Knight, looks like.
Ooh, Lelis has level 4 Arc Lightning, but he might get called from Mind Control. Needs to be careful.
Bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Stolen Arc Lightning is a great way to protect your tower. Now all he needs to do is steal living armor and heal that tower back up. Cycle complete. Arteezy's going for the Wisdom Rune steal, but this is pretty scary.
Oh, pulverize. Can the hook shot come through? 3 seconds. Just needs to be able to have vision. This hook shot's in. Well done from Fly. Will trap him in the cogs right on the bridge, but didn't push him back. Here comes the onslaught through. Gunnar doesn't connect. Great dodge there from the Night Stalker, and just with that, he's out. Meanwhile, you lose your DK mid.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I can't believe he got out.
that's one of the moments where it's
Dire
like,
are scanning.
yeah, it's fun to trap them in the cogs. He should have just pushed him back on the cogs. Right?
think
That's
he
when you
was
like you go for the hook shot, walk forward, and push him back.
I think he was
Radiant's bottom
trying
tower
to.
is
I didn't
under
realize
attack.
Night Stalker could hit the
Dire's
power
top
cog without
tower is
actually
under
activating
attack.
it. So when Clockwork used cogs, one was
Dire's
blocking the
top tower
path,
has fallen.
but Night Stalker just killed it and then
Radiant's
left with the
bottom
bonus
tower
attack
is
speed he
under
has at
attack.
night. And then because it was on that
Dire's
ramp,
middle tower is
Clockwork
under
couldn't
attack.
get to any of the other cogs to like knock them forward to knock
Yeah.
the Night Stalker back. So
Radiant's
maybe he needed to
bottom
actually
tower
walk
has
out
fallen.
of that pathway and then use Clockwork cogs at that time. But,
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Like
I mean,
walk
he-
forward on the ramp or
yeah,
something.
he looked so low though. It looked like they would kill him, right? So
Yeah.
just underestimating that tankiness of a Night Stalker as the carry.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we're seeing the Zeus effect, right? Like this hero that just does an immense amount of damage, starting to pull away in the net worth very easily, as he is going for the Manta Shard build, and I think the Shard is being delivered right now. So if that's the case, yeah. So Lightning Hands, aka the Spicy Fingers, is available for Yopaj, and with this facet, it's just an absurd amount more damage. The Live Wire just scales so well for this.
Blade Mail done on Axe. Immediate smoke up, but actually the Blade Mail's not even here yet. We'll have to wait a second.
Radiant are
Where are they
scanning.
going? Maybe looking for Gunner in the top lane? They just got
Yeah.
scanned out though.
Yeah, they scan the smoke, so they know Arteezy is alone bottom. As he actually pops the Crippling Fury. He's like, something's going on here. And now Gunner, they're pinging him out like, bro, you need to get out, and he will TP to safety. All right, Thunder God's Wrath comes out, and they're like, I think we found him, guys. Whole team's bottom. Yeah, it was a good read from both teams dodging out that gank.
From here, it looks like Shopify Rebellion still wants to. They didn't get a kill to start it, but they still want to push top with this many heroes here. The Blink Blade Mail onto Axe.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
But they're scared. They don't see enough heroes. Okay, now people are showing in the mid lane. They gonna go for a second smoke?
I think they might just... Yeah, they might. Looks like it.
They're
Dire's
not
middle tower
pushing.
is under attack.
Oh, maybe not.
Maybe not sure what to do either yet.
Skem's looking for Gunner here in the top side. I mean, between him and Axe, they don't have enough damage, but if the Snapfire is close enough, they could kill him with the Mortimer Kisses.
Yeah, at this point though, Nouns has started to make their way up here.
I think they got
Right,
him.
they see Gunner.
Yeah, there it goes. Mortimer Kisses, the call is out. They have the, ultimate as well. The
Radiant's middle
Entangle will
tower
keep
is
him there
under
long
attack.
enough for the Mortimer Kisses to finish the job. So that's a really nice gank.
And off of that, their next timing will be pretty strong. Like once Snapfire ult is back up, because Arteezy's getting close to that Radiance. He just needs the Talisman of Evasion now, but Night Stalker Radiance, the next ultimate, that would be pretty good. It might be nighttime at that point too.
Dire's
We have 2
middle
minutes
tower
till the
is
next
under
one.
attack.
Alright, it's a
Dire's
nice little room
structures
deny
are
there.
fortified.
They brought a lot of heroes to the bottom side of the map, so they want to try and push this Wraith King out. I think they know that this is going on, so Nouns have now rotated top. BKBs are being worked on by pretty much, or by Dragon Knight and the Primal Beast, which are absolutely essential this game for them.
Radiant are scanning.
How close is he to the Radiance, do you know? Somehow he's third on net worth now after a
Dire's
really
middle
rough start.
tower is under attack.
Night
Well, it
Stalker-
was a
oh,
good
wow.
start. Then it was a bad start.
It's true. It was a real
Then-
rocky road.
Now we're back. He's pretty close, about 400-ish, 500 away. Wraith King, pretty similar, so we're going to have double Radiances. But Yuma is a bit further behind. This is the downside of Spectral Blade. The boys were much faster at farming, but they're just not good in certain setups, such as against an Axe, who you're just going to take a bunch of damage from your own units because of the spin procs, and like Zeus clearing them out easily. So it makes sense why you go Spectral Blade, but the downside is that you do lose some farm speed, which is crazy that he's actually behind the Night Stalker, but some of that
Dire
is
are
not just
scanning.
farming, it's the kills and assists and then the Midas that he got.
have a Manta nearly done on Yopaj. All right. I feel like both teams are just going to be playing for next, or like playing. I mean, Shopify wants to play for Nighttime and Roshan, but Nouns need their double BKBs, right?
Yeah, and it looks like an Eternal Shroud on Gunner.
Quite good this game as well. Oh, I thought he was going BKB, so he's going the Eternal Shroud first. Okay.
I suppose between Call and Overgrowth, like the main reason you get the BKB on Primal Beast is so that you can't be interrupted, but this time there's actually several abilities that would interrupt you anyways, so
Yeah.
I guess opting for the Eternal Shroud, which will be more consistent survivability versus high magic damage, and your ult is like you can still be interrupted, but you would have been interrupted anyways.
Yep.
Right? King
Bottom lane.
Reincarnation.
Yeah, they're bringing in a lot of heroes here. Gunner will run through, does manage to get on top of the Night Stalker. The Blade Mail is out, but your Wraith King is just dead. The Overgrowth and the Call catches everybody. You were not ready for this. They thought they could turn, but the Radiance Night Stalker, the Zeus, and the calls from MC is just way too much.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Can't believe they won such a decisive
Radiant's
fight
bottom tower is under
in
attack.
this location. Like the tier 2 is still up. They're like in front of the tier 3 in this choke point, but it just worked out so well for them with Nouns trying to help, but it was just funneling in for all these AoE abilities. Killed everyone at the same
Radiant's
time.
bottom tower has
Hitrak
fallen.
gets like a full duration
Radiant's
Mortimer
middle
Kisses
tower
during
is
this
under
whole
attack.
thing. All right, he just sits up on the high ground, gets Mortimer Kisses. Clockwork is like on the front line trying to, you know, go on Arteezy, but yeah, it's just you need to prevent this like spell damage on the back line. You have to find the Zeus, you have to find the Snapfire, and you just weren't there on either DK or the Rubik.
Dire are scanning. Radiant are scanning.
Looks like they're trying to bait this amplified damage rune. They know that Shopify Rebellion saw through the Zeus illusions. Alright, doesn't look like anyone's coming. They're just going to try to take the tower.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower
So-
has fallen.
Compy's got his Blink BKB. There is a good ward here from Skyna scouting out Yuma. He's got no ult. Taking so much damage from this axe here once again. Does hit with a Wraithfire Blast, trying to just get away. Gunner comes in with a Pulverize, but he's gonna get some help from the Snapfire. Compy with that DD rune, gonna start laying into Mind Control. He pops the BKP, gets another call. Onslaught's onto the high ground. Do they finally finish the job? They do, but here comes the Mortimer Kisses. The kiting continues. Gunner's gotta try and get onto Kitrat, can't do it. It's a 2-for-1. As Yuma needs to be careful.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
What? He walked into the Tormentor. Oh my goodness.
A little awkward. Well, that was a relatively good fight for Nouns, all things considered, that they're behind. It was a nighttime fight. They were the ones initiated on. It was overall pretty good. Losing your Wraith King like that is a little bit of a shame after that, but that kind of slip up does happen every now and then.
This was a really sick play from Fly, honestly.
Yeah, that one was good.
Look at the D wards as well. Okay. Well, maybe it was a tactical death on the Wraith King there, baiting in these extra heroes. Crappa.
There you go. No crappa. All part of the plan.
All right. Yuma has his Radiance Armlet going Blink and BKB. Absolutely necessary for him to do that. But yeah, it's only a matter of time before this Night Stalker is just becoming too much of an issue. And Axe is, like you said, infinite scaling. He's having an amazing time
Radiant's
on this
bottom
hero.
tower
Up to
is under
7
attack.
coats of blood.
Dire are
Got
scanning.
his Blink Blade Mail, his BKB only a few gold away.
No, We've actually even seen him have a better game before. I think he played in their last series that he had an insane amount of stacks in that game. But 7's not bad. This will just keep going up as time goes on, and the armor will be pretty good versus these heroes.
Yeah.
Though there's a decent mix of damage as well, so he will need... Oh, there you go. He just finishes his BKB as well, so
Radiant's middle
it's pretty
tower
well
is
covered
under
from both
attack.
ends.
I think right now the big thing they're looking for is just the Night Stalker BKB. But on the side of Nouns, your Primal Beast needs a lot of items this game. And Gunnar was off to an amazing start, but it started to slow down. The hero is not getting as much like priority in farming. But he needs like a Blink BKB and an Aghanim Scepter. So he will have a lot of late game impact if he can get there, but again, he's not the farm priority for his team.
Yeah, Shopify Rebellion also just finished triple BKB, so they're not looking to give him
Radiant
any
are
time to pick
scattered.
up those items.
There it is. Blink call. They've managed to catch the Primal Beast. He did get the trample off. Can he onslaught away? He's going to try. And Gunnar, tanky enough at the moment. Unfortunately, Grims doesn't have the 15 talent, but the Night Stalker on the backside finds the clockwork immediately. Telekinesis, but he doesn't get the cogs off. And Arteezy will find the kill. Copy, I don't know where he's headed, but it is into the wrong neighborhood. I think he like BKB'd and tried to find Kit Rack, but his team was just completely disengaging.
Yeah, I suppose once he was in that far, it would be pretty tough to get away from a Night Stalker, but that win is going to let Shopify Rebellion now pick up the Aegis. I will say, so Shopify Rebellion looks in a good spot, 7k lead here. These are not the best heroes to siege a tower, so could have a good high ground defense from Nouns. This is where the game might slow down a bit, where Shopify Rebellion can win fights out of the base, but you only win the Dota game once you break into the base, and could be tough to do that.
Yeah, I think the biggest oversight of this draft is the fact that you definitely lack tower damage, right? Zeus, not a hero that hits towers very well. Axe, not a hero that hits towers very well. But you have a Night Stalker who you're probably gonna have to be putting on the front, on the front line to hit this. So it's gonna be awkward going high ground without pretty much wiping Nouns, or at least getting multiple kills. We'll have to see, when they want to make that decision of actually approaching the high ground. My guess is Shopify is going to be farming for the foreseeable future. This is a sick smoke gank, though. If they actually find their targets, mind control would be huge. The blink, the stun, the telekinesis to pull him back in. They have a hook shot. He gets the call on the BKB. He's just going to lay into fly. He's dead. There's going to be the Mortimer Kisses on top. The Gunnar comes in, gets a nice ultimate, but they are still all alive on the side of Shopify. And Gunnar needs help. Pops the trample as well as the uproar to dispel the slows. Gets away for the moment. Trying to chase. They do have a high ground ward here to play around, but we'll be able to onslaught down to the low ground. They will de-ward. It's proving a lack of damage right now from this Wraith King. Like, he has to offer more to find kills like this.
Yeah, any other target? Okay, well, actually, I take that back. They probably can't kill Night Stalker either, but either support or Zeus, that would have been a pretty straightforward kill, but trying to jump an Axe is a very, very tough call, and if you don't kill him, then you're right in his range for the AoE call, so then he's actually calling you. So that's kind of what happened there. Maybe they just had to get out. They were smoked, they were in position, so they wanted to kill, but I don't know, when Axe walks up, maybe you just gotta not go on him.
Yeah, Wraith King will get to a point where he can probably kill these guys pretty reliably, because Wraith King's damage scaling with the Spectral Blade is cracked. That being said, great ward plays from Sken. They get the blink call onto Copy. He's tanky, but no BKB for 3 more seconds. He's not making out of this one. Culling Blade will finish the job. Mind control up to 9 coats of blood. He is very happy about his game.
Copy dead for 40 seconds. Maybe they can poke a little bit at some of these buildings.
Yeah, absolutely.
Don't know if you're going straight tier 3. Maybe just finishing up the tier 2s. And right now they're in the bottom lane though. Nah, looks like they're falling back.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So Provis is just gonna go straight into the Ags. He had the BKB queued up for a moment, but this I'm not surprised about. The Ags is so insanely good this game, and it is essential if they ever want to have a chance at finding like reliable kills onto Night Stalker and the Axe. Speaking of Axe, scouted out by the Invis of Scam, and another kill onto Fly. He doesn't give him the Calling Blade, but still gets 1 stack. This is one of the reasons we see Axe getting banned quite a bit.
Trying to keep this pace going quickly, smoking bottom, which actually to further our discussion on the fact that going high ground is tough. Now this is arguably the better scaling team with the Wraith King carry as opposed to a Night Stalker carry, though it's good scaling towards on the side of Shopify. But yeah, here we are. They're trying to take the high ground before it gets too late game.
The blade mail off. Oh, Dragon Tail comes in as well. Nice call from Mind Control, calling copy, and so far he's forced to BKB. Stoops is the kill if you can find him, but he's got an Aegis for 45 seconds and a BKB to follow it up.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
If you can bring down Yopaj as this Aegis is expiring, it's going to be absolute best case scenario. Fortification is going to come out trying to delay the power push for just a little bit longer as Scam keeps dropping to heal up on the high ground. Hogs comes down, they trap the Night Stalker, but he gets out. Kivrak, nice tension there. Pops that little shredder, cleans up those cogs so they can get out easily. Call once again for Mind Control to drag. This probably out of phase, but this boy's tanky. Pops the uproar once again. As the tier 3 tower lives. And Shopify will disengage.
It's really important not to give Lilith living armor. If Rubik steals that, your game plan is in a really bad spot. That's gonna make the high ground even better. Fly was working on a gem. He hasn't bought it yet.
Well, only Dragon Tail. They've caught but an immediate BKB. The stun hit him out from Yuma in time. And they turn around, he gets reincarnation 1 second before it's over, and they will turn around on the fly, tries to overseal away, but can't do it. Gunner is just surrounded by the side of Shopify. Huge overgrowth on the backside as well as Will steal it, but Mind Control another call. They're falling apart on now. 4 dead. It's for Lilith now up on the high ground. Yes, but RTZ is not going to stop. Baby Crippling Fear is there. Mind Control giving the chop an ultra kill for his ultra performance. Amazing moves from Shopify. All set up, honestly, on the back of Scam.
Radiant's middle tower.
It's been a while since we saw Trench Protector, but doing the same old thing, scouting things out, using that shard invis, just finding the right rights for his team, and just trusting that MC will get a good call, and then once that happens, just throwing all the rest as well. Zeus starts pressing buttons, Snapfire pressing buttons. It's an easy team fight from there.
Yeah. Eventually, you can get high ground if there is no enemies. So we were talking about how the Shopify lacks the reliability of a high ground siege, but when you're playing a PvE game and there's no one else there to tell you no, it's not that bad.
From here, this should be Shopify Rebellion's game. They're gonna have to go through the motions to close it out, which I imagine is waiting for Roche, grabbing that, finishing up any items they're working on, which... Is this an Octarine on Axe or a Bloodstone? What is he?
I think Bloodstone is super
He's got
good
something
on
on
Axe.
his core. It's a Bloodstone. Let's go.
When you're getting late game and you can just afford to go Bloodstone, you heal an absurd amount in general from your spell kit if you're not getting broken, but also just the AoE increase on call is super good.
He's already been getting so many good calls.
Yeah, he's got the shard as well, so zero cooldown on the counter helix. Oh, and no, wait, that's on Shard. Never mind. I forgot they moved this. Okay, so Shard's the Berserker's Call applies Battle Hunger. That's pretty good. Unless it's still a bug, which I hope it's not, because that's, we'll see.
There are no bugs in this game.
Only features.
They do have a gem on fly now. Maybe they can find some gem. Like, thinking about now and how they can come back, you do have to hold on to this last lane. You have to find small kills here and there. Clearly, like, Axe and Ice Stalker, they're very difficult. So you have to start by finding supports, finding the Zeus. Much easier said than done, but the gem will help them get some vision control back. Hopefully get a glimpse of a treant that you can then use Rocket Flare to follow him in and get that kill. Otherwise, they just have to play really safely, which is, that's usually what kills you in these situations, is that you just have to play so safely that the other team has to play out you.
Farming ult from RTZ here. He's like, I got creeps to hit. We're not waiting. We're just gonna chill.
Radiant are scanning.
Level 23. And
That's actually a little crazy to me. Should you really farming ult there? Was that a misclick?
It might have been a misclick. It's hard to say.
There's no way you need it.
Oh, MC blinked us onto the cliff. I don't know if the spray wants to speed, but Tim Martini. You'll love to see that one. Gunner in trouble. Nice force down to low ground. Coming in to get on top of him. Kid Rack. He doesn't have the damage. Another overgrowth from Scam. Hold him down. Now it's overgrowth, but that is just too much damage. First life down here. Your Raid King. Gunner goes to the backside to get Raid jump, but the call again. Holding him in place. They jump down Primal. They will jump down Raid King. And that one might be the end of the game. My control is absolutely not done. Another overkill for him as the GG's hits deck. My goodness. What a game from Max.
Told you, the off-lane carry right there.
Shopify Rebellion victory.
Alright, a very fun draft from Shopify Rebellion there, going on the Night Stalker carry. It was looking pretty good until it wasn't. Until it was again. So they definitely pulled that back with some good rotations. Nouns, again, kind of showing like some really good plays to, first of all, just recover in that lane after how it went, and then to shut down 3 kills in a row. But it feels like through this last series they played and in this game 1 here, Shopify Rebellion managed to find some better fights, some better team fights that eventually gets them back to the game. Not that they fell that far behind in this game, it was like mainly the laning stage where it was close, but it just feels like that's where Shopify Rebellion is outclassing Nouns, is like the draft allowing them to have easier fights.
I 100% agree. I will say the Zeus, despite not having, like, we looked at it in the lane, we're like, okay, it's doing all right. Like, it's taking neck with the Dragonite, but dude, the impact difference of this hero versus the Dragonite this game is, I mean, for lack of a better term, night and day. So, I don't think you can give a hero like Zeus up in these drafts, especially if they have such a cool way to play around it, and they just have vision advantage always. Like the Decisive carry looks awkward because you're like, it sucked in the lane after like the first night ended, but you end up having like Zeus ult for vision, you have Tree Protector for vision, and then you have Night Stalker ult for vision. Like there was no like point where Nouns were able to like take the fight on their own terms.
Yeah, it was really tough. They had Rocket Flare, which is crazy. Rocket Flare is usually so good for vision, right? But like you said, against the Zeus, the Night Stalker, Treant, then yeah, you might find a good fight here and there, but Shopify will, clearly win in the end with that vision.
Yeah, absolutely. This was a very fun game 1, but again, it is a best of 5, so we are going to be going to a short break, and we'll be back with game number 2 here of Nouns versus Shopify. Everyone stay tuned. We'll see you in a bit.
This is not enough. Raise that level up. Raise that level up. Raise that level wasting time, 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're in. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity.
Hey everybody, welcome back here to the Riyadh Masters NA Closed Qualifiers for the Esports World Cup. We've got game 2 of Nouns versus Shopify getting ready to begin, and we'll see how this goes. Right now, Shopify seems to have Nouns number. 3 games in a row now of them pretty handedly kind of winning these series. We'll see what happens. Zach, for game 2, what can Nouns really do at this point? Because it looked like they had such a bizarre draft. They're running this carry Night Stalker, but they just still get crushed in this game.
Yeah, right now, I feel like Shopify Rebellion has been coming out ahead in the drafts in terms of just, I don't even know how to describe it, but it just feels like it's easier for Shopify Rebellion to like find these fights that they need to win. That is something that's really hard to change in between games. Nouns is still showing some strong points though in these games. Not like a total stomp. We saw them make some good recovery plays, find some good fights. So maybe that's where it's easier to focus on. And well, I don't know. Like they took out the Tiny, we were happy with that. But then that game's like, oh well, Axe did too well in that bottom lane, right? We were so focused on the Night Stalkers, like, oh cool, wacky carry, you know. But like in the meantime, he was just building up a big lead versus that Wraith King, and we felt very little impact from Wraith King that game just because he spent so much time just trying to recover after that laning stage. So I don't know. You can't ban all of them, so you're gonna have to pick and choose and come up with some. You need to give yourself at least some lanes to get through, and then try to make some progress from there, I guess. Like, I don't know. It's always tough when you only have so much time in between these games.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? It's like, how do you go back to the drawing board here and think like, okay, what is the consistent issue we keep happening? I will say Mind Control is looking very good on this roster. He has been a standout in every single one of these games. The offlane duo has looked sick. So I will say, like, he's clearly gelling into the team quite well. Now, whether or not that they'll be able to continue that if they do make it through these qualifiers, we'll have to find out then. But for now, I mean, it's looking quite well with this roster swap for Shopify. Like, they're not really having any hiccups at all.
Yeah, not yet. Maybe that'll carry them through these NA quals, but then of course the real test, as many people might say, will then begin once they get to the Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup. But yeah, this is a good time to work out any issues you might be having, because yeah, it is a pretty new roster. Not only you have some new players in it, but Kittrack was playing position 5 before, now he's moved over to position 4. yeah, supporting is kind of similar between the roles, but there's definitely nuances to each one.
Yeah.
So that can be tricky to suddenly swap between, especially at like the highest level, right? It's not like, oh yeah, I'm like casual pub player here at that level. It's like, no, this is the professional scene. You gotta get everything down to the finest detail figured out if you want to be able to compete at the top stage, which of course is the team that wants to do that. And looking good so far. I like the drafts they're bringing in this new patch. The way they're executing seems good. Okay, well, actually, there was some slip ups. There were some slip ups, you know, but they tend to pull it back in at the end. But definitely starting to try to remove any of those slip ups is going to be a big deal as they move on to the international stage.
Yeah. I will say the Treant Protector really looked good this game. It's one of those heroes that you can't just like casually pick and be like, yeah, yeah, it's like it might be a good Treant Protector game. Like your team has to know how to play around this hero. And Shopify looked really good with it. So that was nice to see. As we're going to jump into the
10
draft here for
seconds
game number
remaining.
2 and see
Shopify
what's going to change,
Rebellions
because
turn to ban.
I feel like something has to. They're going to ban the DK this
Shopify
time. They
Rebellions
no
turn
longer
to
wants to deal with
ban.
this hero. They don't feel, I think, comfortable on it. Like 2 times that they've picked it, they've lost against Shopify.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and
Nouns
Shopify has looked
turn
good
to
with it.
ban.
So it does mean though something else is gonna have to slip through. So maybe the Tiny. Are we gonna ban that?
10 seconds
And
remaining.
then what else did they ban last time? Weaver,
5 seconds
I believe.
remaining.
Storm will be left in though.
Yeah.
Phoenix. Any of those heroes might slip through then.
Shopify
Who's got first
Rebellions
pick?
turn
Nouns
to
has first
ban.
pick at
Yeah,
least.
Nouns have first pick. They might try and grab the Phoenix themselves. It would be my guess, is that they're going to try and maybe leave the Phoenix in
10 seconds remaining.
and see if they can take it. But
5
I think if-
seconds remaining.
ooh, they got rid of the Zeus.
I think if you
Shopify
do grab the
Rebellions
Phoenix,
turn
you
to
can.
ban.
Okay, that's what I was gonna say. Like, if you don't want to play against Phoenix and you're gonna ban it out, you have to ban out the Tiny as well. Because I think that's.
seconds
I think Phoenix is
remaining.
one of the better responses to Tiny available right now. Because that
Mhm.
attack slow is killer
seconds
to
remaining.
Tiny. Tiny can't deal with the egg very well, and then the Sun Ray, healing for your team, but also the percent damage versus the Tiny. All of it's just really good. It's just like Phoenix is a good hero versus Tiny, and it's just a good hero in general. So if you're gonna ban it out, you gotta ban the Tiny too.
Storm Spirit.
Okay, they get the first pick, Storm.
Nouns
So
turn to
this hero has
ban.
looked very good. We've seen a lot of people going more of like a tank build on Storm Spirit, right? Like as opposed to going things like BKB, they're more opting for the Eternal Shroud, as it does give you a little bit of, mana sustain and tankiness against like a lot of the magic damage that inevitably comes out
10
from teams.
seconds remaining.
But surprise, Mind Control's Axe. They say, screw it, man. You had such a good
5
game last time. Just
seconds
pick it
remaining.
again. It looks solid. Why not?
This has to be punishable in some way, right? Like, Axe is a good hero. Don't get me wrong, but I feel like this is Shopify Rebellion testing a little bit after having won game 1. It's like, can we just first pick Axe? Can we be punished for that? So, let's see. I don't know. Ursa, can you do that? Where's
I mean,
Ursa
Ursa's
right now in
not
the
bad.
meta?
Yeah, Ursa I don't think is that bad into the Axe.
Or Weaver didn't get banned, actually. Didn't see him, but maybe he slips through the second phase as well? Can you play Weaver
That-
carry into Axe?
True, but you have to consider that Shopify have the next pick,
Turn
and I
to
think I
ban.
think Shopify would just take the Weaver, and then you have like a Weaver Axe lane, which sounds miserable. So they actually ban out the Weaver.
Shopify Rebellions turn to ban.
Man, I'm trying to think what like heroes actually can play into this Axe from the safe lane. Maybe Monkey King. He's one of those old school counters. And he did get a pretty sizable
10
buff, I
seconds
think.
Remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
What about Night Stalker carry? Probably just be a trading lane. You all farm. I mean, what are the odds? Do we see that again? Do you think you can only do that because they got the Zeus, who has so much damage? He almost functions like a carry.
Yeah, I think that's part of it. Because, like, the Zeus just built a straight right-click carry, but it's magic damage, right? So he ended the game with, like, Parasma Scotty, which is just ridiculous. So I think that's part of why they're able to do that. I don't know if you could get away with running the Night Stalker carry again. That being said, you have a Storm Spirit, and you have to be concerned about the Night Stalker yourself. So they go ahead and ban out a Silencer. They go back for Snapfire. This is something that Shopify have loved. They've been picking this up a ton, and now you have Snapfire Axe as your offlane duo again.
Well, you could still flex Snapfire too. So
True.
But it does look good. Oh, actually, you know, a hero that's been kind of coming back into the meta a little bit is Undying, but now you've got a good response pick preemptively in the Snapfire. Tombstone will just not have a lot of impact if you try to go for that hero. Enchantress is still in the pool. We've been seeing Fly play that a lot. Clockwork's actually still in here. Still good. I don't think Clockwork was the issue. I don't even know if there's like... It's weird. Draft-wise, I feel like it was easier for Shopify, but I can't point to a hero in Nouns' side and be like, that was a bad hero, you know? I don't know. It was more just how the lanes ended up playing out, I guess.
Yeah. Well,
no, maybe
Gunner's
the Wraith King
finally
into
gonna
the
get
Axe
Centaur.
lane. Yeah, there we go.
So Shopify's banned this every single time against Nouns. He has not had the opportunity to play Centaur against them. I like the idea of picking the Enchantress. I feel like she's a pretty strong hero in lane against the Axe and the Snapfire. She can offer a lot of damage there. And then you can still maybe pick a carry hero that lanes well into it. Otherwise, yeah, you go the Clockwork and then pick a ranged hero or something. Okay, we go Shadow Demon.
That's pretty good versus Axe to save your teammates. Though I want to ask you, did you need to pick Centaur Warrunner here? Because Shopify has Axe. I doubt they're picking another offlaner. And
I think you just want to hide your 18 pick.
I guess so, but couldn't you have picked like a support duo here or a carry who is good versus Axe? Like, I guess now you're gonna pick. I mean, you're still gonna pick a support here, right? This is an 18th pick support.
Yeah, you're probably
unless you're gonna reveal your carry and then last pick a support.
No, that seems weird. Picking your 5 for sure, because it's gonna be Shadow Demon offlane with the Centaur. It's one of the classic lineups, right? Classic duos. The disruption into Stomp, into just all of the magic damage from these two. So your 5 is either, my guess would be the Enchantress. Now that you have Treant Protector, you can get rid of Living Armor, or you go for the Clockwork again. Wow, they do pick the Ursa. So they'd rather have the Ursa into the Axe lane instead of it getting banned, and then the last pick a support. Which, Enchantress is giga banned. There's no way you don't ban the Enchantress next, right? It's like Enchantress, Crystal Maiden, I think, are your bans.
5 seconds remaining.
I think that makes sense. I'm just trying to think through like what they could be looking for on Shopify Rebellion. If you know there's a certain carry you want, then maybe you just ban out some of the supports that are really bad versus that. But yeah, there's the Enchantress. It would be a very scary lane with the Ursa. And maybe just another strong support who can disrupt. I mean, clock ban seems fine, actually.
10 seconds.
You think the Clockwork with the Ursa is good enough?
It's a little awkward, but Clockwork is still good at finding Snapfire and Treant, the scouting.
Dude, what about Nyx Assassin?
That'd be kind of cool. But would you play position 4 Nyx then?
That's what I think. I think you'd run Shadow Demon 5, then you'd run 4 Nyx. And into heroes like Lesh, it's not bad with the mana drain talent. And then, of course, being able to stop Snapfire. They get rid of the Venomancer. Okay, that is a hero that I completely... you talk about this hero earlier today quite a bit. Completely forgot about it. It hasn't been picked up recently, but super strong 5.
Yeah, it would have been really good versus Axe, actually. So
yeah,
smart ban.
10 seconds remaining.
Normally we see the Shadow Demon in the 4, right, with the Centaur, but because you're last picking a support, and Shadow Demon can absolutely flex, he's one of the better heroes at stopping Axe from cutting lanes as well. If you want to think about it that way, you could put the Shadow Demon 5 and then pick like a new 4 position that better maybe counters some of Shopify's lineup. But It's hard to say.
Noun's turn to pick.
Naga Siren. That would have been rough. They actually did ban the Night Stalker again, interesting enough. I mean, you have a Storm Sphere, like I said, right? Like, it would be pretty rough.
Yeah, the AoE silence would have been annoying for Storm Spirit, Shadow Demon, and Ursa. Though I suppose Shadow Demon has a way to save people,
10
technically,
seconds
but
remaining.
it does mean you're disrupting your own team. They're sitting there, and they could then set
5
up around that.
seconds
So,
remaining.
yeah. All right, who is the last pick support?
It's just going to be something like a Crystal Maiden, honestly. We'll see, though.
Shopify
3 seconds. What do you got?
Turn.
Mirana. Ooh. That one is interesting, I guess, in the fact that it does have it has a good ability to trade, but you don't have a lot of arrows set up outside of
10
like
seconds
Stomp and
remaining.
Disruption. I guess you just have to make
5
sure that they're all
seconds remaining.
like they're almost always playing together. It gives them good first blood potential, though.
Yeah, definitely good first blood potential. I'm trying to think if you would put Mirana, like, which lane is each support going to? I guess maybe you see what the last pick carry is before deciding that, but I feel like both these are a little awkward paired up with Ursa.
I feel like it's just going to be Mirana in the safe lane, and she's just going to click the Snapfire, and that's about it. I don't think there's going to be much more, like, nuance to it.
Choose your
A
For,
Ricky! Yo, Shopify Rebellion trying to ruin pubs out there.
Dude.
Night Stalker carry, Ricky carry.
Okay, so they're limit testing. This hero is not good. I'll be honest. Like, the Ricky is not a good hero, but because of the draft, because you're into a core Storm Spirit, because you're into an Ursa, maybe it works, but I don't know. You're going to be running around double invis and just playing off of MC and Yopaj. I feel like if Shopify win this game, it's because of Axe and Lesh, not because of the Ricky.
I mean, you don't have good setup for the Ricky, though. How are you going to catch him?
Doesn't really matter, I don't think. Like,
You just ignore him. You just don't care.
I don't think it matters. I am curious what his build is going to be, though. I like this hero just straight up got nerfed in this patch, so it's very bizarre. They made his shard a little bit better, so maybe his idea is again to kind of play more of like a utility carry hero, similar to what we saw last game with the Night Stalker, just being mostly vision. And he goes for like an early shard. I'm not quite sure. I'm not a believer in this hero, but I like to be proven wrong.
I mean, I think Smokescreen looks pretty good this game.
Yeah, it's a good
I know
smoke
that's
screen game.
That's not
It's the only
usually what
reason
you're
to pick
thinking
it.
about Ricky maybe as a carry, but I think it's kind of cool. I'm down to see it for sure.
This hero,
I-
from the carry perspective, the reason we don't see it is terrible in lane. This hero is an actual liability, and it cannot farm. The only thing you can do is kill heroes. So we'll see. You're against a Centaur. It's not an easy hero to kill. It's not an easy hero to lane against either.
Prepare
But
for
Tricks of the
battle.
Trade might give you some ability to dodge out like the Disruption Stomp combos if they're not exactly perfect. So we'll see. It's an interesting last pick. I'll say that much for sure.
Axe likes this very much.
I believe in it. I think it'll look good. I'm ready.
A gift from the night.
Dude, don't get me wrong. I want this hero to be good. He's one of my favorite heroes in Dota. Like, I freaking branded my entire existence around this hero. But he
true, that's
sucks,
true. I
man.
forgot.
He sucked for
I forgot.
like 7 years.
Hey, you take it
Please.
back. Sleeping Dart Ricky was the most broken thing of its time.
It was
relevant for a
good
little bit.
after it got like 5 buffs in a row.
30 seconds.
Like,
Yeah,
because it
and
was
then it was
terrible
insanely broken.
initially, and then they kept buffing it, and then it got to like ridiculous status, and then they just removed the ability because we can't have that.
I can't believe they didn't bring it back as a facet or something. I mean, it would still be ultimately broken, but I don't know.
I
Maybe
mean-
we'll see it. What's his other facet? I don't think it's considered very good, right?
His other facet, in my opinion, is actually the only thing that makes Carry Ricky good. So I'm surprised he went Contract Killer because that facet is terrible.
battle
So I'm
begins.
very shocked. I have no idea what his game plan is, but if you're gonna go Contract Killer, the idea is you deathball as 5 heroes and you never stop. Like otherwise this facet is completely useless, and they just made his ult worse. So 25 XP if he gets a kill. Huge. We'll see though. Like I said, the hero's base stats are good, but he doesn't have much of an ability to farm. So we'll see how he does in the lane against a Centaur, one of the most dominant lane heroes of the patch.
Fortunately, Trant's a pretty good support, so maybe it'll
Yeah,
help
that's
him
what I
get
say. The
Ricky get
Tramp might
through.
earn it. We'll see.
I feel like Axe. I can't believe there's a first pick Axe, and then he doesn't feel that countered.
Dire's courier has been
Dude,
Dude,
that's the part
I don't
that, like,
even know
feels
what
weird to me.
counters this hero. I really don't. Like, it's the support that counters him, prevents him from just, like, sitting in the lane. But a lot of times, like, Axe can just, like, sit alone. And it's for the same reasons that, like Centaur could last patch, because he was just so dominant. And now he just has one-man army. So he just chills.
I think Undying could be good.
Yeah, maybe, actually. Undying might not be a bad
Radiant's
one.
courier has
If you ever
been
left him
killed.
alone, you would just decay Tombstone run at him. But yeah, I just feel like it was a first pick Axe, and we came down to a last pick support of like, how are we going to counter Axe with this? And it's just like, it just feels weird. And if Axe has too good of a game, then it's just like, I feel like then that's a draft issue, right? It's like, that was a first pick Axe. He cannot be allowed to have this good of a game.
Yeah, I mean, he went, what, like 13-1 or something last game, some ridiculous scoreline. So 2 ultra kills. Oh, Yopaj. Nice damage in the compy in the mid lane here.
Are we going for it?
I mean, compy still had the bottle, so. High ground miss. That's funny stuff. All right. For right now, things are looking pretty good again in the lanes. Relatively even. Mirana has a ton of CS somehow. I don't really know how, like, where that's coming from, but
She's just
maybe some
arrowing
jungle
creeps.
Yeah, I was like maybe just jungling and arrowing creeps something.
Well, she's certainly not arrowing heroes off of Ursa setup, so.
Yeah.
Well, Axe is, you know, down a little on its own.
That's true. That's true.
How's Ricky doing though? Oh, look
Yeah,
at
I mean,
that.
he's CSing okay. Like, the early parts in this lane are not bad. It's once you get more points into Centaur, the lane becomes really difficult because just the ability to just spam is really annoying. The Treant Protector just has to sit in this lane and sustain. Otherwise, as you can see, he's just dumping heals into him over and over.
Mid lane, both heroes getting very low.
Oh, the trade! Oh my goodness. I mean, Yopaj, the big winner there, gets the kill first. That's absolutely what you want.
Dire's middle tower is under
So
attack.
we'll get the XP, but Compy does end up getting a little bit of gold at the end there.
That difference means Leshrak's
What is
already
it?
5 and Storm Spirit's like 4.25. So at this rate, Leshrak will hit 6 first, and Storm's gonna get kicked out of lane for a bit. 'Cause
Radiant's courier
if you don't
has
respect
been
that, you can
killed.
just be run down.
Radiant's courier has been
Wow.
killed.
Just Lelis just double
massacre.
couriers them. That's pretty big, actually. I didn't catch what was on Arteezy's courier, but my guess was like a completed Wraith ban. Which, not the end of the world to lose. Smokescreen is out. I will say the buff to Smokescreen was pretty cool. The fact that it gives evasion to allies inside of it. So if like you're sieging high ground and something, and you have like for instance, like if a sniper was trying to hit someone inside Smokescreen, they would just miss a bunch.
Mm-hmm.
But Also works on structures and building, stuff like that. It's kind of nice.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Like you can smoke screen your creep wave if they like try to fort the wave to try
Yeah.
and like flack it down, and it'll just miss a bunch. So like there is some cool quality of life buffs to the hero, don't get me wrong. But I think the secret right now is this Treant Protector is actually giving him a ton of sustain.
Yeah, Ricky's actually already got pretty decent sustain, unless they changed that and I don't remember it. But yeah, getting extra health to work with from the Leech Seed's really good. Kitrak might be in a little deep. But yeah, no 6 from Copy, from getting killed earlier and having to play chill. Yopaj is already 6. If Storm had been 6, that would be a free kill right there.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice grab onto the catapult there. So the mid lane push not going to really happen. He's also gone for 0 points Edict, so Yopaj doesn't really have any intention of kind of pushing this mid tower at the moment. Kitrak is just hunting Copy in the jungle. He's like, he's here somewhere, guys. I know it.
He can't kill me until he's 6. I'm going to run in
Has
here.
been killed.
Yeah. Another dead courier for Skem. Lelis gets his 4th or his 3rd courier kill or something.
Wait, Kitrak's going for it. He's trying to 1v1 this Storm right now, guys.
He might get this. The
He's got
living
the living
armor
armor.
Protector is huge, and Yopaj comes in.
No
cleans
honor.
him.
That was a 1v1, Yopaj. What are you doing?
Oh my goodness, that's huge actually. Gets the kill, gets the stack as well. He's still level 5 on the Storm Spirit. That is massive.
Yeah, this is really, really good for Shopify Rebellion. This mid lane. We were talking about, wanting to really just run at the enemy team, get a bunch of kills for your Axe and your Ricky. Well, Leshrac having a good game here, and one of the playmakers on the side of Noun, Storm, just gonna have to be catching up. Look at it. He went to the top jungle. That does not feel good to have to do. I guess Fly will get some levels, but
yeah. I mean, he has to know that there's a ward just following him around in the jungle, and if he goes there, it's just too easy for Shopify to rotate over. Gunner starting to put some harassment into the Ricky here, and you don't really have like Centaur to like get to a point where he's too difficult to push out of lane. Treant Protector has to come in and continue to like Leech Seed spam and heal up this Ricky constantly, and that's what he's just been doing. He's just a bottle crow essentially, and you can see in the net worth of the Treant Protector, right? Like he's at 900 gold because of just constant regen that he's dumping into this hero.
Dire's structures are
don't worry, it's
fortified.
all gonna pay off. That's what you have to tell yourself as a support player when you do it. It feels terrible, it feels boring. You're like, this will pay off. It'll all be worth it. He'll carry me.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
All right, well, top tier 1 tower is gone. Shopify off to a pretty early start.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
In the past, when you played Ricky, you'd get your level 6 and you're like, oh heck yeah, I do some serious damage now. But it just feels a little bit underwhelming now.
Well, your innate ability does scale based
Yeah.
off of it, right? So at least you are getting some extra damage off of it.
Yeah, you get it's just they nerfed the damage on the backstab component of it so many times because honestly it was too strong. So now it's pretty much the same as it used to be. You get the downside is you can't really deny with it. So you don't really see Ricky's getting as many denies as they would have originally, but you might get a few extra CS in lane because of the ability to backstab from level 1, just with substantially reduced effect.
Radiant are scanning.
Poppy's coming bottom. Yeah, they have a ward scouting this whole thing, and smart move from Skem here. He's just hiding super deep in the trees, so if they want to make this play for him, they have to commit pretty far. I mean, Axe looks like he's clearing up some big stacks in the jungle. What is he up to? Yeah, mind control, just, again, pushing his hero.
Oh my god, he's so close to dying.
Just drop it, don't die. Oh, he's fine, you got it. All right, so close to a Blink Dagger now. That is not a bad timing at all. Gunner going for the early Blade Mail instead.
Radiant are scanning.
Gunner's inventory is loaded.
Yeah, dude, he is.
He went for the triple bracer, but he had his other small items. That guy's got to stop by the shop
And sweet.
and clear out some space. He has blade mail coming. He's not gonna have any space for it.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that is not a rune you can afford to give up there. Gets the deny. Very
Radiant's
good.
bottom tower is under attack.
Yuma, top side of the map here. Farming up on the Ursa. Just going to go for the Battle Fury. Pretty standard build there. Nothing too out of the ordinary. They need to get some pressure on this bottom tower, but the Treant Protector has really slowed this down. My Lord Lelis. He has been
Radiant
in the
structures are
office, putting in the
fortified.
hours apparently lately.
Radiant's bottom tower
Those are
is
some
under attack.
stacks.
I guess there wasn't that much to do in the lane either, because
Yeah.
it's really hard to kill a Ricky, so he just let Gunner do his thing. Make some stacks for either speeding up Gunner or Ursa when the Battlefield comes
Radiant's
online, or
bottom
maybe just
tower
helping
is
Copy
under
get back
attack.
into it.
Oh, the stack didn't hit the Ancient.
Radiant's
Unlucky.
bottom
Yeah, I think
tower
Copy's
is
going to try
falling.
and grab some of these.
Dire's
It wouldn't
middle
surprise
tower
me.
is under
Like,
attack.
Gunner doesn't really need it on the Centaur. He's going for the Blade Mail. It'll help him get to his Blink, but... MZ's Blink reveal into the call, and a perfect stun to come through. This is literal deja vu, right? It was Blink call into Mortimer Kisses into Overgrowth last game when on the Primal Beast. It was the exact same maneuver, this time to take down the Centaur.
It's a good combo. Copy did end up clearing that Ancient stack.
Dude, he got a lot out of it. My God.
Yeah, so despite his really rough start, he's back at it, right
Dire's
behind
bottom tower
Leshrac.
is under attack.
It's a pretty impressive recovery, I gotta say. Thanks,
Yeah.
Lolis.
Yeah, seriously. Well, he's a little bit behind in XP, obviously, as you don't get as much. Both teams are baiting this rune. Like, Yopaj is like, I really want that, but
Dire's
they're
middle
all
tower is
missing. We're
under
gonna
attack.
avoid it for now. Gonna head up into the triangle, see if they can find anything to maybe take away from Shopify. The Watcher is there. They do get a good ward. If that's all they get out of it, it's not that bad if they can turn it into something later.
Moving top towards Ricky, but it's pretty hard to find him.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, I mean,
in
he's
his hero and all.
on
He's
the
coming
way
back,
to his
actually.
defusal. Smoke pops, but yeah, they don't get him. Dire scan is out. Sentry's down. But Arteezy is gone.
Bottom lane, they're looking at this Axe. No Snapfire ult though, so I think without that, there's not enough damage to kill Axe.
You could make for a Stampede play onto Arteezy here, but they are bringing in the Treant Protector. Snapfire's coming through as well. They know. Like, they absolutely know what's going on here. And I think Nouns are going to kind of give this one up. Axe is coming as
coming
well. Yeah, they know this rotation's making their way through here. Okay.
We kind of thought they might play around Yopaj, but so far it seems like Yopaj is actually just farming while they look for plays on these other heroes. What's he working
Yeah.
towards? Kaya after a Yules, and then a Bloodstone.
I mean, both teams are just farming. Like, that's just legitimately the name of the game for both of these teams at the moment. Lelis is doing more stacks into the triangle.
Dire are
Ursa, I
scanning.
think, should have his Battle Fury, right?
Yep.
So he can just get to work on these stacks. He's like, the first set was to get Copy into the game. The second
Dire's
set,
middle tower
or
is
the
under
Angry
attack.
Bear.
Dire's structures
We
are
do have
fortified.
Blink on Centaur and Diffusal on Ricky done, so looks like we're gearing up to our first big team fight.
Blink Stomp. They actually get a really good grab onto the Lash. They've managed to get their first kill, but a turnaround here as Ricky comes in, silences up the Storm Spirit. And it will just be a 1-for-1 trade.
Pretty big deal there, though, is that Storm just lost some Galvanized stacks.
Oh, Blink stomp.
Arrow?
Arrow's got him. Tricks the trade. The animation's just a little bit too long and he's dead. What a grab. Now a counter call here from Mind Control. Great disruption from Lelis. They do have the slow. They don't have Mortimer Kiss's gunner. He's just going to TP in their face and he's out. Mind Control went for the dunk, but it wasn't enough. Wow, what a TP. That's a really good call.
Helps being a tanky hero. It's down to the wire, though. He almost got killed there. The Culling Blade. I was going to say, oh yeah, Copy. So Copy did gain a permanent 0.1 mana regen since he was part of that kill on the Leshrac, but did lose some of his charges, which means he's lost some mana regen there. That could slow him down a bit if he can't pick up some kills and assists here. But it looks like they want to keep playing. They're fairly low cooldown team. They just have like the blink stun into arrow, and Storm Spirit, just as long as he's got mana, he can keep going. So they don't have to wait for big cooldowns, or at least not as much as Shopify Rebellion does.
Getting this mid tower is massive. They need to stop this Treant Protector from slowing down the game, and you have this Catapult alive. And you're right, I think Shopify are afraid to take fights without their cooldowns. Like, you need Overgrowth, you need Mortimer Kisses to like guarantee these kills. Like, Ricky does offer Smokescreen, but we saw in the last fight there, if he gets caught, he just dies 100-0 in a single spell combo. Like, it's one of the downsides of this hero. He needs to get to his Aghanim Scepter and probably a BKB this game. But for now, mid tower falls. A little bit of a gold lead here for now. It's only 3,000. Still very close, though.
Tower is under attack. Dire are
Yeah, for some reason, I was just looking at Ricky Shard. For some reason, I thought it only worked on items, but it's just targeting your allied heroes that you can't do anymore, which means Disruption won't work either.
Yeah, you can't disrupt allies in smoke.
Yeah.
Or
so actually,
stab them or anything, yeah.
Yeah, for some reason I was just thinking about items, but I can see more and more why they picked it then, to make sure you can't just disrupt the axe and just save all the targets.
Oh. Arrow comes through, the Star Storm. He's down to 20 HP. Drops the smoke screen, but the kill goes into the hands of Yuma.
It's a little bit of a weird place to farm when the rest of the team left.
I mean, that's the thing. Like, the hero just farms so slow that you kind of forget about how long it's taking you to do certain camps, you know?
Illusion.
I think Yopaj finished the Kaya, but he's going to go Eternal Shroud instead of the Bloodstone.
Ooh, there's the Grove Bow for the Storm again.
That's a good one.
I think Eternal Shroud is pretty good for both of these teams, right? Like, we might see Storm Spirit just go straight into the Eternal Shroud as well here. Top lane, they've caught the Mirana. All right, good use of the Diffusal. Followed up there with the Snapfire. Blink Call, baited. In comes Zealous. Gets a good disruption onto Mind Control, but they see Yopaj. They see the Treant Protector. Maybe not wanting to go that far into the enemy territory, as Compy will just back away, get himself a shield rune instead.
Over here now.
You know, I was doubting how they dealt with the axe in the draft, but so far, it's not having as good of a game. He's at the bottom of the course, and 2 Coda Blood stacks, not really that great compared to his past games where he was excelling at this part. So
Yeah.
looks like Nouns did do a good job of controlling the axe first pick.
I mean, the Urson 18 ends up being the difference there, it looks like, right? We were questioning, like, is it worth going like that, like last picking a support? But yeah, you can see it just in the difference for Mind Control, right? Ursa's top net worth and Mind Control's bottom in terms of the cores. The complete opposite of last game. So Compy's just going early BKB. Yeah, this is one of those games where if you're against a Ricky and you're a Storm Spirit, you do just need a BKB. Once he has it, though, curious what he goes after that. Maybe he goes for the Eternal Shroud, but
Stupendous.
hard to say. We'll see. He needs a Kaya component, right? What did Treant buy?
It just has a shard for now.
Oh,
He's just poor.
I was like, where? Like, he has 2,800 net worth. Where is it? Yeah, he has starred boots. Okay, the classic.
Just a poor hero, not missing items, just poor. The invisible enough though. Scouts
Bottom
out some of his
lane.
attempts.
Demonic Purge comes out onto the axe, and oh my goodness, that damage is a lot. They're gonna jump in, they get the Vortex here, the follow-up into the arrow. Ricky's dead as well. Gunner looking in, goes for the Stampede, will be able to slow up Kitrak more than enough. The question is, can they get out now? Yopaj is gonna close the gap. Mortimer Kisses coming through to offer in plenty of damage. A great turnaround and a good find from this Lesh.
Looking for me?
They gonna run to Roshan with that?
They might. Yuma is
Radiant
pretty
are
strong.
scanning.
Battle Fury BKB done. Looking for his Blink Dagger.
I guess you don't have to feel pressured to though. Nouns can do it anytime they want / are able to, but Shopify Rebellion will have a much harder time doing Roshan because Ricky is not good at it.
You just have to have someone else tank, and then backstab is not bad, but it's not fast either, you know?
Mhm. Ooh, they got the shard on Shadow Demon. That'll actually be pretty good. You can now throw that on Ursa, let him run in, and you'll have a much harder time controlling that. You can remove things like
Dire's bottom tower is under
the
attack.
diffusal
like a-
active, overgrowth.
I'll say there's a classic smoke on the backside. They get the kill right away onto the Shadow Demon, and Yuma, he's in kind of deep. He's gonna be forced to BKB. A great stomp comes through, but the overgrowth is there as well. They're onto Yopaj. If they can finish it off, it would be a great way to start this one off, but a good heal comes through. They've lost Ursa. Mind Control chops him down, and these are the fights that thrive for the Ricky. Gunner stuck in the trees as well. Another call. Mind Control falling low. He gets the call once again, and the chop is there. 4 heroes dead.
Dire's
You
bottom
slowed
tower
Mind Control down, but you can't stop him.
I actually can't believe they won that fight so cleanly. That was a fight in between 2 enemy towers. They didn't even have that much. They didn't really have vision set up at all. They just like smoked in there. But it was just a good start catching the Shadow Demon, who he's been a big part of dealing with the axe, the disruption, the ultimate, and they just took him out of the equation right away. They now tried to get a counter initiation. Oh, looks like they're stealing the. Okay, you know what? That was easier than I thought.
Yeah.
They did that Roshan.
And I think a lot of it is Yopaj, to be honest. Like, Lesh just doing a ton of damage. So, there we are. Yopaj has his Eternal Shroud. And we see in this last fight, like, oh, nice smoke screen, but a BKB comes out from Copy. They just delete the Ricky and disengage. Moonlight Shadow. They're going to end up going back up onto the high ground, see if they can find more. Gunner. Got a little glimpse of Skem over there. Has Dust as well, but diving a tier 2
Radiant's middle tower
feels
is
super
under
good.
attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
They see Leshrac.
Great disruption from Lelis. Axe is on the way. He's going for the TP out. There's the Vortex from Copy, though. He makes it in time. You've got to kite out this guy, though. Gets the kill. Axe looking to go back in. They know there's too much, so yeah, they disengage. They get the Aegis for free. Not bad. It just costs a TP.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Overall, still a very close game. It's mostly the net worth difference on the supports, right? Like, this Treant Protector is very poor, but you have a really farmed, you know, core, like, trio for both of these teams.
You know, Treant's got a Philosopher's Stone. He'll get where he needs to be, and his main job is scouting things out with his shard. And it's the second game in a row he gets the Holy Locket. Just likes the heal he gets from the Leech Seed and the Living Armor. Just drop it down.
Yopaj will finish up the mid tier 1 tower.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
He's looking for that Bloodstone. I see a smoke out from Nouns here, potentially baiting out Copy. We have the Blink BKB from Yuma. Gunner, not quite to his BKB, but Still able to help initiate. It's so hard to go into that high ground, though. Shopify's got some good wards. They do see the Lesh now under their own ward and on the creep waves, so they could potentially sneak by, and this smoke paying dividends here at the moment. Gunner. Oh no, unlucky. If they had just waited like a half second there, they would have seen him on the other side, and
Dire's top tower
that gives
is under attack.
an end to that smoke, that rotation.
Radiant's bottom
Yeah,
tower
it looks
is
silly
under
because we have
attack.
full vision, but they caught a glimpse of that being farm, so that's where they thought he'd be.
Ooh, Lesh is actually going Shivas, so he's changing up the build. You do need armor this game, right? If the Ursa gets on top of you, he will melt you.
Yeah, did just lose his courier though, so he's gonna have to make that trip himself. Still gonna have to pick up a teleport scroll that was on the courier, so Shopify Rebellion will have to be a little careful around that if they are expecting Yopaj to be able to rotate to a fight. Because I don't think he's gonna want to have to go home. Like he's like deciding, he's like walking in circles, like, do I have to go pick up a teleport scroll? But his courier's dead for 2 minutes.
Yeah, that's gonna be a while. I mean, he just has to play around his team now, or his team has to play around him now.
Yep. We'll see if it gets them later though.
Both teams are building a Guardian Greaves, I'm pretty sure, right? You have Snapfire finishing one up soon, and I think
Marana's
I
working
saw
on
one on
too.
Marana, right? Yeah.
Yep.
So, good item for both teams this game. Marana needing a dispel of some kind, definitely to get away from the inhibit of the Riki, and maybe get outside of a smoke screen, but generally helps keeps heroes alive. You can't target them in smoke screen if he has the shard, but you can still heal them from the Greaves and the mech and stuff. Let's fly, and some trouble. Smoke screen is out. Stampede immediately, as Riki will get away.
Oh, thanks.
Stampede's the longest cooldown that Nouns has, so getting that out just for the position 5, maybe they can look for some kind of fight, because that's actually one of their smokescreen saves. Maybe you can take a more impactful fight now.
I'm trying to wonder like what is gonna be like the breaking point for one of these teams, because I feel like it's gonna happen here relatively soon. Like one of these teams is gonna take a massive fight, and then we're gonna just see the inevitable high ground push again. But
It might have been that fight that we saw Shopify Rebellion win 4 to
Like
0,
4
I
to
think,
1
4 to
or 4 to
1.
0.
Yeah, behind the enemy, off lane tier 1, in between the tier 2. Because Nouns was in a pretty decent spot up to that point, and then losing that fight so one-sidedly really brought this back to an even game. That might have been it. Just didn't lead to the barracks like who we've been seeing.
yeah, it just ended up being Roche, which is fine. They've got the smoke running on Nouns right now. They see the Tormentor get taken, so for them, they're not gonna be able to make it across the map. But they did pick up a gem. And at this point, it becomes a little bit more difficult to play the Riki around the map when there's a gem, especially Treant Protector as well. So, oh, did he see the ward there? Might have just barely missed it. But if you're Shopify and you can actually take the gem away from Gunner, it would be absolutely massive. He's pretty damn tanky. You know, he's not an easy kill. But if you're able to reclaim this, it would put you in a pretty good spot this game.
Yeah, interestingly, actually, they also bought their own gem on Shopify Rebellion. Sometimes you don't see this. Like when you have the Invis heroes, you're not willing to risk losing it. But there is Moonlight Shadow.
Yeah.
So
Gunner is here to break the smoke. The blink call, it misses. They get the stomp instead. MC forced to BKB right away, but Yuma's trying to just chase him down. The overgrowth will hold him in place. Copy on the backside does get on top of the Riki. He's trying to get to safety. Mortimer Kiss is coming through as well, but BKBs are down. Stampede is down. Yuma is dead, and Ricky's just gonna chase after them. Call for mind control, chops down onto Copy. 3 fall on Nouns. Where is their damage?
it's so funny, actually. This is like the same thing that happened. MC tries to blink call someone who then blinks out and stuns someone else, and yet Shopify still ends up winning the fight
Dire's
after
bottom
that.
tower
And I
is
think it's
under
just
attack.
because, like, again, the Shopify Rebellion game plan is go initiate, and then we just throw in the ult, we have overgrowth. Like, it's very straightforward. But on the side of Nouns, you have to, you gotta get a stomp, Ursa's gotta be hitting them for a while, you have to, like, connect an arrow. It's just a much harder fight for Nouns, and they had enough repositioning tools for the Axe, who Ursa was on the Axe. You got like Cookie Save, you had the Greaves, you have Treant Heal, Living Armor, Overgrowth, right? So they had so many ways to get Axe away from the Ursa. So Ursa was doing no damage while the Mortimer Kiss, Leshrac damage was all coming in.
Dude, 2 games in a row now where like this Treant Protector, Axe, and Snapfire Core, or like trio, has just actually shredded Nouns. Like they cannot play around it. They pop these BKBs, Skem gets like a 3-hero overgrowth, and they're just sitting there waiting out their entire BKB duration.
A tithe to the impurities.
That's why Treant was kind of broken, right? Solid
Yeah.
landing stage, Overgrowth being super strong. He got nerfed enough times that start to drop off, but I wasn't sure actually. When I saw the
Dire's top
changes,
tower
it was
is
kind
under
of
attack.
felt a little lackluster. I didn't know if he was going to come back in, but Skem's making a good case for it.
Radiant are scanning.
All right, just
Dire's
like that,
top
Shopify
tower
have a
is under
6,000
attack.
gold lead as Roche is getting ready to respawn here in a few moments. And you take away the gem from Nouns. You're now feeling very confident around the map.
Vanish.
As Mind Control just continues to hunt. Smoke will expire, but Moonlight Shadow coming through. They should have a general idea of where Shopify is, right, after they clean up that creep wave. But both teams need to play around the Roche side.
Radiant
Ooh,
are
scan
scanning.
hits.
That's so good. They know exactly what's going on here.
So let's see where they set up their wards. Right outside the Twin Gate entrance. So, yeah, this is a good spot for Shopify.
Again, the Roche isn't super fast. Ricky can tank with Manta Illusions, but you really do need the Axe in there, and if Axe is there, his Blink's broken. So you can't really afford to do that. Oh,
Arrow
Arrow
connects.
catches MC, but they are baiting.
Shopify is set up so well. Their positioning is so
Look at
strong
K-Rack,
here.
dude.
Yeah, this is so good.
Just hiding in the corner of the map, like, you know, I'll eventually just throw Mortimer Kisses. They're going to get started on the Roche. They want to force the objective. And Skem is here in Viz, just waiting for someone to come through. Sword Sentry gets dropped. They do see Skem. Now he goes for the overgrowth, the immediate cancel, and he's dead. Okay, on to Yopaj they go, but the call from MC has trapped him. Can they finish off this Leshrac? It's going to be Yuma just laying into him. The cookie to safety. Is it enough? It's not. Now the chase continues, moving over to Arteezy. Can he get out of this one? The smoke screen keeps the wall up for a bit, but it's gonna be the stomp from Gunner. He's getting low, down to so little HP. Jumps back to the side, but they clean him up. 3 dead, about to be 4, now 5. A massive win, and it's an ultra kill for Yuma. This is the first time we've seen Yuma not just get absolutely obliterated at the start of a fight.
I think a lot of it came down to Shopify Rebellion was in such a good position. I was literally about to talk about how I don't know how Nouns can break it if Shopify holds. And then because Nouns wasn't doing anything, Shopify decided like, okay, let's go for the Roche. So they broke their position, left Skem to break the smoke or to at least scout them coming in. So they all started Roshing. But it meant that when Nouns did finally come in, they just killed Skem right off the bat. You didn't get a bunch of heal spam, the slows, the overgrowth as like a counter initiation after BKBs came out. He just had to pop it right away, and everyone tried to like funnel out, but then Ursa just went from target to target and cleaned that up. And I think if Shopify had just held, because Nouns didn't show yet, so if you just hold that position until Nouns like actually gives up and shows somewhere else, then you go to Roche, like I think Shopify would have had that.
Bottom tower has
I
fallen.
think Axe also was the one tanking the Roche, so his blink was disabled coming out of the Roche pit. So it slows your ability to even get into the fight in the first place, but Yeah, that is a massive swing for the side of Nouns. I mean, these guys
Radiant's
went
bottom
from,
tower
I didn't
is
see the
under
exact
attack.
numbers, but like 8,000 behind to now 6,000 ahead. That's big. Pretty much right back to where they were before they got wiped in the previous fight, right? Like,
You just saw like a full bloodstone in someone's courier. Who was that? It must be Leshrak. Yeah, it looks like he's a few hundred away.
and
All
Yuma's
right.
got MKB now, so he can
Ooh,
attack
yeah.
inside the smoke screen without having to pop the BKB. So that's pretty big.
Yeah, I was curious if he would get MKB / when, because it's not, you don't love having to get it on Ursa, but it's necessary when it's necessary, and Smokescreen is one of those abilities. It's just too hard to play around. It's such a low cooldown. Like, you can BKB it the first time, but I doubt you're winning the fight in like a single BKB, you know? And there's gonna be more Smokescreens.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the gems return to their rightful owners. I think they managed to keep one on Shopify. Yeah, because they had two at one point, so they just kept one in the base. So each team now has a gem again, so balanced in terms of the vision game. A dire scan does come out, sees them in the trees. Yuma could be baiting here. Okay, no, his team's not close enough to help him out, so he will just back away. Dude, Copy's got a Parasma, like, pretty much done. Which is a ridiculously good item for this hero.
Yeah, that item does a lot.
Haste!
Got nerfed a little bit, I think. I actually can't even remember now. There's so many changes. It's all overloaded in my head.
All right, smoke up from Nouns here once again. I mean, Lesh would be the perfect dream target for them to be able to initiate on, but Mind Control and Kithrak are right behind him, waiting. Gunner comes in, gets the stomp, the jump, and the arrow's going to connect as well, but Mind Control with a great call. The Mortimer Kisses are there. Yuma's going to be forced to pop the Enrage. Gunner's trying to hobble away. He gets out of range, pops the Stampede, but the Overgrowth is in. Coffee comes in, gets a nice damage from the Storm Spirit. Just mounts him. Gunner's got his BKB to reinitiate. Gets on top of Scam. Coffee in trouble. Gets the Vortex out. Smokescreen's not going to connect. 3 dead on the side of Shopify as they're not done. Copies gonna look for more. This Parasma is just chewing through these heroes. What an item pickup for Copy. 4 dead, no buybacks, and Nouns, they only lose an Aegis, I believe, right?
Yeah, and that Aegis made a huge difference in that fight, because so if you can pick off Leshrak, that's a great target, but actually jumping the Leshrak there left it open for Axe to counter initiate, for Treant to counter initiate, for the Snapfire ult to come in, and so that's why it initially started really good. They killed the Ursa really quickly. Centaur got really close to being killed, and then without the Aegis, Shopify probably takes that fight going forward from there with the carry get down right away. But because he just comes back, he just then killed everyone else. All the cooldowns were used. Just goes target to target, cleans it up for his team.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, absolutely massive fight again. Now 13,000 advantage going for Nouns as they are just gonna kind of farm to their next big items, right? Like for Yuma, getting to the Abyssal Blade is massive. Arteezy is forced to go BKB. This is where the Ricky hero becomes, like, he either becomes a liability or he wins the game. Like, there's almost no in-between for this type of hero. So they've got to start getting some big team fight wins. He's got to get the kills and start getting massive XP boosts and get to his actual damage items. But if that doesn't happen, if he, like, dies early in these fights, or the fights continue to just go Nouns' way, this hero contributes basically just Smokescreen.
Yeah, which is a good spell, but not the impact you're hoping from the carry. And the fact that he's underleveled, or not underleveled, but like he's behind the Ursa despite having the XP facet, that kind of shows the state of the game they're in right now.
Yeah.
Storm force double
So-
damage!
I'm curious what Copy's next item is going to be. I feel like Aghanim Scepter is so sick,
Dire's
but
top tower is under attack.
speaking of Ags, Gunner's got one queued up. Ooh, that thing is sick. I'm pretty sure they're well aware that's an illusion. They're looking for Yopaj Vortex in. The Parasma's going to start working its damage, but can they get him out? The arrow connects. BKB call comes through from Mind Control. Stampede in as well. They get on top of this guy. The Abyssal's there. Yopaj is in a rough spot. If he can get out, it would be huge, but surrounded now by the side of Nouns, broken as well. Gunner on top of Kitrek. Mortimer Kisses just raining in from the back side as Mind Control comes in, gets another call onto Yuma, but the Abyss is going to save it. A nice disruption as well. Gunner is just sitting on 6,000 HP. They can't find him, but they will get Yuma finally. Mind Control falls at the same time. Copy out of resources, forced to disengage. Copy needs to get away from this Ricky, but Gunner is like an immovable object. It's up to Yopaj now to find this kill. Force Staff to try and get him to safety. Disruption out from Lelis. And Nouns are out. They disengage somehow.
The prize is mine.
Wow, I thought I thought Nouns was winning that to start, and then Leshak actually lived long enough. Everyone's popping BKBs. He wasn't healing that much, but I guess they just kited well enough that the BKBs ended. Leshak started turning it. They got some kills, but I guess it dragged on even longer than that, and Nouns comes back out ahead. Yeah, I feel ran out of mana a bit. I don't know. No,
yeah.
Yopaj was going the whole time, but
I'm like trying to think back and I think what happened is like they were able to delay the initial burst with like overgrowth and the call like staggering them, and it was just barely enough to keep Lesh plus the Yules. Like they don't have a nullifier or anything yet, so like with that much time maybe you can sustain through it, but they did a really good job at targeting Scam, but he got that overgrowth off if I'm not mistaken. Like they get the Abyssal, but he still got to use his spell, didn't he? Maybe he didn't.
I can't remember. I will say, actually, I just realized Gunner has Havoc Hammer. He's got his shard, so in that fight, I do remember seeing him with like 8,000 health. So he's actually doing an insane amount of damage between Double Edge and Havoc Hammer. The best neutral item you can get on this hero, so
I'm surprised
maybe that's what started
Axe,
turning it a bit.
as opposed to like a heart, legitimately. Like I don't know how he dies if he gets a heart. He'll go up to like 100 HP regen.
Yes, the idea is he's saving someone with it, right? BKB saves someone, so
It makes him invulnerable now too, completely.
yeah, it is a little awkward though. Storm and Ursa are not really the types of hero who can do much on the cart.
Yeah.
It's much better with a hero like Sniper or like even a Leshrak if Leshrak was on his team.
Yeah.
So it's not really a damage item, as in like bring him into the fight. It really is just a saving item. Well, I guess we'll see how he uses it, but that's what I envision right now.
It's an extra Stampede just for himself without popping Stampede, right? Which is the other thing. So
Yes,
there
that's
is
true.
that. Like if he gets caught, he can, you know, potentially just like BKB and cart himself out without having to actually like pop Stampede for his whole team and then maybe reinitiate with the Stampede. Like there is other potential playmaking stuff that they can do with it, so we'll see. Tormentor goes down, Fly gets his shard. Not the most amazing, but does get an extra leap charge if I'm not mistaken now. So from 2 to 3. Shadow Demon does have his axe. Rune will spawn top. Arrow hits the Snapfire. That's funny. Shield Rune will probably end up getting picked up by the Lesh here, I'd have to imagine. Oh no, Ricky just denied it. Never mind. Don't want to risk going for it. And there's your damage item. So he does go back for the Daedalus, and he's almost level 25. Which usually you go the trick to the trade cooldown just so you can continue to spam it in team fights. But he doesn't have the Aghanim Scepter, so I'm not 100% sure.
How do you feel about Ricky's late game damage?
It's very good, but you need
Radiant are
other
scanning.
heroes to lock them down for you. So the Axe and the Leshrak can do it. Mortaricus has come through, jumping from Gunner. He gets the grab. The arrow just barely misses. Otherwise, Scam was in a rough spot. Jump on the backside. Copy's got Axe on a Hex. He's just trying to blow him up under 0. Can he get the call in time? He just gets the BKB trying to disengage. Scam's going to buy back into this game. Nouns need to back away for the moment, but can they? Yuma with the Enrage. He has a BKB trying to hold it for now. Gunner goes back in, pops his own BKB, doesn't get the catch there, but he's looking for Axe. Oh no, you've gone too far, Copy. You got baited. He's gonna have to buy back for this one.
trying to
BKB
heal
check.
mind control up. Because if he just jumps in and gets killed while he's calling, then, you know, that's not going to do too much. So they can't fight till he's healed all the way back up. Storm actually is not going to twin gate over yet. He bought back, TP'd up. He's a little scared to go through the twin gate. Is he walking?
I think he's checking for power rune most likely and walking. He's also going to get mid lane. He hit his level 25, so I mean, he does a ridiculous amount of damage. He almost 100 to 0 to the axe, but just barely missed. Roshan is up. This one has a refresher shard. This is a game-changing item. Coffee's going to come over to his team. They're going to pop the smoke. Maybe. Where is it? They have no Moonlight Shadow either. You guys, you're late. The Roche is falling.
Not the fastest Roche, but yeah, if they're taking too long, they might get here just in time, depending how many crits we get here.
Arrow into the. It actually hits the Roshan and they snatch it, but Yules will buy him at least a moment here to maybe get the ult up, but he can't. Gunner's gonna pop the card, try and save the Ursa. Instead, he's just running on top of the Leshrac. The Abyssal Blade is down. What is this shenanigans? Yuma, he's able to do whatever he wants. We thought, yeah, no way the Ursa is the person you put in the cart, but apparently it is. 4 heroes dead. The Aegis on the Ricky for the moment, trying to jump from one hero to the next. Can he get the bash? He cannot. He gets out on the tail end of that BKB. Apparently, Ursa in the cart is something else. Oh my god.
That is too funny. I think he also denied the refresher shard and Roshan's banner, which is so funny to me because Ricky had
they're on the
space.
axe.
Are they?
Yeah, they're on the axe.
Okay. Because they were in the pit for quite a while, and people had space, and then more people walked in. It looked like, I guess he was attacking Axe as Axe was picking them up. All right, at least they recovered those, but that was a really bad fight for them because of the... I guess Arrow just like scouted out everything going in and had the vision, and they just pick off Scam again, like right off the bat, isn't able to spam his spells.
That's a good Roshan's banner right there.
Ooh, that's useful, yeah. There's another one of those changes that makes breaking the high ground a little easier now.
I mean, you're gonna have invulnerable catapults getting to work here, and you have no real easy way of taking down these, taking down that Roshan's banner. I mean, Kitrak could potentially, but well, that's exactly what's gonna happen. Kitrak walks up, gets it. Catapults, they're not gonna finish it off. Okay, they do. They get the ranged barracks. Oh boy, what a game, dude.
75% miss rate. Couldn't clear out the barracks fast enough because he was missing so much.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
I can't believe the cart worked like that. So, I mean, he wasn't damaging the Ursa, so he wasn't healing from his Bloodstone, I think.
Yeah, not at all.
And Ursa was just whacking away, not losing any health during that. I think
He has
already
attack
used,
speed too.
I think he'd already used his other like Enrage and BKB, so
It's
that
one
was
hell
so
of a way to
funny.
extend the
That
Ursa's
was
life.
so funny, dude. I don't think I've ever seen it used like that. I mean, it's the same concept. It's the same concept as like Sniper Drowlina, but just seeing an Ursa maul someone from the top of a cart. That's peak comedy.
Yuma from the top rope.
Radiant's top tower is
Like,
falling.
it's just ridiculous. Like, what? It's so comical. It's so funny. Like, when was the last time we've seen Workhorse actually do anything in a pro game? You know, like that is. We knew it was gonna happen once the change to this patch, but that is just the last way I expected it to work.
As this game goes on, we really have a lot more infinite scaling in Dota nowadays. So we have galvanized charges, infinitely scaling. We have Centaur. We haven't even mentioned this, actually. We've been talking about other stuff. His innate ability is that he just gets 40 max health every 120 seconds. So that actually goes forever without needing to even get kills or assists. We have axe scaling armor. Right, there's actually just... Everything just goes forever now. Yeah, I was looking at Gunner, and I was like, why is he so tanky? He hasn't even double-edged anything. And I looked at it, and I was like, oh, yeah. He's just been getting 40 HP.
Dude,
He has
sitting at like almost
960
1,000
from it.
Yeah, almost 1,000
Yeah.
bonus health. Well, they're gonna push into the mid lane here. Shopify is behind them. I mean, if you manage to catch the supports. If you get the Shadow Demon, it's a great find. The Riki Illusion will kind of give away what's going on here. Compi's going to go immediately into the bottom lane here with this amplified damage and try and finish up that melee barracks, but no, he's going to force some TPs and he will back away towards his team.
Looks like Bloodthorn's about to be finished on Poppy.
Okay, he got his Axe on Riki. I mean, at this point, RTZ will farm absurdly fast. Like, he can one-shot every creep wave, every camp. Like, he can do a lot of damage in fights if they get the call onto multiple heroes. The question is if it's enough damage.
I think Snapfire should start building right-click. Oh, no, she went Mortimer Kiss's impact damage.
Yeah.
All right, maybe not. She's committed. Or she goes for the level 29 timing, as
The
one
level
does.
29 classic, yeah. My favorite.
We could get there, the way this game's going. 26k for
true.
Nouns is very comfortable, but we've seen in these games, you can throw it all the way very quickly.
Oh gosh, I just like keep thinking back to the Ursa scenario with the card. It's just so funny.
Yeah, I hope we don't have to think back. I hope we get to see it one more time.
Yeah, no, I want to
At
see
least
it some
once,
more.
please.
I don't know if you've noticed, Gunner's just sitting at 6,900 HP.
Nice.
Very
This
nice.
guy's yoked.
This guy hit the gym, bro. Oh my god.
I mean, what's his strength at? 246?
Yeah, it was only a matter of time.
NA
before he gets
maths.
hard.
Let me see. So, Havoc Hammer does what? 1.5 times your strength?
Yeah, something like that.
So Havoc Hammer does 544 damage every 10 seconds.
Smoke up onto the high ground, tries to find Yopaj with the Havoc Hammer, just barely off the mark, and they're gonna disengage here, not willing to overcommit. They jump in, they find Scam on a Hex! Oh, what a grab from Copy, and now going in, Gunner with the horse. He's got the Stampede still if he needs it, trying to close the gap, but this overload damage just destroys Shopify. RTZ gets caught on an arrow, and that is just, that's it, man. They're just all dead. They have no buybacks outside of Lesh and Treant Protector. Gunner has 11,000 health and is hasted.
Radiant's courier.
Gunner,
Okay,
forget that.
buddy.
Just go stand under the towers, Gunner.
Radiant's bottom
Just
barracks.
retaliate them with your... Ah, he lost the strength. He had like 450 strength there for a moment. So we're gonna get the buybacks. I gotta say, a
Radiant's
trend
middle
here that
tower
I've noticed
is
from
under
Nouns
attack.
winning all these fights, when Treant gets killed first, it is actually a pretty big difference on how the fight goes.
Oh, yeah.
Because Treant is not a good initiating hero because his ultimate is actually just a root. You can just dispel it. But as a counter initiation, it's really strong because it pierces BKB. So he wants to be waiting. He wants to be spamming these heals and like punching people and rooting them. But when you're just killed first, you just don't get that long-term value out of the Treant. And even if he lives a little longer, there is the counter from Shadow Demons with the constant dispels, but I just, finding Skem at the start of all these fights is just, it's opened up the fights for them.
Yeah, 5 seconds for the Ursa, 30 for the Riki to get back in this game. They're trying to just play mega creeps, and I feel like they're gonna do it. Gunner's like, get in the cart, boy, we're going home. The call comes through. Wait a minute, Ursa, not actually where he wants to be now, but he will blink to safety. Gunner, an immovable object, seemingly not caring about what they're doing. He will just walk away. Dude, disseminating on Gunner as well is ridiculous. He's just,
Did forget about that.
you can just return all of this damage.
Is that where all his, is this why he has so much health right away? He's gaining 15% of their health?
I have no idea. I literally don't even,
How does Disseminate even work?
I don't know. I haven't read the ability in a while.
No, when you use it on your ally,
Increases their health by 15%. Yeah,
Yeah,
he has
with this
the facet
facet.
for it.
I forgot this facet existed. So on the Centaur,
He just goes to like 8,000 HP.
yeah,
Like over 8,000, 8,800 HP or something.
crazy. Oh
This
my
is
god,
the
yes.
Takiest
Give
I've
him the
ever seen.
refresher. Double cart. Let's go.
Dude, can you? I don't think you can cast 2 cards at the same time. It'd be very funny, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't work that way. They'll put the refresher on to Poppy, maybe, or they're gonna hand it to Lelitz. Yeah, so he'll have 2 sets of demonic purges and cleanses for his team, as it is a 46,000 gold advantage. Mega creeps secured. And now, like, remember early on in the game when that spike looked so huge, and now it looks just like a tiny little
bump
hill
in the road.
It's like, oh no. Dota, what is Dota nowadays, man? Like, what? How did we get here? 13,000 HP
scaling.
heroes, you know.
Well, the infinite scaling from Axe, not doing well this game. He's only at 10. I think in the last game he had 10 at like 10 minutes. You know, it's a totally different game for him. So I was wrong. Nouns addressed it in the draft. I've been stood up and corrected.
This is the first time we've seen Centaur in the hands of Nouns for Shopify. I have a pretty strong feeling it's not making it through the draft next game, I'll be honest. This is a Gunner classic for sure.
We got Megas. What are they waiting for? Waiting for a good kickoff?
I think Copy is trying to farm 1 item really quick. What's he at on the Storm? It wouldn't surprise me if he's trying to get the Ags. Or, yeah, he bought the Ag sent out. So buyback maybe is what they're waiting for. I'm not 100%.
1,000 gold till buyback. I guess they got 3 minutes on Aegis, so you could probably give him a minute to farm and then go.
29 galvanized stacks. How
A
much
lot.
regen is that, bro?
9.7.
He just has 55 passive regen. That is wild.
And he has, what, 24 kills and assists in total, so he has 2.4 extra regen just from that
Radiant are
permanently, not
scanning.
including the temporary galvanized stacks.
Yeah. That is so sick. I mean, his mana bar is just like... His mana bar is the equivalent of Centaur's health bar.
Someone get a doubloon for this man. I want to see it.
Can you imagine? Gunner just gets doubloon on top of it. That would be so funny. I just want to break a record, man. Just give us the most HP we've ever seen in Dota.
I mean, the longer the game goes, the what's it called? Rawhide. It's getting work put in, man. He's at 1,120 HP from it.
Oh,
Call just
Copy.
off.
He's playing with them. He's got the Aegis, of course. His team not too far away. Well, there's a gobble up save potential from Yopaj. Or for Yopaj if they want to do it. Kitrak goes in, the Abyssal Blade cookies him to safety. Gunner on the backside will just cart his Ursa to safety. And actually pop the Stampede as well. A little bit afraid to commit that far. Tier 4 towers, a little bit difficult to siege thanks to Leshrak's constant split earth spam and this Tree Protector's heal. They do have the... I mean, the flag is just right on the high ground, unfortunately. You can only plant it so close. MC looking for the call. He's gonna find 2. The BKB is out. Lelis has got to try and save them. The demonic purge, the cleanse is there. Yuma gets the BKB. The turnaround, the refresher's there from the Axe. The second call isn't enough, but Copy just deletes the backline, and Ricky is on a sliver of HP. Les trying to heal, but the carded Ursa having some fun again. 3 heroes dead. Yopaj will be 4th, and this one will go to Nouns. They tied the series 1-1.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's
Well played game from Nouns. That was...
Nouns victory.
I think they were losing at the start, right? Shopify was pulling it in around that Leshrak, around some big fights that they found so long ago. I barely remember them. But yeah, now it's getting those, finally finding the fights they need, which is, I think, is a big breakthrough, because in all the games they've lost to Shopify Rebellion, which was like 3 before this one, it just felt like that was actually how they were losing. You know, it's like we build the lead and then we throw fights and it just gets out of our control. So I think a good morale win to be able to take it back in the opposite direction. Like, hey, they don't always outplay us. Like, we can do it if we, put our heads down, like focus up. Like, we've got it. So I think that's really good for them.
Yeah, I think, like I said, at the end of the draft, I did feel like Shopify were kind of limit testing here to see if they could make this Riki hero work. Smokescreen is one hell of an ability, don't get me wrong. But as a core hero, it feels like you're mostly just a smokescreen at the end of this game, and you just don't have the impact that like this Ursa does, right? Like, compare the damage output, 26,000 to 48,000, and I will say Copy had an insane Storm performance. It's one of the things we've been seeing this hero get banned a lot, and my god, this makes another good case for it. But there's only so many Phase 1 bans now, and both teams are starting to show that they've got some sick heroes that they play.
Yeah, and Nouns did a really good job helping him recover. He was having a terrible time. He almost got 1v1 by the Snapfire support until Leshrat came in and sniped that kill. But a few minutes later, he was right back up at the top of the net worth off the stacks Lelis did, off of them playing together, finding, I think, like a kill to get back in. So really, really nice plays to bring him back into that position.
Yeah, it really was. I was really worried for him early on, and yeah, those are some sick stacks from Lelis. So well played, Nouns, keeping their composure. They lost 3 in a row to Shopify up until this point. Morally, I think a lot of teams would kind of be down in the dumps, but they're back. They're feeling good. We'll see what they can do in game number 3. So we're gonna go to a short break, everyone, and we'll be back with more Nouns versus Shopify here in these North American qualifiers. We'll see you soon.
You move your body, it make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's cover. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. Electricity.
Welcome back, everybody. It is the North American qualifiers here for the Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup, and we are tied one apiece between Nouns and Shopify Rebellion. And I will say, really cool game number 2. Very exciting. Almost went to an hour long. So, you know, kind of par for the course with how this patch has been previously. But Shopify has kind of had Nouns' number up until this last game. Zach, what do you think was the big change? What went differently for Nouns?
I think two things in particular from the drafting. Well, it's a combination, I guess. So they picked Axe first on Shopify Rebellion, which in all these games, MC has been having incredible offlane performances. This time, revealing his hero first, whereas in all the other drafts, I think it came much later on. So they had more of an idea of what they were playing into. So maybe taking a new approach, seeing how that felt, and did okay to start, but we did not feel the same impact from his axe. He was much more countered by the Ursa, for example, and the Shadow Demon, which, like I said, I at first I was like, I'm not sure if they countered this axe enough, but they did. They had a handle on it. And then with that in mind, the final pick went to that Ricky, which we kind of knew off the bat. That felt weird, felt, experimental. Got to keep an open mind with the new patch though. So like, let's see how it played out. Yeah, didn't really feel the impact of that Ricky. And if you knew the lane match at that point, it was going to be Centaur and
Shadow
already
Demon.
forget. There we go. Heroes, yes. So you kind of already knew that lane. You could have picked a different carry to really stomp that, but maybe exploring the patch a little bit. Maybe they thought Ricky was the hero to do that. It just didn't pan out. Who knows? But didn't quite feel that impact. Had a couple cool fights, couple cool uses of smokescreen, but didn't feel more than maybe a different carry would have been able to do.
Yeah, I think the one thing that's interesting is like a lot of heroes in this patch got pretty massively buffed from the addition of innates and facets, right? They basically just gave them stuff for free, absolutely no downside. For Ricky, they just literally nerfed him. So I don't know like where or how this hero is going to get into the competitive scene. Like he does have the contract killer, which was just the old passive from the ult that is now his facet, which they did for a few heroes. And then his other one, you lose that, but you get the ability to farm like 3 to 5% faster. So it's like, it just doesn't feel like the hero fits super well into the current patch. But yeah, like I said, I don't hate them for trying it. I think as someone who has also tried this hero a ton, it's disappointing because you're like, this should be a good Ricky game, and then it just doesn't seem to have the impact that you want it to have. So we'll see what they do in this draft. I imagine they're not going to quote unquote experiment as much.
Yeah, you bring another attempt at your best forward here, get that next game up, then maybe experiment a little with one game up, or maybe you just want to close it out, right? It's a big tournament to qualify to, so you know how much experimentation you want to do now versus you got a couple weeks later to go scrim against other teams and experiment there. I think both teams are going to be probably full on try hard here. And in fact, I don't even want to say they weren't try harding that last game. I think it was a little bit different in terms of picks, but I'm sure they still wanted to win and they thought it could work, but maybe just a little off.
Yeah. I was taking a look at the coin toss, what people want to do here. Shopify won this one. They're going to go first pick Nouns. They're going to go Radiant. So I think that is the opposite of what we saw last game, right? Complete swap around, right? We saw Shopify on Radiant. Nouns had the first pick where they grabbed the Storm Spirit. So we'll see what ends up doing to the draft and how these teams want to kind of plan around it. For Shopify in the first game, they got the first pick Zeus. I don't think that one's making it through the draft anymore, but now you have to also consider the Storm Spirit, the Templar Assassin, the Weaver. Like, there's a lot of heroes you have to consider going into this. So we're going to jump into game 3's draft, and we'll see what they come up with. It's going to be the first ban Weaver from Shopify. That makes sense. You can only get rid of so many heroes.
I really want to see this hero.
10 seconds.
It is very annoying to deal with though, as a carry or support, just that flex value.
5 seconds
And
remaining.
then Skitter Step, I think, is the better facet.
Nouns, turn
But the
to
XP
ban.
from Hive Mind's pretty interesting. It's been finding a lot of success in pro level pubs, and when it slips through the draft, a lot of
10
teams like to take
seconds
it. But
remaining.
apparently in NA, everyone decided no bugs allowed, and he's been banned.
5
And I
seconds
think every
remaining.
game, I think once he slipped through the second phase of banning, but.
Shopify Rebellions turn to
Oh, interesting. They go for the Phoenix. So I was curious if they were going to ban the... I thought they might ban the Zeus and leave Phoenix Storm in and kind of force Shopify to make a choice there. But they get rid of the Centaur as well. Now you have your double ban.
10
So
seconds remaining.
maybe it's Storm Zeus. I don't think you want to leave
5
both of those in.
seconds
If you leave one of them through, I'm sure Shopify bans one and picks the other.
Nouns, turn
You're
to
gonna leave the
ban.
tiny in if you do that, though.
Dude, you're right. So are you just going to give them the Storm?
10 seconds remaining.
Shopify Storm. What could be more classic?
5 seconds remaining.
The only thing that would make it more classic if it was
Shopify
Abed playing it.
Rebellions
And they get
turn
rid of
to
the Tiny.
ban.
I think you're right. You have to ban the Tiny. It's just looked way too strong.
10 seconds remaining.
Now we did
5 seconds
see
remaining.
we saw a Storm pick earlier that got handled by Copy. Actually, Copy playing Death Prophet against that Storm really put the pressure on him. So there are some answers to Storm. It just looks really good when he has a good game. And actually, in that last game, Storm started off on a really rough footing versus that Leshrac. So maybe there are
Shopify
answers to Storm, and that's why they're willing to let it go through
Nouns,
here.
turn to pick.
Yeah, so there it is. They know that Shopify's going to pay. They're like, guys, if we let it through, we know they're going to take it. So maybe that makes it a little easier to draft against. Let's see what their response is. You don't have to pick your mid-hero counter here, but I don't really think there's a lot of flex for
10
Storm Spirit. I think he's a
seconds
really
remaining.
good mid laner, and you can kind of meme with it in the other roles and pubs, but at the
5
pro level, I
seconds
think you
remaining.
want him to be your mid. So you could reveal your mid here as a counter, knowing they can't flex it. You know, maybe there's something else they want.
I'm trying to think back to like some of the main heroes they've picked and that they've liked.
picked
The Enchantress,
Muerta a
Dark
lot.
Willow, yeah, Dark Willow, Muerta, are all still
Dragonite?
available. Yeah, Dragonite's in. But
Leshrac's pretty good too. I mean,
yeah,
he's
I was like
still in.
the other option is like, do you just pick the Lesh and try and play the Lesh into Storm? There's also Puck. Like, Copy plays a very good Puck as well. I do know that much, and it's not a hero we've been seeing a ton of, but it does typically play well into the Storm Spirit. It just comes down to who gets that level 6 first a lot of the times.
Shopify Rebellions, turn to ban.
Okay, did you grab the Dark Willow?
She's a hero who gets banned a lot in these first phases, so the fact that she slips through, I'm not surprised to see her picked up. Thought maybe we'd see a more direct response to the Storm, but
Shopify
Dark Willow does bring a lot of
Rebellions,
control
turn
that
to
Storm does
ban.
not like to deal with. You drop the brambles down. If he happens to zip into it, it's a real big pain for him. He is kind of able to dodge the other stuff. Actually, he can even dodge brambles. He can zip past it, but at least in the early game, it means you're using a lot of mana for that. So it is a bit of a pain, and you can, like,
10
she won't be the
seconds
only
remaining.
response to it. If you have another hero with a fairly quick stun, she could be the follow-up,
5
such as
seconds
terrorize
remaining.
into it, force him to just like run around for a little bit in his fear, and that gives you time to kill him or throw another spell to control him. So it's just a good generic support pick here, and I guess they wanted to save their mid pick till they saw more of the heroes.
Nouns,
Yeah, you do have some
turn to
options
ban.
on what you want to pair with the Dark Willow, because you could go for someone who's like a Blink Stun Initiator that you can throw your Bedlam on, and that can sometimes be just enough damage to help secure the kills on a Storm Spirit. Something like Slardar is always something to keep in mind. You could also look for the
10
Night Stalker,
seconds remaining.
which we saw in our earlier game. They go ahead and ban out the
5
DK,
seconds
the Death
remaining.
Prophet, to kind of, again, a Blink Stun Initiator, but also the Silence and just the general lane matchup against Death Prophet is not great for Storm.
Axe was actually having some pretty good calls versus the Storm Spirit, and I think Axe is, I mean,
Nouns,
one game does not
turn
mean
to
Axe is a
pick.
bad hero. It's just
Shopify Rebellions,
first picking it
turn
gave
to
more
ban.
room to counter. Okay, yeah, we're going for it. There
Yeah.
is still room to respond to it. I mean, like, literally Ursa and Shadow Demon are still in the pool if you wanted to do that. Not that you have to do it right away, but yeah, I think Nouns just showed that Axe is
10 seconds remaining.
you can deal with it, you know. So
Shopify
Shopify's been playing a bunch. Let's see what their
Rebellions.
answer to the Axe is. Yeah, so yeah, Shadow Demon's pretty good versus Axe. We'll do that too.
Okay.
Nouns, turn
Well,
to pick.
There's the Clockwork too. All right, I mean, these are really good supports against the Axe. Whether or not the Shadow Demon's in his lane or not, we'll have to see. I think a lot of times we've been seeing the 5th position Clockwork, and it does well into the Axe lane.
Yeah, I
don't
think
think
you can
they're
flex
too
as
worried.
needed
10
here.
seconds remaining.
They're gonna have to reveal more
5
lanes. I think you
seconds
want to pick your
remaining.
mid here. Probably save the last pick for carry, because I feel you already know your mid matchup in Storm. Like, just pick someone, a generic
Nouns,
mid laner
turn
who will
to
do
pick.
well, contribute a lot. Yeah, like Void Spirit, that'll be fine. Void Spirit also has several ways to get away from Clockwork, and if you do happen to get disrupted, you might still be able to dodge out of that combo of like whatever else is coming up next. So I think that's a solid pick.
10 seconds remaining.
And then I guess another support.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what their support's gonna be.
5 seconds remaining.
Lelis is the one that usually plays the Dark Willow, so it should be Dark Willow Axe lane. So I think right now it's Fly's weighing his options into the enemies, and he's gonna go for a Crystal Maiden, so something with a little bit more control, right? You have the Frostbite to try and maybe lock down Storm if he gets in maybe a little bit too deep or too aggressive. Freezing Field always a very good ability for team fights if it can't get canceled.
Yeah, which
10
this game has
seconds
actually several
remaining.
ways already to do it. I'm a little interested in that because I also think like Shard on
5
Shadow
seconds
Demon,
remaining.
you dispel a lot of what Crystal Maiden does. Now, of course, that probably isn't coming right away. You rarely see it picked up at like 15 minutes from the Shadow Demon, but I'm curious. I'm curious what they want from the Crystal Maiden here. It is a relatively solid laner, but there's already some heroes you don't love to deal with. See, for Shopify, we need a carry or an off laner here. You do know your safe lane matchup. You see the Axe. It's probably the Dark Willow with it. So you just want to pick a carry into that.
Shopify Rebellion's turn.
I'm going to pick their offlaner first, Sand King. So that's a first for us on this stream, I
Clown's
believe.
Turn to ban.
This hero is pretty good. I'm a little bit surprised it has like not been picked more. But I love this. I got to play it for the first time the other day. His new ability, I think it's just
10
called, is it
seconds
just called
remaining.
Stinger?
I think so.
Yeah, that ability is super sick.
5 seconds remaining.
It's cool. But if you can keep your distance, it's a very short cast range. It is literally like right in front of him.
Turn
The
to
same like
ban.
melee attack range, I think. So I guess you might want a ranged carry with that in mind to keep your distance from the Sand King. I do like, it's a very instant stun from the Sand
10
King Burrow
seconds
Strike, so
remaining.
that will help you with catching Void Spirit, catch this Dark Willow before
5
she can Shadow
seconds
Realm
remaining.
perhaps. The Aghanims on Sand King I think is really good. That could give you a
Shopify
way to,
Rebellion's turn
it's
to
a little
ban.
chance based, but you could chain stun this mobile Void Spirit and give you a way to, even if you don't stun the Crystal Maiden to start and then she starts channeling her ultimate, you might just have the Bouncy House going, hit her with that. There's a lot of control. Frees up your
Yeah.
carry pick to, it could just be pure damage and that would
10
be fine.
seconds remaining.
I'm curious what carry they can actually pick on Shopify here now that
5
Axe
seconds remaining.
is, I mean, they banned like the big counters, right? Lifestealer and Ursa. Those are the two that like you really don't want to have to play against. So I'm curious what they have in mind here for the safe lane.
Shopify Rebellion's
Get rid of
turn to
Anti-Mage.
pick.
Okay, I mean, that hero is actually really annoying for Sand King. And of course, Storm Spirit never enjoys that matchup, so good heads up play there, or good heads up ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds.
Plenty of reserve time
remaining.
here for both teams to kind of think about what they want to do on this last pick.
Do a ranged hero that doesn't mind jungling too much.
Noun's turn to pick.
Okay, that's a good call. The Clinks.
All right. I was briefly considering like maybe an illusion hero because you have the Shadow Demon, but I guess you don't want to have to do an illusion-based hero versus an axe. So yeah, Clinks. Clink should do okay
10
in the laning
seconds
stage. He has
remaining.
good attack range. You can stay away from the axe, not get called, at least to start, till the Blink Dagger comes
5
into play.
seconds remaining.
And this hero just brings an insane amount of damage, and you've got several teammates here to set things up for you. Got a couple different builds you can go. I don't know what's settled down as like the ideal build first for Clinks, but I think it does depend a little bit on what the opponent carry pick is going to be here. But you can do like Deso, Gleipnir. There's some different options for you.
I'm trying to think if there's any like specific Yuma heroes that are left in that he would want to play into these matchups. Because Sand King is a pretty lane dominant hero now. Like with the change to Stinger, if you are anywhere near this when he just because you can just ground target it, right? You just ground target it in the center of the wave and it just pops everything.
You may now
Yeah, so you have to
select
pick a
your
ranged
heroes.
hero. So they go for the gyrocopter. I think
Pretty
they're
short
pretty
range
safe.
hero.
Yeah, it is, but I think it's still pretty good for the team fight overall.
I think so. Flat cannon, you'll be able to hit a lot of different heroes here. Wherever Axe gets the call, Dark Willow has a bunch of different AoE control. People could be spread out from the fight, but you'll be able to hit everything with the flak. Or if you're like trying to clear out skeletons, you'll still be flat cannon hitting other people in the fight, which could be pretty useful as like this short range hero. You maybe don't want to get too close, but if you can just like attack skeletons and flak still shoots out to everyone else, that's pretty good.
10
Any
seconds
cool
remaining.
facets? We
I'm
are
looking
going to
if
see
anything is there,
Clinks
but
is taking the
5
facet
seconds
that allows
remaining.
him to teleport, I think. I don't
It's
remember
way
the names
better.
for all of them. It is?
Yeah, engulfing step is way better. It gives you 2 charges of this ability, and in the middle of a fight, like being able to just instantly blink, like even if it's like 600 to 800 units or whatever, is pretty massive, and you could just use it on your own skeleton. So even if you're not near like a creep wave, like you come out of invis, you like kind of kite back a little bit. If they're trying to go on you, you just blink over, keep attacking, and yeah, it's pretty good. Like I think. Okay, I say that he just changed the suppressive fire. Forget it. Doesn't matter. Who cares? Thanks, RTZ. No big deal.
I suppose. So I haven't seen it myself. Both seem interesting. I guess the idea of being able to move around the fight could be pretty good depending on what the heroes are. But I guess when it comes to flat cannon, it doesn't really matter where you're standing, and maybe making gyro miss. That's what suppressive fire does, right? Is this the one with mischance, that stat?
mischance per auto attack from you and skeletons.
Okay, yeah. So maybe he's thinking that will have more impact. Or maybe he'll swap again one more time and bait us again.
Yeah, let me see if I can find the exact numbers. So 5% stacking mischance. Okay. So it also gives you 300 attack range bonus and strafe, which is actually kind of nice. So it's there's some good benefits to it. We'll have to see if it ends up making a difference in the game. Like it's one of those things that's like kind of hard to keep track of, like when it actually matters. But we are jumping into game number 3 here between Shopify and Nouns. It is tied 1 apiece, and it should be a very exciting one. I can't wait for this one.
Oh, don't mind me. Just a wee
I'm
fairy
looking
going
forward
about her
to see the
business.
fabled Shopify Rebellion Storm Spirit. World famous.
Never had a chance.
JRTZ Clinks is also pretty classic.
Yeah, it really is. Apparently, Mind Control loves his Sand King. I had no idea.
Oh, that's true. I didn't know. I think the Sandstorm
30
changed
seconds
to
to battle.
Dust Devil, the facet, so it no longer breaks when you walk out of it. It will just follow you. I think that adds a lot of cool utility in team fights, especially if you do get the Aghanims. You can like pop your W, blink far away, and it just like it's this moving tornado through a team fight that might knock you up.
Yeah.
And
As
it's
soon as
pretty
you, as soon as you burrow strike as well, it instantly teleports a Sandstorm on
Mhm.
top of you. So it's
Yeah.
like it just makes this
battle
hero
begins.
so much better in every aspect. Like, yes, you're not invis during Sandstorm, but like being able to use like literally half as much mana to farm because your Sandstorm just never disappears ever. Like it can't be removed once it's cast. So you just walk from lane to creeps and then back to lane, back to jungle camp, and you're just like farming with this Sandstorm that follows you wherever you go.
Yeah, we got some shenanigans in this bottom lane here. So they're blocking this first creep wave. Gyro's trying to match it, but I think it's a little too late. Creeps are still going to go into the tap. Well, oh, he almost did it. That was really close. So this will push out pretty quickly. Even though he does get it to come back out, it's already 4 versus 3 in the creeps. So it looks like this is their adaptation. Sand King destroys melee heroes. They try to take a gyrocopter to avoid it, but if you just get the lane to shove in and you can now control the lane back there, then you'll still get yourself through these first few levels.
Yeah, I think Mind Control is just going to play this slow. Like he knows that the lane will be.
Gunner
at his
taking a lot of
advantage.
damage top.
Oh, wait, you're right.
He
Gunner?
got bounced wrong with the cogs.
Dire's current
He's just
has been
dead.
destroyed.
To the pause. Oh, okay, it's his own teammate. It's his own teammate. Gunner
I
lag?
really hope that wasn't an issue with the
No, it's
Dark
headset.
Willow, but
Looks like it's a headset issue.
eh.
No, he got, it was a good power cogs from the clockwork. It bounced the axe back. I think he got 3 bounces off the cogs, which is a lot of damage at this point. It's like 70 mana, and if you got 3 cogs, that's 300 damage. That's like some of the best damage from mana conversion you could possibly get.
Yeah, we saw Skem doing this yesterday on his clockwork, and he was just destroying people.
Oh, and they might get this pull too in the top lane?
Dude, that would be... Yep, they got the range creeps. That's pretty bad.
They should be able to at least get some of the XP, but both getting denied. Oh, okay, one denied. At least the creeps got it, so you still get full XP for that. Okay, not as bad as it could have been, but still nice that they got that. Mid lane, Storm Spirit at the top. This is why they always take it, guys. Look at him there. 11-3 to the 6-1.
Lelis just walking on through to block the creep camp, and we'll just go back to the lane. Yeah, 13-3 on Storm Spirit. My gosh. I mean, you pick the Void Spirit not necessarily for the lane, but because the game matchup is pretty good. But yeah, it's a really rough start still. And he needs to just go grab that water rune. Yeah, can't really afford to not get some regen.
Denied.
My gosh. Yeah, that's super super annoying to play against. Ooh, nice little... Oh, wow, it doesn't actually pull him in the tower range. Well, Yopaj walks in by mistake. But, I mean, he's just winning the trade wars constantly. Top lane, I don't know if, like, really anything's going to happen. I feel like mid lane, there's not going to be much action. I feel like top lane we might see something, right? If they're able to get on top of the Clinks here, which, well, actually he walks into 2 brambles. Gotta be careful there, Arteezy. It's a lot of damage to give up. Oh, the cogs, Skem. All right, he's having fun with that.
Fortunately for Gunner, it's still level 1 cogs. Otherwise, that would be more than double the damage he just took.
Yeah.
You get nothing.
It's funny. Both these supports are heroes that... Oh, wait, mid lane. Real close.
Copy and Yopaj getting low. Copy. No spells left in the tank for him, as both heroes survive just barely with a stick. And we're going to see a TP into the mid lane from the Dark
Want to
Willow.
shut him down.
Yeah, they want to prevent the Wisdom Rune, or the Water Runes, but unfortunately for Copy, Yopaj will get the bottom one thanks to Kitrak, and he's got a huge wave he has to deal with here, so good disruption. Wait a minute, there's a Vortex available as well. Dissimulate, he has to give it up. Lelis will just take the rune instead. He's just
Still
dead.
falls to the Shadow Poison.
2 points in Shadow Poison.
Yo, huge move from Kitrak there.
And the D ward. Oh no.
Oh, sweet.
That is really rough.
Well, that just tipped the mid lane quite a lot. Now Storm is
Stupendous.
definitely going to hit 6 first, which puts a lot of threat on the Void Spirit. Fortunately, Void does have a mobility skill, even without his ultimate, so might be able to still stay in the lane, not get totally kicked out like you see some mid laners do if they lose 6 first. But it does mean like maybe Storm, if he doesn't want to look mid, could make a rotation to the side while Void Spirit just has to catch up on 6.
Gunner's having a pretty good time in the off lane. It looks like he's starting to pull away in CS here. sitting at 34 and 7. RTZ not too far behind. It's really just Mind Control that's struggling a little bit in the off lane, and it is expected, right? Like, you didn't really like Sand King's not known for being an incredibly strong lane hero. Well, they do manage to grab Scam. They're just gonna try and clean up the cogs as well. A little bit of gold every single time that happens. Okay, so maybe the last hits are a little bit inflated now that I think about it because of the cogs.
I don't think too many are last on
Mid
the
lane.
cogs, though.
Another rotation from Kitrak. They just really want to get this level 6 power rune into the hands of the Storm Spirit.
Radiant are scanning.
Radiant scan bottom, but Yopaj is top, and it's a haste rune. That's quite nice for him.
This'll come in handy.
I think they also scouted Dark Willow making stack, so that could be a decent use of your time as well. If you don't think you can get a gank off, you just steal that stack.
This Crystal Man's in a lot of trouble. They're going to try and turn it around onto Mind Control here. He just barely doesn't get his next kill off, but Lelis is coming by. A nice Bramble Maze. Mind Control gets the Burrow Strike
Radiant's
away.
bottom tower
Dude, these
is
2
under
points in the
attack.
Sandstorm's a lot of work, but Yuma should get him inevitably, yeah, with the rundown of the Rocket Barrage.
Yeah, Afterburner helping out in those kind of situations, making sure people can't get away from you.
Gunner is having a little bit of a fight here with the Clockwork, but Storm, he's thinking of just zipping for this rune maybe. He's coming over with that haste. Fly will see him. Copy's coming in as well. Remnant on in. Copy goes for the rune. He snipes it. Scam's gonna fall quite low, try and maybe deny himself here on over to these ancient creeps, but Yopaj, he gets a kill. He gets the bounty or the wisdom rune and he gets out. Well, actually, does he? There's a Dark Willow coming as well, and he does not have a ton of mana left.
He's here to maybe help out. Ooh, Bramble's gonna reveal he's here. Call through Invis. Okay, fortunately, Clinks has a lot of attack range, so he actually didn't get dragged until the very end of the call. Otherwise, he might get pulled into other Brambles and be in some trouble there. All right, pretty good for Shopify Rebellion, since Yopaj did manage to escape, and looks like he's gonna get a bottle refill as well.
Dire's middle tower is under
That's a
attack.
really good usage of that haste rune. We don't really see that too often, but a lot of mid laners, if it's the 6-minute haste, we've seen them use it for the 7-minute wisdom. Like it's a pretty sick rotation to just get from mid lane over to there.
Track making some big stacks in the triangle with Shadow Poison.
Yopaj is gonna try and take some stacks here as well.
This
He
would be a
sees
huge
Lelis
steal.
doing this, and he's just gonna walk in with Scam, put some pressure, and yeah, Yopaj, if you don't do anything to stop this, he's gonna just walk away with a massive increase of net worth again. And
Sorry, he
Lelis
killed
now in
Lelis
trouble.
too?
Lelis is just dead.
It's a good
Can
Brambles.
he chase?
Okay.
Okay, no, Yopaj is not going to chase. Now Scam in trouble. Gunner's finally level 6, so does have Culling Blade. Does have Cogs and Battery Salt in 1 second. Meanwhile, bottom side, they're looking for Mind Control, trying to finish him off. He's getting incredibly low. Yuma, they're trying to just play it from range. Gets him with the flat cannon. Very nice. And Gunner will finish off the kill onto the Clockwork. Now in comes this Storm. Oh my goodness, the damage from the Gyro! Just melted right through that Storm Spirit.
That is a max rocket barrage, so he was doing a lot of damage there in that route.
Okay, off to a good start for Yuma. Those 3 kills are going to put him at the top of the net worth chart. RTZ's not far behind, but a very even game at the moment.
This is kind of why you see gyrocopters do this. Like, there used to be a build where you would go max flat cannon, possibly even skip rocket barrage. But rocket barrage got buffed a little bit, and he's got a crystal maiden on his team, so you can use rocket barrage to farm. And if you happen to get into a fight, it does a lot of damage, and we kind of see that come into play right there, picking up that storm kill.
Looks like Mind Control is the one getting some priority here on clearing up these stacks,
Dire's
but
bottom tower is under attack.
it doesn't work so good with this facet. It makes it a little bit difficult. So it's a slow, but
I feel like Hitrak's picking up a lot of
yeah, I
this.
was gonna say Kitrak looks like he's actually getting most of them with the Shadow Poison.
This is great. I stacked it. I farmed it. The Sand King's taking my experience, but whatever, you know, it's fine.
All right, level.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
A nice rotation bottom. Clockwork is here, ready for the hook shot. He's got him, and then on top of Yuma they go. All Cooldown is there. Can they keep Yuma alive? It's going to be close, but no. He's the first to fall. Mind control on the backside, kind of low. In comes Gunner on the axe, looking to get active. Copy. Does he have a target? He does not. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Very nice trade if you're Shopify, as Yopaj just sights another stack.
Another one?
Dude, how many stacks are there on the map right now? I feel like Yopaj is just
not
got
a lot
so
left
many.
anymore.
He's
So-
taking so much money away from Nouns.
Yeah,
actually.
it's really big because the stacking's really valuable to do on supports, but it does take up your time, and you don't get a reward for it until your teammates clear it. Once they clear it, that's when it was worth it. But if the enemy steals it, you committed time making stacks, and you don't get any of the golden XP if the enemy is the one clearing it out. So it's essentially not only stealing farm from the enemy cores, but also wasting the time of the enemy supports. So when you can steal stacks that large, and you somehow do it everywhere across the map, that's a huge win.
Yeah. I mean, you can see in the support net worth, right? Shadow Demon is just super rich compared to the Crystal Maiden and the Dark Willow, despite the fact that there's probably about an even distribution of stacks across the map.
Yeah, they probably both spent a similar amount of time doing it, but yeah, that's the difference when your own team is able to clear it out.
All right, Yopaj has a very early Kaya. Sitting on... He's going to go in. That's a nice grab here. The Bedlam offering so much damage to finish off Scam. It will work. The root from the Crystal Maiden. The Terrorize is going to follow. And that is a great kill. Fantastic rotation in from Fly. And I was going to say he's got a few stacks on the Storm Spirit. Well, they're all gone now. So much golden XP going their way.
Yeah, these deaths are pretty painful because he's losing all his galvanized charges.
That's what I'm saying. He just had 4, and now he's down to 1.
Was that 2 deaths since he got 6? Yeah. So despite stealing all those stacks, maybe losing where it counts, because now with galvanized, you really do want kills more than anything.
Radiant
How close are we to
scanning.
Ags on this Sand King? He's another
1,500.
1,500.
Yeah. It's
Arteezy
interesting that
did
he's
go for
rushing it.
Deso.
Well, that was a blink first on Gunner. There it is. Just goes right in, but an immediate turnaround. They were baiting hard. There's going to be the hook shot in. Remnant to maybe keep Gunner alive. They get the clockwork, but Gunner will fall. Copy will get the disengage as well. That's a sick bait from Shopify. Sitting behind him on Kitrak and Arteezy with that brand new
Radiant's bottom
Desolator.
tower is under attack.
Very rare that you see a Deso first item on a Clinks, but he's going to get that damage ramping.
Yeah, it's like one or the other. You're either going Maelstrom first. I think Arteezy just stole the bounty rune from the Storm bottle. You're either going Maelstrom or Deso first. And I think if you want to kill enemy heroes, the Deso's a little bit better. Which I think with the Storm
Fly.
Spirit infinite scaling, that's what you're interested in. Hey, goodbye,
Yeah.
Crystal Maiden.
Yeah.
All
well,
right, 2
just
more
like
Deso
that.
charges and 3 more galvanized charges.
Dire's
Harun
middle
is
tower
bottom.
is under
Unlucky
attack.
there for
Radiant's top tower
Copy is
under
an
attack.
amplified damage rune would have been massive. Kitrak gets the deny. And we're back to a pretty much split even game. The thing is like this Clinks will start just destroying your towers if you do not deal with it. And Skem's gonna steal another Wisdom rune away from Nouns. That is pretty rough. Bramble does connect, but not wanting to really chase. Gunner, I think, not close enough to go for the blink call. Well, maybe he is. We'll go for the call now, but there's no Bedlam on top of him. Does get dropped finally, as he's going to try and finish off this kill. Curse Crown is there, and a free Calling Blade stack going his way. Okay.
Axe chops you down to size.
Fortunately, Nouns is managing to find these kills, because otherwise it would be a really big difference in the supports between the Wisdom runes always being stolen and the stacks being stolen. There's actually still a difference despite those kills, where the Noun supports are about a level behind.
And see. Nice disruption from Kitrak. Fly here on the backside. Has a freezing field, just trying to do what he can. Yopaj is going to go in, gets on top of the gyrocopter. Yuma gets bursted thanks to the damage from Kitrak. And Fly will be next. Yopaj double kill on the Storm. Yeah, try to commit for the Sand King. The hero is too damn tanky, and now they're looking for more.
Catch having a great game.
Yeah.
He's doing so much. From one, winning that mid lane with the rotation, then getting that kill, doing all the big stacks. Then now he's had multiple fantastic disruption saves. So just getting a lot done for his team.
Yeah, and off that, Mind Control gets his Aghanim Scepter. So Bouncy House is online. Only one team enjoys the Bouncy House. The other one, more of a House of Pain.
Are scanning.
Good scan from the Dire. That would have been a dead Storm Spirit going for that rune. As they saw the flare come out, so Copy's like, there's a clockwork somewhere behind us, but they want to go for this mid-tier 1 tower. Grouping up here next to the Gyrocopter Gunner, ready to go with a call. Oh, they have Vision of Kitrak. That's the hero you want to get. He's had too many good calls this game, or saves this game. There's the dunk from Gunner. That's a kill streak as well, so an even bigger kill bounty going to him.
Should be able to get a D ward. That's a pretty suspicious place to get Blink called. So they should come back for it, but Nouns, maybe they can bait it. Maybe they can hang around in this area.
Yeah, I think they'll expect it to kind of be behind the tower in the middle of the lane, but if you put a sentry there, you're going to find it no matter what, so that ward shouldn't last long. Whether or not Nouns continue to play around it, we'll have to find out, but... Alright. Dude, I feel like every single time these two teams have played together, the first like 15 to 20 minutes has been really close. Copy.
Spots the observer.
Yeah.
He goes for it. Axe in the area. They don't know that. Kitrak did get a blink. I like this a lot. He does not want to get blink called again. He knows his job is to save heroes. So we're just going to see him sit way the hell back in these team fights.
Scam bottom side here just gets picked off. Fly will be next. Did not last long. All right. A 1-for-1 trade. But again, every single one of these, every single one of these kills that goes their way, Arteezy's happy. More Deso damage.
Middle tower is under attack.
Storm back to 11 galvanized charges. It was looking bad, but it's caught back up pretty quickly. Oh, I guess he did get his level 2 ult. That's part of it.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
All right, where are we at on Yuma? He is, I think that is the Axe. It's on the way. So that's a nice pick off.
On Axe.
Axe on the bottom side. Never mind, Yuma's in trouble. Yopaj makes the dive across the map to get the kill. Know about that ward now, but Copy debating on chasing. Yopaj doesn't have a ton of mana to work with. They're actually not going to go.
I guess even if he did jump forward, the other supports are too far behind. So you're not really going to catch him. But yeah, that's a little painful.
Sand King problem, man. This guy is so farmed.
I love watching Bouncy House. I don't like being in the Bouncy House. You're right. Bouncy House, being in the Bouncy House, not as funny as watching people be in the Bouncy House.
Yeah. Again, looking for an opening here once again. Puts a nice ward here on the other side of this tree line, but will they be able to find Copy? He's looking for Lelis. Astral steps on through. Okay, not on the same page. They want to just disengage.
Stupendous.
And Storm, he's got an Eternal Shroud. So we've seen this a few times, right? In really heavy magic damage lineups. Ooh, blink call from the Axe, trying to pull him in. Kitrak does have disruption, but the rest of the team is so far away, and Arteezy is beelining it in. They drop the ward sentry up immediately.
Dire's top tower
And
is
he
under
did see them
attack.
place the ward, so
Dire's structures are fortified.
yeah, that's gonna get de-warded here real fast.
Both teams scared to approach it, actually.
I mean, you have two heroes showing top. I don't know if you
Dire's
can.
top tower has fallen.
You don't really know where the clockwork is. Shadow Demon's just gonna send illusions to get the free D ward. There's no way you can afford to let that happen, right? Dang, that hurts.
Yeah, they're just too scared to show. They don't know. Sand King's jungling, but they can't see him, so they're really worried about stepping up there and getting caught in a huge AoE.
We're going to see 2 Eternal Shrouds done here in just a moment. And RTZ, I believe, closing in on a BKB. Yeah, about 1,000 gold away.
Radiant are scanning.
Yuma is still staying pretty farmed. Like, to the credit of Nouns, like, it looks like they've been on the back foot for quite a while, but they're not too far behind in terms of the net worth. And Gyrocopter staying at the top is at least good sign for them. If he manages to get really farmed, like, he could potentially stand his ground up against the Shopify draft. You're gonna need something else, though, because with double Eternal Shroud coming out, I wonder if you're gonna just, like, too much of your damage is magic. And I don't know how you're gonna find kills onto this Sand King fast enough, you know?
Yeah, it'll be tough, especially if he manages to Sandstorm first and you're trying to kill him and being hit by all the different spikes.
Very nice grab.
If you
If
could...
counter. Whoa. Gets the dunk. Copy came in, almost tried to steal it, but I mean, Axe is getting armor, and in this game against the Clinks is pretty damn good.
Yeah, he's having a decent game. He's at, what is that, 10? 10 Code of Blood stats?
10 coats, yeah.
Compare that to last game. I think MC had 10 at like 40 minutes or something.
Dire's top
So
tower is under attack.
having a much happier Axe game than last
Radiant's
time.
bottom tower is under attack.
What is RTZ's item? Yeah, it is the BKB. After that, he's going to go for the shard. Okay. Yo Punch, thinking of going mid. Won't find him. So, very similar to what we've been seeing in these matchups, right? It's 13-13, almost no gold lead. Both teams kind of just waiting for the fight that breaks open the game. Is there a specific item Nouns are looking for, like, before they can start fighting? And, like, for Shopify, I feel like it's RTZ's BKB, which he just got, but is there anything else?
I think Storm is also working on a BKB, so lining up these BKB
Dire's
timings
top
and
tower
then
is under attack.
maybe Roche, maybe forcing Roche.
There's the double BKB.
Radiant's
You're right,
middle
yeah. So
tower
Storms
is under
and
attack.
Clinks' BKB are online.
Do you have heroes who are pretty decent at contesting with these AoE, like AoE call, flak, call down, all in that small area? But looks like Shopify Rebellion's going to be the first to set up, and it's hard to break in once that happens. And actually, unless they head over like right away, they are not going to make it in time.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty dang quick thanks to the Deso from the Clinks.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, okay. So first Roche will just go easily to the hands of Shopify. He did take it on Radiant side, so it is one of those things that it makes it a little bit easier for Nouns later to contest if it ends up going back their way. Aegis into the hands of Yopaj, an immediate smoke, and they're going to hit the portal to the top side. They do scan the gate, know that nobody is there. It is Lelis, potentially getting scouted under a ward. He's going to go for the TP on out, and he is safe.
You do have to be careful about going up this high ground. Axe call into all the brambles to terrorize as your teammates run up. Got the flak cannon going the whole time. It's not an easy high ground, so wouldn't be surprised if this first one,
Dire's bottom
you know,
tower
you're just
is
taking
under
some of the
attack.
tier 2s and just hanging on. Sometimes you see teams poke. Maybe if you get a kill.
Yeah, copy Astral Step 1, Astral Step 2. He's got a Manta, does grab the Storm Spirit to get a little bit of space. But he's going to need some help still, potentially. Yeah, Yopaj is not done chasing. Silence 1. Does connect onto the Vortex. Has another Silence Disseminate as well. But Skem's trying to close the gap. Missile's going to connect. MC can't get close enough. No Blink Dagger. So, all right. He makes it to safety.
Stupendous.
Looks like they're going to go mid. They don't actually have any creeps in that bottom lane, but mid ones aren't too far off. Maybe they'll push this mid tower a little bit here. I think you can just let the Clink skeletons hit at it for a bit. And actually, before you go high ground, I think you kind of do want the Ags on Clinks. I don't know if he's going to get it anytime soon, but it is a really good item when you're trying to push the enemy high ground.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are
All right.
fortified.
Well, who just got that shard?
Radiant's
Missed
bottom
that.
tower
It
is
went to
under
us.
attack.
Okay, yeah.
That's a good one.
That is a pretty good one. More brambles equals better, for sure,
Radiant's
always.
bottom tower is
Poppy mid lane does actually grab Yopaj on the initial remnant, but he's got Aegis. He feels so confident. He's just gonna search for these heroes. Gunner will blink away. They know there's no way Yopaj is playing this greed or this like aggressive without his whole team being nearby. So he'll back away, and Yopaj is actually gonna get rewarded with an arcane rune on the bottom river. So this is also a big win for him.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Blank call. They've got on top of the Storm Spirit, but can it bring him down quick enough? Ooh, the Cooling Blade misses. That's problematic for Nouns. First life, Yopaj. He's out. The rest of the team will disengage.
Nice double jump. They jump at the same time. They catch the Storm and the Clinks so that
Yeah.
Clinks can't just be killing the Axe during that initial call. Just pop the Aegis, get out.
And was that the Void Spirit that got him, or?
Yeah, Void Spirit jumped onto Clinks.
Okay.
Otherwise, I think you're willing to trade Aegis, because you'd probably get your Storm killed, since as you attack Axe, you're proccing the spins, but he has
Yeah.
Aegis, so you wouldn't mind taking that trade, but since he was controlled up for that time, you don't really get anything out of that. You just lose the Aegis, and all you got was that bottom tier 2 tower. So, not too bad for Nouns.
Dude, just watching Sand King farm now is ridiculous. Like, it's so easy. You either just press E and everything in the wave dies, or if it's like, oh no, that's on cooldown, I guess I'll use my Burrow Strike. Oh well. Like, it's a ridiculously good spell.
Pretty satisfying, the pop when they explode.
Yeah.
He's working on a Bloodstone. It's going to make all his spells, the AoE, a little bit bigger. The bouncy house gets a little bouncier. Actually, I guess it doesn't get bouncier, it just gets bigger.
Yeah.
Adult bouncy house.
Dude, that would be
Radiant are scanning.
an experience.
Dire's
I feel like I'd
middle
break
tower
my
is under
knees.
attack.
I'm just too old.
It's true. You no longer have the kids are like rubber. You can bounce around, no injury.
Gunner almost gets the call there, but a high ground ward kind of reveals the smoke as it breaks, so he's out of there. Unfortunate for Nouns, but really nice movements from Shopify. Like, they've been able to dodge out quite a bit here and just kind of farm to their heart's content, as you can see very clearly on Mind
Dire's
Control.
middle tower
As
is
his
under attack.
Bloodstone's now done. He has 3,600 health almost.
Yeah, Axe a little bit behind, but all the other cores are amazingly close together. This is a very, very even game in terms of distribution.
I worry you're gonna start running out of damage on the side of Nouns. Like, at some point you can't burst the Sand King,
Radiant's
and then
middle tower is
you're
under
kind of
attack.
just stuck in the bouncy house,
Dire
right?
are scanning.
So I'm not sure how you kill him, but we'll have to see his top lane. They're gonna pressure this tier 2 tower.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
If you can catch
Radiant's
him
bottom tower is under
before the
attack.
bouncy house comes out, the hard part's you're gonna have the disruption behind, actually. Because I was gonna say you could like blink call, you've got blade mail, you've got bedlam going, you throw in some like gyro attacks, you probably do have the damage, but actually this disruption, that's just gonna save him.
Radiant's
yeah,
middle
you're right.
tower
It's
is under
it's
attack.
tough. Like I think the damage is at least still there for now,
come in handy.
but can you do it before you get killed and that disruption comes out and Clinks is attacking?
Yeah.
All of that.
Daedalus, the next item here for the Clinks. You're just gonna have so much burst damage on Shopify with these heroes, right? Like Yopaj goes in, finds someone, you have Mind Control, who I'm assuming at some point will get a Blink Dagger, but for now, still just tanking up as this unkillable Sand King usually does. They have some eyes on Copy for a moment. Yopaj is gonna go in, gets the Vortex, the stun's coming through, Terrorize, doesn't make it in time. That's a huge win. Hookshot off the mark from Scam, but they're gonna find Gunner as well. Traps him inside the cogs. They force the BKB.
Nice
Just
find
like
for
that.
Shopify.
Big kill.
I don't know if that was intentional or not, but he didn't zip until Void Spirit sort of like walked through the trees, so Void Spirit would not see the zip coming in. And technically, you can't see the Void Spirit either, but you know he's there. So Storm Spirit is ready to press W to grab the Void Spirit, but Void Spirit has to he has to go through that human process of processing what you're seeing and then pressing your button in time. So a little bit extra sneaky surprise.
I mean, call down damage is doing a lot. Gunner gonna get caught for the Vortex from Yopaj. He doesn't have a BKB. Spent this earlier, and in comes Mind Control. Calls out. Gunner trying to survive. Not gonna make it. Hookshot on the backside though. Does trap two. Yuma's forced to BKB. Yopaj will respond with his own fly with a nice freezing field, doing some work, but your team's dead. Mind Control going aggressively onto the high ground. The bouncy house claims another. Can they find Mind Control here? He's got a Burrow Strike in one, makes it down to the low ground, and just like that, he's out. Too damn tanky.
Epicenter.
Hey, you're right, he didn't even have to. That's the blink reveal.
No, he just picked that up. You can still do the blink reveal. He just depended on Ogre Seal Totem for that.
Oh, is that what it was? I was like, how did he get in originally then? Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Ogre Seal into the Burrow Strike. Oh boy, 11,000 gold lead now for Shopify as they are just going to continue to push the advantage.
Second
are scanning.
Roche. It's a bit of a long spawn. The banner will be pretty helpful for them because the creeps can be killed pretty quickly by flat cannon. So
Radiant
if
are
you
scanning.
do want to try to push high ground, dropping that banner could be quite helpful for them. You have to wait a little longer for it. I also think, let's see, Arteezy did finish that Daedalus. I think Ags is really good if he wants to push high ground.
Do you remember the bug where like your archers would cast Burning Barrage when this patch first came out?
I didn't get to see it. I heard about it, but
I think there
I
was
never
like
actually saw it.
There was like a game in one of the tournaments. I think Duraccio was playing, or someone was playing it, and they just cast Burning Barrage, and all of the skeletons just turned and just started lighting the whole team fight up, and everyone's just like, "What the heck is going on?" Great smoke wrap around here from Nouns, but Shopify in a good spot to scout this one out. Will they find a Mind Control? The stun of the century finds Gunner as well. The call is there. Can they actually secure these kills? Mind Control is low, but the call's not in time. Copy does come on through with a nice Astral Step. Can he finish off Kid Rack? He's falling low, looking for Skem as well. He's the only real damage dealer left in the tank. He gets one, but a big win for Shopify. Yopaj and Arteezy are still alive.
That was such a good stun. He didn't even know he was catching the axe. That was the dream for Clinks. He was not bothered at all. Just got to pop his BKB, press his buttons, hands off the keyboard, let the skeletons go to work. They need a new headset sponsor. What's going on there? What's been happening? Okay. Yeah, that was just great. Recognizing what do teams do when contesting smoke or contesting Roche, right? They're usually smoked up, clumped together. So we just trusted his gut on that. The second he saw a hero, just stunned in, hoping to catch a multiple. Does. Fantastic. They did get the BKBs. They're actually kind of close. I think they're starting to see the damage issues you talked about, which is that after popping BKBs and standing to fight a little bit, it was getting close, but they couldn't actually get any kills in that time.
Yeah, I'm curious. I mean, maybe you'll be able to actually respond to the Sand King and with BKBs in times, especially if you catch him. It's very doable, but yeah, you're gonna need to get the initiation every single time on Nouns, and maybe it's finding kit rack even as well, because if you don't, like, the disruption save is always so good. But this will be second Aegis, so. Like you said, the Roshan's banner could make a difference in terms of going to the high ground. We'll have to see where they move on the map after picking this one up. They're going to want to wait for their Sand King, of course, but Aegis back into the Storm Spirit. It's like best case scenario.
Just in time, too. Roche is actually going to go top.
Oh. Okay, never mind. Put Aegis on Arteezy, and they leave Roshan's banner.
The banner.
Who needs it? The item, you know, so what if we buffed it?
Nice, the banner. Your stuff, your free stuff.
Really? Nobody's going to get...
Okay. Someone will get it.
He's going back, surely, for it. He's like, all right, my bad. No, Arteezy, come on. Go a little bit further. All right. Well, in about 8 minutes, we might find Roshan's banner.
Double banner.
Stupendous.
Well, Aegis onto Clinks. Storm is a great Aegis carrier, but I think Clinks is the guy actually hitting high ground. Ooh. Five glimpse of him. Went for that call.
Yep. Well, with that, Skem's going to get a free D ward.
He's about to friendly reminders like, hey, you guys left the banner. See, Gyrocopter's getting a Satanic. He's got a Divine queued up. I guess once he has that, they'll have the damage.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not against it. I think that might actually be kind of required this game. You've got to match the burst damage. You have to be able to just kill someone in a call. And, yeah, I mean, Divine's definitely one way to do that. So we'll see.
Yeah, the downside, maybe it is a good draft-wise. I don't know. But, Axe, Blink Call, Blade Mail, you want to kill people. But Clinks, actually, if he's not using Strafe, he actually doesn't attack that fast. Same with, like, Storm. Storm does attack, but it's like a mix of, like, getting the overload proc, you know? So these are not the greatest targets for a Blade Mail call, which, I don't know, maybe it was part of their plan when they saw that Axe get stolen from them.
Yeah, I mean, they... Ooh. Yopan's just trying to pop potentially a smoke on the backside from someone. Dewarded immediately as they drop that one up onto the high ground. That is a new Axe for the Clockwork, and now you are no longer allowed to hide on your high ground.
Canceling Blinks back there.
Canceling Blinks, providing all the vision you could ask for. And with that, tier 3 tower falls.
Yeah, that's why they put it on the Clinks, right? He's taking point. He's hitting the building. There's rocket flaring behind him. I think you just wait. I don't think you want to do it again yet. Wait for rocket flare Ags to be up again. Not too long of a cooldown. Actually, it looks like they're going to reset, fix their lanes before coming back. But yeah, you just repeat that. You have, what, another about 2.5 minutes on the Aegis, so go top up your mana.
Radiant
I'm trying to figure out what Gunner's next item is going to be. It's like my gut says it's going to be an Eternal Shroud because he has a, you know, a cloak in his backpack. But, dude, I don't know how you kill this Sand King right now, especially since he has a shield rune. This guy is, yeah, he's enormous. Caked up, as I like to say. He's ready to go. On the high ground they go. They find the Axe. The stun is out right away. Can they get him out? The BKB is there. The call onto this Sand King fight. Arteezy just melts him on the backside copy, trying to finish off the Shadow Demon. He's gonna buy back. The Clinks also just dead right outside the base. That's gonna be the Aegis. Axe buys back. Shadow Demon buys back. Jumping in. Yopaj, the great vortex onto 2. Mind control with the ultimate. BKB out from Yuma's gonna get him to safety.
Middle tower is under attack.
And Lelis will pop the Ogre Seal Totem as well. They get out. It's a nice win from Shopify already, but they need to get more. Looking for this melee barracks.
Radiant's middle barracks is
Second
under
tier 3
attack.
tower falls. Gunner would love to go in, but there's no BKBs. Copy could buy back, but
Radiant's bottom
do you
tower
want to do
is
that
under attack.
even? So,
Radiant's
connect onto
top tower
MC.
is
Gunner doing what he can. Jump in. Vortex catches the gyrocopter once again. The Invis can't save him, and he's just dead! The commitment and the damage from the Clinks is way too much. He's going to buy back, of course, on the copy. Trying to get back into here, but the bouncy house has got his name. Blink call from Gunner. Hookshot comes through. The save on the disruption. They're crumbling on the side of Nouns. 2 are dead. Gyro's back into the game, but it's too little, too late. Shopify is going to claim another lane of barracks.
Radiant's bottom barracks has
Bouncy house too good.
Radiant's
I
bottom
think
barracks
on the
is
axe
under
buyback,
attack.
he was about to go for a blink call when I think a rocket flare canceled it. Something canceled it, and yeah, just let Shopify get those kills with no return from Nouns. Now it's gonna be a mega here.
Radiant's top
I mean, they just end the game. Like,
I
Clinks just
think
hit level
so.
25.
Radiant's top barracks is falling. Dire
I don't
now
think you have any way to
has
deal with this. If you live through this, you do have the heroes who can hold megas, but yeah, it's a full minute you gotta live here.
And Skem's just being a nuisance. Player spamming provision. Yopaj goes in. The follow-up here is just easy. That's a dead gyro. That should be the
There it
GG.
is.
Yeah, there it is. So Shopify will take game number 3. They are now 1 away from qualifying. Yeah, no Roshan's banner needed for these guys. They're too bad.
I forgot about that.
Victory.
Yeah, I mean, the Sand King bouncy house, it takes a while to ramp up because the Aghanims buildup is not that great, and it takes a little bit, but once you have it, you get your other items like the Bloodstone. If you don't win the fight in your first set of BKBs, like, it is just so hard to fight after that until you
Yeah.
eventually get a refresher. You got 2 BKBs to work with. You gotta win the fight in that time. Otherwise, you're constantly going to be bounced around by that sandstorm, and we saw it there. They kind of hold. They lost the axe off the initial jump on Storm. They all buy back, but BKBs had been used, so they try to fight again, and they can't. They're just being knocked up and down.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a Storm Spirit going the other way next game, most likely for Nouns, if I had to guess. Like, they're right. Shopify get first pick this draft. They end up with, you know, pretty much a really good draft. And I, like you pointed out, really good adjustments to the axe pick in the form of both Storm Spirit and Clinks. Like, neither of these heroes die super fast to, like, Blade Mail return. Yeah, I think we'll probably see some of the same takes for the next draft in the next game, but very good performance from the Clinks, 9-0 and 12. Just all-star performance from Arteezy. His build is super sick. The idea to go for Deso just immediately to start building up stacks, and they were just making space for mind control. Really, like, that's who they were just letting farm elsewhere on the map while, you know, Arteezy's joining fights early, and then eventually he returns the favor, right?
Mm-hmm. And I will say, I think if you ran this exact draft back, play the game again, but you don't let your stacks get stolen, I think that was pretty impactful. There were some early game moves by Shopify Rebellion that really tipped it in their favor. It still dragged on for a while and took its time to, you know, reach that endpoint. But I think if you repeat it, but you let the Nouns cores get their own stacks, it would really change the pacing of the game for them. So very, very well done by Shopify Rebellion to grab those.
Yeah,
Yopaj, I
agree.
guess. Yopaj did it twice.
Yeah, it was Yopaj, right? Yeah, you're right. Well, very exciting series so far. We've got another break coming up because we have game 4 between Nouns and Shopify right after this break, everyone. We'll see you in just a bit.
Am I wasting time? Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
Hey everybody, welcome back here to the NA Close Qualifiers, the Riyadh Masters at Esports World Cup. We've got game number 4 about to begin between Nouns and Shopify. Now, Nouns are not going down without a fight. They've got 1 win under their belt, but Shopify only need 1 more to qualify to the main event. Zach, predictions, man. What are we going to be able to see in this 4th game?
Storm Spirit. I think he'll get through again. I don't know for
You
what
do?
team.
Okay.
I think he'll get through again. Sand King seemed good. I don't know if we'll see him again though. I feel like they picked him towards the end after seeing certain heroes, and they're like, okay, it's a good Sand King game. I don't think he's like the type of hero you're guaranteed to see. Glad we got to see it though. That bouncy house, fun stuff. Thinking back on it, I don't know. This is not the only issue or anything, but Gyrocopter. They tried not to have a melee hero versus Sand King, of course. But Gyrocopter wasn't that long ranged, so I think laning wise it wasn't the easiest, but also in the actual fights, when the Sandstorm comes out, you still have to kind of get close as Gyrocopter to attack, which means you then get caught up in the bouncy house pretty easily. So maybe there was a longer ranged hero available that would have been an easier time navigating fights, but I can't quite think of like what that would have been. But that did seem to be the issue once it came up, is like it's so hard to just walk into these fights. You're trying to get to the Clinks or anyone, and suddenly disruption saves, Sand King, AoE stuns, the zip-in vortex. It just felt very hard for the cores on Nouns to approach the fight.
It kind of makes the Clinks pick even better, right? Because that would have, with everything that you're saying, it sounds like Clinks could have actually ended up being a really good pick for Nouns had it been in the pool.
Actually, it could have been, yeah.
So it makes that kind of like maybe Shopify had a little bit of foresight. Maybe they were thinking, okay, well, we want to play the Sand King hero. Let's grab our Clinks and just remove that from the pool for Nouns. So yeah, it's a cool idea if that's where they wanted to go with it. They seem to have a good answer for the Axe, which looked really good 2 games in a row in this series, but now this one not the hottest Axe performance.
Yeah, maybe Axe starting to be figured out. I'd say the last 2 games, it was like much more of a middle performance compared to
True, I guess.
yesterday's series. That Axe was popping off, like infinite coat of blood stacks, whatever it's called, right? So, yeah, maybe Axe starting to be figured out. Maybe we move on. We haven't seen Night Stalker. He's still seems like a good offlane. I know the only time we saw him today or in this series was as a carry, but I think as an offlane hero, he's still pretty good. If you just grab him earlier, could be something they switch to if they feel Axe has been figured out.
Yeah, we're in the lobby right now, waiting for teams to select, their first pick or Dire, Radiant. It looks like it is going to be Nouns grabbing first pick. Unsurprising, based on how the teams have selected so far in this. I think everyone has chosen first pick. With some of the heroes, especially like Storm Spirit that are available, the Zeus. Like you can get a lot of power from them, and it looks like Shopify will go ahead and take Radiant. So we're flipping it backwards, just back and forth between these 2 teams. Exactly what each team seems to be picking. I don't know. I think Storm Spirit might make it through the draft. You kind of have to pick your poison, right? There's so many heroes that you have to ban out, and it really just comes down to like, do you want to play against Zeus? Do you want to play against the Storm? Do you want to play against Gunner's Centaur? Like, there's only so many bans.
Yeah, maybe you can let the Storm Spirit through, grab the Night Stalker as a response. That's pretty good. The AoE silence forcing Storm to get a BKB, which isn't like that crazy of an adjustment, but we've been seeing a lot of Storms want to get Eternal Shroud first because it gives you even more mana, gives them tankiness, kind of like getting that instead of the BKB early. But against a Night Stalker, you probably would have to grab it. Maybe that's something they could adjust to. Because, like you said, you do have to let something through. I'm trying to look at it. If you're going to ban the Storm instead, Shadow Fiend? Neither just let that go through. Actually, it did slip through in that first game, and no one picked it. And then since then, now both teams are banning it. So I don't know what changed. Did they just forget about it in that first series? And like, oh, yeah, wait, bump it up to first ban free. But, yeah, maybe they could shift that down.
I think part of it is like if you want to pick the Storm Spirit mid, the Shadow Fiend is not a bad mid response to it, right? It's always kind of been one of those heroes that actually can shut down a Storm. In the past, it was much easier, but now that he has this like facet called static slide where he can send his remnant into the wave, he doesn't put himself in as much danger to get like double raised or even maybe triple raised, right? So maybe that's why the storm or the Shadow Fiend's getting more prioritized in that first phase of bans, just because like both teams are trying to grab the Storm Spirit immediately. But yeah, I'm curious to see how that matchup would even play out with like the new facets, right?
Yeah, I don't think that's one I've seen yet, but could be good. Other than that, what else? I still want to see Weaver.
Yeah,
Ban
that's
Storm,
what
let Weaver through. I don't think it's happening.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I didn't think Weaver was that strong, but it has been banned every single game of these qualifiers. I've not seen a Weaver come through at all.
It's too good of a support and a carry. So the fact that it's not even like, oh, it's a mediocre other role if we have to do it. It's like it's actually good in multiple roles. I think that's part of the strength. The fact that you get Geminate attack for free, the bonus damage is greatly reduced, the time is greatly reduced, but it still does all of your regular attack for free at level 1. And it's just made his laning stage so much stronger. Skitter Step is the better facet. XP one's pretty funny. But Skitter Step, extra 50 move speed on Shikuchi and a slow, that also then gives you a stronger laning presence. So just pretty annoying to deal with.
Yeah, I'm trying to think like how would you balance giving him Geminate attack at level 1? They literally just gave it only like 5 damage. Do you just make it do 0 extra damage, or just like, like he just gets a double attack? Maybe that's okay. But
some are really reduced.
Yeah.
Like Venomancer also has his passive at level 1. I think it does 6 damage compared to the usual like 36 or something like that at level, like when you used to level up Poison Sting for the first time. 6 to 36 is like massive reduced. So maybe Geminate attack also needs like a massive step down like that, like no bonus damage, and then the cooldown is like 15-20 seconds or something, and then you finally leveled up and it drops down or something. That could be one way to balance it, but it's also like a combination of the facet. I think like Skitter Step being too good, I think that could also be nerfed, and then maybe you can leave Geminate attack a little bit how it is, or maybe you nerf Shikuchi itself so that you don't have like the Geminate attack damage plus then the Shikuchi damage and the Shikuchi slow. It's like that whole combination is too strong.
yeah, absolutely. Well, we'll see. We're a little bit of I guess one of the teams requested a slight delay here before we jump into this next game. Like I'm not really sure exactly what's going on, but we should be started hopefully. Yeah, right. Getting the headset fixed finally. I don't know, but they should be underway here in just a moment. But yeah, I think for the most part, the draft is not going to be too different in phase 1. I think. I really believe that we're going to see a lot of the same heroes banned, a lot of the same heroes picked in the opener. But the difference is going to be, how the teams adjust at the rest of the draft. And Shopify made a great adjustment last game. Nouns in the game before, going for the Ursa on 18 was really sick. So both teams are kind of coming up with some ideas, but you are now on the chopping block here for now. So you have to come out ahead in the draft if you want to keep yourself in this tournament.
And maybe they'll go back for Shopify Rebellion. Maybe they'll go back for their Tree and Protector. I think it looked pretty good in game 1 and game 2. I know it did lose that game 2, but I'd put that more around the Axe being countered and then the Ricky last pick not having the impact. I feel like Tree and Protector itself has been pretty good for them. Might see them shift towards that. Not that Shadow Demon and Clockwork were also strong. I feel like you have a good chunk of supports that are really good. And I feel like that's why a lot of these first phase picks have been around what broken cores there are.
There we go.
10 seconds.
It's draft time, baby. Let's see who's got this as Nouns.
5 seconds remaining.
Again, opted for first pick. Shopify will go for Radiant.
Rebellions
Dragon
turn
Knight,
to
actually, in the
Shopify
opener.
Rebellions
TA Weaver,
turn
Zeus,
to
I'm guessing are
ban.
going to be the Shopify bans. I'd have to imagine.
10 seconds remaining.
Shopify Rebellions turn to ban.
And there's the Shadow Fiend. Yeah, Yeah, Tiny.
10
Last
seconds
time in
remaining.
this situation, they'd probably ban like Tiny Phoenix.
Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
Let's see if they want to let one of those through this time.
With no Zeus Shadow Fiend, it's again likely to be a Storm Spirit opener if you leave it in. And of course, Nouns have the ban into pick here, so if you leave that Storm Spirit in, it's for sure going into the hands of Copy, but maybe Shopify
Shopify
will do something different.
Rebellions
There's the
turn to
Tiny.
ban.
You could maybe let Phoenix through, like ban Storm Spirit. They take Phoenix.
10
Maybe you take
seconds
Snapfire as a response.
I could see
first,
that.
a first phase Snapfire
5
ban's kind of
seconds
funny.
remaining.
Although there's also Weaver, and Nouns has first pick, so they could get that for themselves if it's not banned right here. If Shopify bans Weaver, then I guess you get to choose if you want Phoenix or Storm.
Gosh, man, there's so many heroes that you've got to be weighing right now. Maybe just leave them all in, you know? Maybe you just are like, all right, screw it.
Nouns
Okay,
turn
they
to
banned the Storm
ban.
Spirit. I'm not surprised. I think you have to ban Phoenix, maybe take the Weaver.
10 seconds
You could also
remaining.
take Centaur if you want to bump it up to first pick.
True.
Maybe ban Weaver,
5
take
seconds
Centaur.
remaining.
I'd actually be okay with that because Centaur is good enough against the Phoenix unless they bring in something like a Mars, and you could probably ban it in phase 2 if you want.
Yeah, I'd be up for that. It is annoying, the percent HP damage from Phoenix, but the fact that you can just disengage from Egg with Stampede's pretty good. I imagine that's what they're discussing right now. Show me the Weaver, come on!
Now, you've been wanting a Weaver game all day.
Clickety clack. Do it. Do it.
I'm at least glad that we're seeing something change in the draft. I was going to be like, please don't ban the same 7 heroes into a first pick Storm. Don't do it again. But I like this. I like that both teams are forcing something to change here in this game.
Nouns turn Shopify
Okay, they banned the
Rebellions
Centaur
turn.
and they pick the Phoenix. So that leaves
Nouns
Weaver in.
turn
And
to
I
ban.
Oh, the
Nah,
Snapfire.
okay, so
You
it
were
is the
right. They do
Snapfire
go for the
response.
snap. Dang.
Can't believe Weaver's available and no one's taking it.
I can't believe Nouns banned their own Centaur. I mean, Fly is a Grandmaster Phoenix. It's one of his most played heroes. And Phoenix has
10 seconds
like pretty
remaining.
consistently been like one of the best heroes of
5
this tournament.
seconds
Like she has
remaining.
been crushing lanes and
Nouns
having a lot of
turn
team
to
fight
ban.
contribution. So I am curious where they end up, how they end up making it look here with the Snapfire response, especially knowing that Snapfire is something Shopify likes to play already.
I've heard from Phoenix players, because so Little Shredder destroys Egg,
10
right, for the
seconds
first level, maybe level 2 as well. But I keep hearing Phoenix
Shopify
players like, oh, well, Phoenix is more than
Rebellions
that,
turn
more
to
than the
ban.
Egg. You just use your other spells. They tell me that, then I kill Egg, and I'm like, okay, I guess, you know. But if the Phoenix spammers believe in it, I kind of get it, you know. Like the other spells are strong, but I don't know. Not having the Egg's kind of a big thing. There's like
Alright.
Shopify Rebellions going back for their Snapfire Axe combo.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking to
10
myself, I'm like,
seconds remaining.
what's the next hero that they pair it with, right? It was Snapfire,
5
Axe, and then they
seconds remaining.
what was their other support they ran it with?
Treant.
It was Treant, that's right. Yeah. Against Treant.
Nouns turn
So I wonder
to
if they want to go that route. They will go for the clockwork on Nouns. I like this quite a bit. You still have the option of the Ursa that you could pick on 18. The downside is that Shopify could take it themselves if you reveal too much, or if you pick like an offlaner here for Gunner that Ursa like excels with. So they could potentially deny pick the
10
Ursa.
seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
But if they go for the Ursa, then, you know, you have the option of going for, like, the Clinks, you know? And you have a Clockwork already, so you could play, like, Clockwork 5, Lellis on the Phoenix.
Self-counter synergy. Grab Night Stalker with your Phoenix. They could do the Mars that we
Shopify
talked about. That is
Rebellion's
still
turn to
tried and true combo.
There
Boom.
it is.
Analyst here.
This guy's good.
It's a good combo. Can't hit the egg. That's one way to protect it versus Snapfire.
Also really good against the clinks and gyros that we've seen, right? Like
10
getting
seconds
arena and you're
remaining.
just like, okay, well, all of this is getting absorbed.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, let me see. You know that's a Mars off lane. So is there a ranged carry that you could now take? Because you would check, or sorry, not ranged, a mobile. Actually, if they are ranged, that'd be great. But like ranged mobile to like deal with arena, also get to
Shopify
egg. Like Juggernaut's in the
Rebellion's
pool, maybe like something like that.
Yeah.
Nah, they're gonna do their Ursa. Okay.
Yeah, I figured that was gonna be the case. Like they would prevent the Ursa matchup into the Axe. Now you have to be a little bit careful. Like Ursa's not amazing against Mars. He has two forms of kind of
10
base making,
seconds
right? You can
remaining.
God's Rebuke the Ursa away. You can spear him away.
Silencer.
That is a hero we
Yo.
have not seen a ton, but it is very good against the Phoenix.
Okay, Shopify Rebellion's team fight is sick right now. Because if you get the Axe call, you just pop Global Silence right away, and
10
you're not
seconds
getting
remaining.
egg and arena off in time before whoever you called is
5
dead.
seconds remaining.
So, do you go for something like a Clinks yourself and try and just play against the Axe lane that doesn't also struggle too much against Ursa? It has a lot of kiting
Noun's
potential.
Turn to ban.
Yuma, let's go!
All right, it's been banned at the end of in phase 3 every game so far, but Yuma is gonna finally get his Meepo. He just destroys Axe. I don't know, like people, you would think about like, oh, there's more heroes hitting Axe. It
10
should own,
seconds
right? No,
remaining.
bro. Meepo like out sustains the damage Axe can do
5
and just
seconds
crushes
remaining.
this hero. It is really rough. So this is a sick pickup.
I will say though, you're gonna have to deal with the double global.
Yeah.
So you might be struggling. I assume he's not taking what's
Rebellion's
irrepressible
turn to
or
ban.
whatever the can't be silenced one is. Right? You're dealing with the double global, which means you might be
Shopify
delayed
Rebellion's
in how
turn to
soon you can
ban.
use the Mega Meepo and the dig and stuff like that. Which maybe that's enough time for, you know, Snapfire ult or Ursa focusing one guy down. Maybe that's enough to kill a Meepo. We'll have to see. Yuma is clearly, you know, the Meepo specialist amongst everyone here. So if he says,
10
give me Meepo when he
seconds
sees these
remaining.
heroes, I would believe him. But,
5 seconds remaining.
you know, we'll see. It can be hard to judge all these different facets, you know? Maybe it has more of an effect than you might realize.
Noun's turn to ban.
So what else do you ban? Do you ban more AoE against the Meepo, or do you ban, like, the single target?
I mean, you're looking for the mid laner. They get rid of the Lesh. I think that one makes the most sense. Like, it is just,
10
it's too much
seconds remaining.
more control and damage. For Meepo,
5 seconds remaining.
I think you're... I don't know. I think you just pick for your lane. Like, you ban for your lane to try and give yourself the best possible matchup mid. I don't think you care about what Meepo gets, because your mid laner is not usually the hero that can counter it.
Mid-winter Wyvern.
Yeah, I mean, there's also Wind Ranger, which is like one of the other heroes that can sometimes do well against Meepo.
Noun's
Neither of
turn
them
to
likes
pick.
dealing with
Oh,
Mars, though.
Timbersaw is very good. Yeah, that's a very
of
good band.
course. Yeah, that would have been good. Man, these guys pros or something. They know the heroes.
It's wild.
Pango actually would have been a pretty good pick, I feel like, for Shopify Rebellion if he
10
was still in the
seconds
meta.
remaining.
Thank goodness he's not, but he does
Yeah, I'm
come to
sick of
mind a
that
little
guy.
bit.
5 seconds.
I guess the versus
remaining.
Clockwork's a little annoying, but roll to get out of arena and all the AoE versus Meepo is pretty good.
Shopify
We'll see.
Rebellion's
Copies
turn
hero. An Earth Spirit. Okay. I felt like this hero got nerfed, if I'm not mistaken, this patch, but I mean, your hero's unplayable if you select the wrong facet, so hopefully he doesn't do that by mistake, but this is not a hero we've
10
seen all that
seconds
often.
remaining.
It does threaten the silencer with a silence, so
5
you're like,
seconds
yeah,
remaining.
maybe you have to go the can't be silenced facet as over the other. You know, it's one of those things where you're like, if he finds the silencer, maybe he keeps the fight actually in Noun's favor. It's also good at finding Snapfire now that I think about it. Good save for Axe Call if you have Aghanim Scepter. There's some playmaking potential there.
Earth shaking.
Dude, I thought there was no way they would pick Earthshaker, but they're actually going to do it.
I'm excited. I've been wanting to see this. I want to see. I forget what it's called. The one where you slam the body of someone forward when you kill
Slugger,
them.
man.
Yeah, I've been wanting to see Earthshaker just kill a support, knock him into a carry, kill him. You know, I think the idea is hilarious. I'm looking forward to a Meepo getting like slammed into another hero. Oh, he's going the other one though. Go to Slugger. Let me see it.
I don't know which one he's going to do. I feel like Tectonic Buildup is just better. Like, always having more AoE on your Aftershock is pretty sick. The main bump is like levels 10 and 20, and you can get that pretty reliably on a core. So 100 AoE stun added to every ability is pretty sick. Yeah, he's going to go Reverberating Silence on the Silencer, so that is the double global, as you mentioned, basically, right? So if you dispel it in any capacity, it just instantly reapplies, right?
Yep. And we got more Meepo, which if you guys haven't seen in your games yet, this facet brings down the level of his ultimate, Divided We Stand. So usually you can pick it up at level 4. Now you can pick it up at level 3. And there's actually a 4th level to it. So you get one more Meepo when you reach level 24, I think. I don't know. I don't play Meepo.
Yeah,
I don't
24.
know this facet that well. But you get one extra Meepo to work with, which I'm sure a Meepo specialist like Yuma is very excited about.
Yeah, I will be surprised to see how he plays it. One of the things that is kind of hard to keep track of is when he gets that clone, a lot of times I've seen him just immediately throw it through the Twin Gate and try to just gank the enemy like carry. He'll be like, all right,
Yeah.
my clones, or my clones coming through the gate. Let's like make an aggressive play onto this, Ursa, and see what we can find. And when you have heroes like Phoenix and Mars, it's a lot of damage. You can definitely bring down an Ursa. So add a Meepo into the mix. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I'll be very curious to see how well Ursa does, because Ursa, if you let him pop off, he's got his Battle Fury, so he brings a lot of single target damage that also then spreads out to the other Meepos. So he can definitely kill Meepo, give him the room to attack, and he's got a lot of teammates with a lot of control to let him do so. But we'll have to see if maybe like Clockwork, for example, can control up that Ursa, or maybe they shut him down in the laning stage. Who is, let's see, Fly's playing the
30
Phoenix.
seconds to
I was wondering if they'd bring Phoenix against the Ursa, because that is very annoying for Ursa, but it looks like it is going to be Lelis on Clockwork. Maybe they'll do a lot of creep dragging.
Yeah, Fly is just also the Phoenix specialist, right? It's one of the reasons we've seen it get banned a lot. Is it's one of his most picked heroes recently if he can get it. But we'll see. All right, potential fight at the top rune. Fly.
The battle begins.
Nah, he's gonna give that one up. We'll be 2-2 split on the runes, so no action there. Lelis does put another aggressive ward on this bottom ramp, which we've seen him do a couple times. He used it to actually scout a few couriers in the last game, and it was quite funny. They ended up, of course, not winning, but he did get some nice courier kills early on.
But it was funny.
It was indeed funny. And that's what Dota's all about, is fun, right? No matter what.
Dude, I've been having so much fun with all these facets. Especially that Clockwork Cogs. I'm glad he's in here.
Yeah. So mid lane, Earthshaker versus Earth Spirit. ES versus ES. Who's the better, you think?
I think with Totem, that probably gets Yopaj off to an initial lead in last hits and denies, though Earth Spirit can also kick you away and then just try to deny things in your face. I feel like Earth Shaker should start with a lead, though.
Yeah, I kind of agree.
Oh, well, let's get in that first courier snipe we talked
Radiant's
about.
courier
Hilarious.
has been killed.
Oh, yeah, a little bit of regen denied away from the silencer. Good stuff there.
Silencer did start Glaives of Wisdom. I keep trying. I never feel impactful. I'm looking forward to see how Skem does with it. Because I keep trying this and it never feels good.
Okay, Lelis experimenting there with the cogs. Good old Phoenix. Dude, the fact that your Fire Spirits apply a stackable blind that like is already really hard to attack anything, and you're like, oh, I also just missed my one attack of the last 9 seconds. Sick.
And then for Snapfire, you also get a glancing shot on your your
Yeah.
next attack every 9 seconds. Like, oh, cool. Less
Oh, that did
damage.
9 damage. Hell yeah. Lelis
Ooh,
having a
another
little bit of a
courier.
rough time with the cogs there.
Yo, he sniped those boosts. That's a huge kill.
Dude, that would be pretty massive. And Skem is going to just kind of follow him a little bit here.
Trying to like nonchalantly make his way over, but yeah, Ursa's on. He's moving around.
Top lane,
Actually, if you
Kid Track.
dissonance,
This might be first blood. The root comes out from Meepo. They're going to give it to him. That is it. Yuma off to a great start. All set up on the back and fly. And again, not too surprising. This is one of the reasons we see Phoenix so highly contested. Just a massively dominant hero in that in the lane.
Meepo's probably one of the worst heroes you want to give first blood to.
That's true. Level 2. Or he's level 3, so he's got the double
Second
Meepo
blood?
now. That's the second root, and Mind Control gonna take a beating here. Does get the cookie to safety, but again, this is what I was saying. Meepo doesn't actually like lose trades to Axe. He has so much sustain out of his ransack that between all of the different Meepos, he'll like pretty much out heal the damage eventually. The only like real counter is like eventually if you can get like an Aghanim Scepter and then you're just like spinning a million times a second and you're reducing the Meepo's damage, then like neither of you die. But that's like best case scenario.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, eventually Meepo gets very tanky too, so you just have a lot of health to work with, even if you do take a bunch of damage from the spins, and you're splitting the damage in the blade mail, so it's not too bad. So long as Axe does not absolutely pop off, then you do have problems a bit. But currently looks like he should be in a good spot for the Meepo to get through all of that.
You're welcome.
See mid lane. Looks like it's still about even. Ursa is having a good time.
They're gonna get aggressive onto Mind Control here once again. The call's out, the root holding him in place. The body blocks are there, but the cookie to safety. And yeah, just over and over. The Axe is starting to struggle, and Yuma is just doing everything he wants here. Oh, blood grenade's out. Second root is there. The call finally comes through. Mind Control. He's just dead. Fly will burn him down.
That was
He
really
has
nice
to
by
start
Nouns.
cutting, but I don't know what he can do. Like, it's not even easy to cut because he can just send us the Meepo to follow him around.
Yeah, it's not. They're in a rough spot. But that was a really nice attempt by Nouns because not attempt, like, it worked. But the first attempt did not work because of Cookie, and then they said, you know what, it's on cooldown, just do it again. As soon as he walks up, just go again. And yeah, there you go. They got the kill.
Arteezy's in some trouble here. He is just getting ping-ponged around these cogs. They will go ahead and heal up quite a bit there with the stick, but the battery salt is running, trying to just chase down the
Meepo
Ursa.
here.
And here's Meepo. Like I said, he's going to send it through the twin gate and be like, I'll gank, I don't care. Just poofs right back to the top lane.
I'm going to send the other one through when Ursa respawns. That could be cool. Lilith is chasing another courier. He's trying to get to it.
He's role-playing Monkey King.
See, mid's been so even, so this coming power rune could be pretty decisive. See the supports make their way over.
Uh-oh, Lelis? Yeah, he just gets surrounded there. That's a nice rundown from Kitrak and Skem.
He knows there's an observer there, but actually it's on the cliff. What a twist. That's the high level, the bell curve. Warding on cliffs, good.
Roll in. There's gonna be a shield rune picked up by Mind Control. Magnetizer's running, but a good echo from Yopaj. He heals up. The attack slow from Fly. It's almost enough to get her spirit out, but the silence from the silencer will keep Fly held down. Oh, what a dodge! A great sidestep on the scatter blast. The denying squawk, he says, as Kitrak will cookie himself out of the cogs. That was sick plays from Fly on this Phoenix.
Yeah, Scatter Blast is really hard to like. The full bore
Radiant's
concept, like,
top
oh cool, I
tower
can
is
shoot it
under
from
attack.
further, it does more damage, easy, right? It's actually so hard to hit when you're used to the wider angle. So yeah, the very nice sidestep from the Phoenix. And we see why Silencer's pretty good versus Phoenix there, though, is that when you get silenced, you can't actually come back. You can't stop your dive, so you just end up flying backwards.
They are gonna get this Wisdom Rune, but can Yuma get out is the question. Yeah, he's just gonna poof himself out. Copy came over as well just to guarantee it. Mind Control relegated to soaking lane XP anywhere he can find it.
Yeah, they need to make some stacks for him. Snapfire's not the best at it, actually. Her attack range is so low now, it's hard, but you just have to use like full bore for it, I guess. But they need to make some stacks for him and not let him get stolen.
Yeah.
Lelis?
Radiant's courier
Hilarious.
has been killed.
Oh my god, how many couriers has this guy gotten? Yeah, he's dancing his way out of that one. Yuma looking bottom here once again on his Meepo. They do have Enrage. Do have Arena though.
Scanning.
So Ursa, he's I think realizing there's something going on here. Skem's trying to stack here in the jungle. As Gunner will use this as his rotation instead. First arena is going to be used to finish off the silencer. Kill goes to Fly again. Maybe not the best, but you'll take it for sure. As they will just clean up the stacks. Last game, right? It was the opposite. Nouns lost all of their stacks to the Storm Spirit. It's the Earth Spirit who's taking them away from Shopify this time.
Yeah, lesson learned.
Even Lelis is stealing them from Mind Control. Oh, dude, there's no way, right? He gets this kill. There's
Radiant's
absolutely no
bottom
way.
tower is under attack.
Okay.
Cogs is really good damage now. You can solo kill people.
Yopaj might be in some trouble here.
Radiant's top tower
TP's
is
in
under
from
attack.
Scam as well. That'll make enough space.
Now it's off to a good start.
Radiant's top tower has
Meepo
fallen.
is really... He's starting to accelerate. He's really getting there. It's 9 minutes in. He's already got 5,000 net worth, 2 kills to his name. And you're not really gonna have the tools to deal with this until what? Like you need Snapfire 6 probably to have the damage. Axe is not having a great game, so his blink's gonna be pretty delayed. I guess maybe the Earthshaker. If you can get Earthshaker and Snap to go, but like this probably will not happen for another, if I had to guess, like at least 2 minutes. At that point, Yuma's probably like level 10 or something on his Meepo.
Yeah, he's in a pretty good spot. Mid lane. Woo-hoo. They're trying to go for like a cookie play, maybe into an echo, but the whole creep wave died to the cookie, so he's just gonna walk away. Fly's gonna
Radiant's
stack up. I'm
bottom
surprised they're not
tower
going for
is
the
under
ancients,
attack.
but I guess they don't have a hero that's like amazing at farming ancients, right?
On what side?
On nouns.
Oh, gotcha, yeah. Meepo can do it eventually, but if you're just gonna get one stack, hard camp's a little easier for his team, yeah. Smoking down here with the arena. Just kidding, it was a bait. We'll go mid instead.
Yeah. I mean, they really want to get this tower, right? So hookshot not available for the clockwork, but Compy and Fly, they can follow up any damage pretty easily here.
Yeah, I think they don't actually have to take the tower or like any objectives really. They just need to draw attention away from Meepo. They're just waiting for Meepo to hit critical mass, and then we'll see
Radiant's bottom
if
tower
it goes
is
according
under
to
attack.
the plan for now.
Oh my god, he's
We'll
going
see.
for mind control. There's no tower. They actually can't get to him right away, and just the
He's
damage
dead.
from the amplified yeah, he's just dead. There's just nothing he can do to this. Very nice kill for Compy. Actually didn't make a note of the facet he went for. Okay, he did get the magnetize. I was, you know, just in case, just making sure. Gets the bonus attack damage on magnetize. That is a huge stack, dude.
They learned their lesson. Don't let our stacks get stolen. Steal their stack. He is pretty low. If they actually managed to snipe a kill, that'd be huge. But
Yeah.
it's like, yeah, they didn't expect to be able to. So no one on Shopify is even close.
Yeah, like I said, they don't have the best ancient stack farmers, but as a group there, they can definitely deny those. And oh my gosh, 4,000 gold lead now. Feeling very much in control of this game. We'll see when the first Blink Dagger comes out. I think that's going to be the big decider, right? You're going to have Blink on Mars most likely. We'll see a Blink on Yopaj eventually.
There's the Blink reveal coming out. He's TPing
I think
back.
Gunner has his, right?
Yep, he's TPing back to surprise them.
Oh boy, that's a good one.
They do
They
not
are
have
smoking
ways to get
top.
out of arena.
Perfect scan. They actually see this exactly coming through, and Meepo will be able to disengage.
Oh, actually, he's turning back around.
He's baiting. They know they
If
have
he's
to
on his
flank
own.
Arena.
Yeah, this is actually sick bait.
Oh, they got Yopaj. The roll in. It's going to get canceled for a second, but there's a vessel. There's the spear. They're going to try and catch another, but they don't manage to. Yopaj will just slowly burn here to all of this damage, and, well, slow but painful death. Hookshot on the backside. They've caught mind control. Dude, Lelis has just got his number. He's trying to get out of these cogs, but he can't do it. Copy will claim that one as well. More souls for the vessel.
There's two things Lelis hates. He hates couriers. He hates mind control axe. That's his whole game.
Yeah, it's true. And Arteezy's closing in on his Battle Fury. It's not a real fast timing, but he will have it here in about a minute, so that'll be nice.
Yeah, the problem is it's gonna take. So like you get this Battle Fury, but there's enough ways to control up the Ursa on the side of Nouns that you really need your other items. You need like the Blink, the BKB before you can really output your damage. And that's what you need to wait till like 25 minutes before all that. And the Meepo is gonna have been online for 10 minutes at that point almost. So see if you can even get there.
Yeah, watching Yuma's net worth just climb is becoming definitely problematic for Shopify. He's got his Diffusal, he's on his way to his Ags. The Disperser is the item he usually goes after that. So Battle Fury, 14 minutes. Still not a bad Battle Fury timing, I'll be honest. Like that is perfectly fine. But when you're against the cores of Nouns that are already so farmed,
Radiant's middle tower is under
it's gonna be difficult, especially with that like Earthshaker mid.
Mm-hmm. Now, I will say, actually, so Blink is almost done for Earthshaker. Axe is working on his. If they get those items, and if Nouns slips up a little bit, the Wombo combo is there, and it will do some serious damage from Shopify Rebellion. And, like, if you give it to them once, that might be enough to just straight get back into this game. So, we'll have to see how much Nouns can get out before that. They reach that point, and then if Shopify can find that type of initiation.
It's interesting that he went the Blade Mail before the Blink this time, because in the previous games, I feel like he went Blink first on the Axe and was playing around like Mortimer Kiss's follow-up, right? And they were able to get themselves some really nice kills into Gunner's off lane. But this time, not so much, just wanting to go the Blade Mail, which means he's opting to try and focus up on his farm and scale. And there's finally our Blink Dagger coming out for the Earth Spirit. Whether or not it's too little too late, we'll have to see. Top lane, Yuma will walk right into the Axe, and if he brings his other Meepos, you are not getting out of this one. He's just gonna surround him in the trees. Gunner is here as well, one route after the other. The call is there, but yeah, again, Meepo will massively out-sustain you in a call. All right. Bottom lane, the smoke didn't connect.
Yeah, I am surprised by the Blade Mail first, like you said. I think the Blink first to work with that Snapfire ult makes a lot of sense, but maybe because he's having a rough game, he's trying to go for the smaller build-up item.
Yeah.
Or Axe did lose the last 2 games going for that build, so maybe
I guess that's
maybe
fair.
he decided, you know, blade mail's the way. We'll have to see. Meepo's ag is done, so
Oh, my lord. This guy's sitting at almost 10,000 net worth here by the 17-minute mark.
I don't think I can even do that in a bot lobby, dude.
Yeah, I don't even try anymore.
Just ever in my games, I'm just like
yeah,
not
no, I
even
just,
trying.
I just like, I'm on autopilot in Dota nowadays. RTZ is massively recovered, I will say that. Copy goes in, walks right into Artur, and a blink stomp
Be a
comes
great kill.
out. He is in, yeah, he's just dead. They had a ward like already placed. Look at the deep wards placed, or the defensive wards from Shopify. All 3 kind of just through this jungle here, not wanting to lose any of their kind of farm that they can potentially get here, I guess.
That's actually a really interesting ward commitment, but I guess they know they're not playing
Radiant
aggressive.
courier has been
Like
killed.
oftentimes you could
Radiant
try,
are
like, oh, they're playing on our half, so if someone goes sneak on to their side. Against the Meepo, you don't get to do that. It's the tough part of, like, once Meepo's ahead, it's why it feels so oppressive, because he's covering like half the map on his own. And if you find one Meepo, you find all of them, and then they kill you, and you're like, oh, thanks for feeding me kills while I was farming my own jungle. You're like, oh yeah, no problem, sick. So it's really tough, and maybe that's why they're trying to protect their own half so much.
We're gonna see a smoke up from Nouns as they want to get a little bit more aggressive here. They have, of course, that Aghanim Scepter completed on the Meepo.
Has there been a global?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Lost so small, the world will
Thing is Gunner's looking for him. That smoke, it pops. They know someone's here in the mid lane. Poppy's gonna roll in, misses it completely.
He's
Yeah,
gonna turn around right away.
Scanning.
he's like,
Better
where did that guy
start
come
rolling.
from?
No, thank you.
Kit Rack's gonna get caught here in the top lane, just solo. Meepo's come through. That's pretty much a freebie for Yuma. Pops the Mega Meepo just for fun. See if you can find anything else. Do you just go Roche? I feel like you actually might be able to just take Roche away.
I think you can.
Just gonna start hurling the Meepos in there.
Where's the chicken skin?
He has the chicken skin, but he doesn't equip it. He has the chicken taunt for fun.
What? I don't play Meepo. I'm never gonna get to use that. I want to see it. Yuma, you're like the only Meepo player. Please, let me see the chicken skin.
BKB almost done for the Ursa, which will be a nice power boost for him, like being able to actually like focus down potentially the egg in these fights, or at least get out of the arena. So we'll have some options there. Comfy kind of pulling some attention to the bottom side of the map while Yuma finishes off the Aegis. Oh, a Yule Scepter on the clock. That is so good.
Now, as a reminder to people who maybe haven't seen the facets too much, Silencer's ultimate with this facet, if you dispel the first silence, it will hit you with the second silence. So you do still kind of have to wait a little longer. That's kind of why the Yule's works, though, is because you're still in the air during the second silence, so that by the time you drop, you will be able to use your ability. So as soon as the global comes out, you do still reduce the total time you're silenced by Yule'ing yourself immediately. So it's still kind of worth it. You still have to wait that, like, Yule's time, which is a little annoying, but...
Yeah,
Radiant
it scales
are
from
scanning.
1.5 to 2 seconds over the 3 points of global silence, so it's almost like the perfect dispel for level 1 global for sure.
Mhm.
The level 3, right? You're still silenced for like half a second roughly, but it's totally worth it.
What's the game plan? Because Yuma's got Aegis Disperser Ags.
They're just
Yeah,
waiting
like-
for Shopify to smoke into him, it looks like.
Is there a blink on his way or something? Because I feel like that could be the next item if he wants. I don't know where his courier is. Where the heck is it? No, it's not on the way.
He smokes up his main hero. So they're gonna head top. Maybe look to just take the enemy Tormentor. Like Meepo is one of those heroes that can easily solo this thing. And I think Shopify are knowing what's up.
Radiant's middle
The
tower
TPs are
is
coming
under
through. The big 5v5 I've been looking for. Is it going to start? In goes the Ursa. The spear to send him back to the wall. He gets the enrage. There's the global silence, but the Mega Meepo is out. He just disperses away.
Instant
Yules
Yules
catches
axe.
the axe. They get him. The stun, but the echo there from Yopaj. The arena, the perfect egg has got him trapped inside the arena with no hopes of escape. 2 fall and a hook from Lelis as he finds the clock, or as he finds the silencer. Triple kill for Yuma on his Meepo.
Radiant's top tower
And
is
the
under
fight
attack.
to blow the game open. And there it is. 10,000 gold advantage now for Nouns.
Nouns is actually just a little too fast on that. Shopify kind of knew it was coming, so you saw them all TPing in, but if they had been just a few seconds faster, then they're all in position, and maybe you can get the blink call into blink echo, but it ended up a little bit staggered, which was just enough time to let Nouns find the fight they want. And we see like the arena egg combo. The insta Yule on Axe was pretty nice
Radiant's
from
top tower is
Clockwork.
under
sick.
attack.
I think it was him anyways. There's actually 2 Yules,
Yeah,
but
I think it was Lelis. And then it's just you arena, like 2 perfect
Radiant's
heroes, right?
top
Like
tower is under attack.
Earthshaker and Axe, like they cannot go anywhere. So, top tier 2 tower should fall to the Meepo here in a moment. As he sent his hero back, picks up his blink dagger, poops back out into the map, and now he'll just take the enemy Tormentor, of course, one of the heroes that does not struggle at all. Add a Phoenix Sunray onto it, makes it even easier. So Lelis will get a jetpack for himself, which is very good this game.
Ursa didn't die in that fight, right?
No, Ursa committed. I don't know if he had BKB up. I feel like he did. I think he committed BKB and got out. No, he didn't. He just got out off
Radiant's
enrage.
top
Okay,
tower
okay.
is under attack.
Because Ursa's kind of their saving grace right now. With that first, we were talking about the Wombo
Radiant's
combo
top
Shopify
tower
has.
is falling.
They did not get it. And usually, you know, you slip up once, you got more chances. But with the rate the game's going, I think the Wombo combo is very quickly losing the damage to actually do anything in the Wombo combo. So it's now a lot on this Ursa, where it's like everyone else is literally just running crowd control for him, and he has to kill certain targets in that time. So any death on him, any like big reduction in farm speed, that's very painful. And once Ursa gets shut down, I think that's it for Shopify Rebellion.
Well, there's Fly's Sunray Shard, which is
That's a good one.
very good, especially with the facet, right? Like, it's the reason Phoenix's plate has been the Sunray Shard for so long, and then they just give him this hotspot. It's so sick. So, you're now up to a 15,000 gold advantage. The double Tormentor obviously adds a lot to that, so denying that gold away from Shopify is huge. How much
Radiant's
time do we have left on
bottom
this
tower
Aegis?
is
I
under
can't
attack.
imagine it's very much. Yeah, 8 seconds. Okay. As Yuma gets his 4th Meepo hitting level 18. And then, of course, he'll get his 5th Meepo later on thanks to Rat Pack.
Do more Meepo.
Or more
Pack's the
Meepo,
other
not
one,
Rat
yeah.
Pack. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. And this is where you would usually stop in the amount of Meepos if you didn't take this facet.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So working on a Basher.
Ooh, hook shot. Lelis has got Scam. I think he knows there is no shot of getting out of this one. The Bulba kick from Copy to take the kill. He just rolls back up, gonna go right back through that twin gate to rejoin his
Radiant's
team.
bottom tower has fallen.
This game is falling apart and quickly. You are 17,000 gold behind at 25 minutes.
You need a Meepo kill somehow, I think. I think you need 2 back to back. And each Meepo kill would probably be worth like 1,500. And the kill on his momentum would be really big. That's like, it's one of the only ways I can see Shopify coming back. But I can't see how they actually kill Meepo outside of him like, oops guys, that was tier 4s, my bad. You know, I don't know how you're getting him.
The thing is like the Ursa matchup into Meepo is so rough too, because unless you're building Fury Swipe stacks on the main Meepo, when he pops his Mega Meepo, you just don't do any damage. You're resetting completely. BKB comes out here from Arteezy. He's going to be forced to TP on home. Hook shot out from Lelis to finish off Kit Rack here on the bottom side. Gunner credited with the kill. And this is just how it is. Like, there's nowhere safe on the map. Like, every time Meepo makes a rotation, he just sends a clone through the portal, and he can just be to the other side of the map instantly.
Yeah,
This is how
I
he's
like
so
that they,
good at this.
They also bought the gem. They've given it to Gunner, so they're just getting the map control right now, swinging through the jungle. And if it wasn't hard to farm already, it's just gotten even harder, having to do it blind.
Oh my god, they are so close to death right now, and they don't know. They just... It's a difference of one tree line. If they happen to scout them, that would have been the
Radiant's top
arena
tower
that they
is under attack.
really just would close out this game. But Yopaj, oh, Compy just rolls in, gets instantly echoed, and the call to follow. You take those. They're on top of RTZ, does have an enraged Lelis trying to force something. Gunner's coming through. Does he get the arena? And it traps 4! The spear, he needs the help. The BKB is out, the egg right on the edge, and Yuma's getting to work, baby. It is all coming up now. 4 dead, about to be a 5th as Kitrak is running for his life. God's Rebuke is there, and a spear to finish it off. Triple kills. He throws the clone to finish the job. I think we might see a GG coming out here pretty soon. Your base does not last long against the Meepo.
Structures are fortified.
There's the one fortify. He'll actually get barracks. So in the past, this is where it's like, you kill this, second fortify, you actually respawn in time to defend it. Not this time.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's
I
bottom
don't even care about
barracks
doing. I thought he might kill like the range barracks first, then move over.
He just gets a
I
full
guess you
Scotty.
don't want to fortify just for the range, do you?
Nah. They're gonna try and get the mid tier 2 at the exact same time as well. So they don't quite get the
Radiant's middle
range barracks,
tower
but
has
they get the
fallen.
mid tier 2, exposing the
Radiant's
mid
courier has
lane
been
of racks as
killed.
well. So super value now, as Yuma is level 20 with the, like I said, the Scotty fully completed. Now looking for the scythe. This looks like a desperation smoke here, and it gets broken immediately by Lelis as he's jetpacking on the haters. He's gonna get brought down by a nice Fissure. Kitrak trying to chase him. A Yules to dodge out the stun. He'll take the Wisdom Rune. The Global Silence is out as RTZ's trying to find his opening. Lelis hiding in the trees here. Another jetpack comes through, but he finally goes down. Yuma makes quick work of the backside, and now RTZ, the BKB is expiring. He's got to get away from Yuma, but Gunner is here. His own BKB, the arena to trap him, and with the Mega Meepo to follow. Axe comes in, gets the call. In comes Phoenix with the slows. Gunner with the body blocks. It is just all over for the side of Shopify Yopaj with a really nice dunk. Mind Control trying to make it to the base. Can he? He's trying. Okay, actually ends up being a great fight, but Yuma, he just goes in. You bought back on both supports. He's not done. He gets the root onto the Skem Silencer. Another kill going his way. Oh my goodness.
So this is why people ban Yuma, Meepo.
It's
It's,
true.
This isn't even like the first pick Meepo, which we've seen them do. It was the 4th pick. But, yeah, man, this guy is so good at Meepo. I don't know if that's really the only issue they had either, but...
It's just the axe. Like, they baited the axe pick with this, is what it is.
Seems like it,
100%.
yeah. I feel like Axe will be ignored. He's lost every game this series, actually.
Didn't he win game 1?
He wasn't...
Wasn't Mind Control Axe game 1, or am I
one, I
wrong?
thought.
Oh, maybe he wasn't. I don't remember. They're all a blur.
No, you're
So
right.
much
You're
time
right. He
today.
won game 1, but now he's lost 3 games in a row.
Yeah.
I wonder if teams will move away from it. And that Axe, that was a 4th, or sorry, an 18th pick Axe. So they'd
Yeah.
seen a lot
Very
of the draft,
different.
and then they took it. When did they pick it in this draft again? It was pretty early, wasn't it?
It was second pick. Yeah, they opened
Yeah,
Snapfire
so-
into Axe.
So it seems like we're reaching that point where a hero seems really broken. Oh, it's worth first picking. You see it so much because it's so broken, you come up with answers, and now you realize, okay, there are games that Axe is good, but if we pick it too early, we don't get that kind of game. So I imagine Axe is starting to move down the priority list.
I think when you just have someone as like a Meepo player of this caliber as well, you can't pick it.
Are scanning.
That's
Yuma now
true.
has a Scythe of Ice, so like that is the other issue. Is like there's a reason we saw the Meepo banned in that first game, right? And because they were planning on going for the Axe, and this time maybe a little bit of an oversight. But now that you have Blink Hex from the Meepo, plus Aghanim Scepter, you have Cheese on Mars. Like there is just so many things that they can do to stall out Shopify and get the fight that they want.
Radiant are scanning.
Don't you hate when you have too much money that your hex is in your backpack? Oh no, he swapped it out with a blink now.
Yeah, it's like,
It's still now his blink's in his backpack.
oh, he's gonna go in.
Oh,
The hex,
there's
the
hex
arena, it
reveal.
pulls him back. Yeah, they get the global signs. He's gonna be able to get the enrage, but the Yule's there to stall him out. He's gonna be forced to BKB. Another Yule's is there. RTZ on the run. The egg is out. The beautiful cogs once again to hold him there. And there they go. Yuma continue to chase Yopaj. The BKB, the Echo is out. Mind control with a nice call, but there's the Sun Ray. They are losing no health at
Gaining
all.
health and call.
And that is it. GG is out. We are going to a game number 5, baby.
Got me bowed. What can you do?
Nouns, victory.
What can you do? That's a reminder. You know, they've played now so many times. I've seen them respect ban the Meepo, but you play enough games, you start forgetting about it. There's a new patch. You're like, oh, we got to worry about Weaver. We got to worry about this. The whole time you was like, yeah, forget about my Meepo. Forget about it. He's just waiting.
15-0-7, dude. What an absolute ridiculous scoreline. That being said, Fly is 5-0-17. Like, these guys are involved in so many kills, no deaths between them. And it's not surprising, right? Like, you give them the Phoenix on the opener. He feels super confident. They to respond with the Snapfire didn't quite have the impact this game. But yeah, I mean, it's just Meepo, the shining star, Yuma. What an incredible performance.
Yeah, I liked where Shopify's draft was going. They had a really good combo to start. Silencer, I don't think has been doing that well, but I liked the idea of it versus the Phoenix and against the heroes we saw. But like once you throw Meepo in that equation, it like completely mixes it up. And it's why it's so useful for pro teams when they have a player who does play these cheese type heroes. You need to keep it in mind. If you forget for a moment, it can throw you off. But against another team that doesn't play Meepo, suddenly have to pick like a more standard carry. I think that draft would have worked with like the Silencer, the Wombo combo, all of that. They had like one pick at the end with the Earth Shaker is what they ended up going with. But they were probably looking at like, okay, got to deal with Meepo, got to deal with an Earth Spirit in lane. That's super annoying, right? It didn't leave them a lot of options once they got down to that very final pick.
Yeah, and I don't even think Earthshaker is that good against Meepo. Like, it's
Not
one of those things you're like,
anymore,
oh
I
my
think.
god, you're gonna get this huge echo, it'll be awesome. But Meepo can just pop Mega Meepo and just completely reset. If you don't chain stun him and kill him in that small window, your entire hero is pretty much wasted. And in a good lane where Meepo is this far ahead, I don't think it matters how much farm your Earthshaker has. You're not winning that fight. So really cool draft from Nouns. I love this.
Yeah, tons of fun. Bringing us to Game 5, where Axe goes through, ban, Storm Spirit. Which one? Meepo? You got to let it through again? You're going to risk getting Meepo to a second time in the best of 5 to be knocked out? Do you have to throw Meepo in that first phase?
This is something that's going to be really interesting. Every team, every game that has been won, they have won with first pick. All of them. So I am curious who wins the coin toss, because that could potentially decide the entire draft. We'll have to see. We're going to go to a short break, everyone. We'll be back with game number 5, a Shopify versus Nouns here in these North American close qualifiers. We'll see you in a sec.
wasting time, 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late.
Welcome back, everybody. It is game number 5 here for these North American closed qualifiers. It is the Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup, and it is Nouns taking on the side of Shopify. Finally, getting some payback for yesterday's series. We'll see if they can actually take this one or if it will be Shopify moving on to the main event. My name's Cryptic. I'm here with Z Quixotics. All right, I'm going to ask you honestly, did you expect the 5-game series? What were you thinking coming into this one?
Dishonest answer. I knew it could go. I was a little worried when I feel like Shopify had a pretty good showing in their first series versus Noun, so I thought that Shopify would come in ahead. But we've seen them play each other a bunch, and it's gone to 5 games quite often between these two teams. So
It has.
I always know it's possible, and I wasn't sure if the patch would mix things up, but I guess to some degree, I thought Shopify might be winning this sooner than 5 games.
Yeah, I
that's not
think
even
after
announced.
yesterday's series, I was kind of worried that it would be a little bit of a blowout. Like Shopify looked good. I do want to point out that for those of you who watched yesterday's series, or maybe if you didn't watch yesterday's series, Nouns looked like they were winning both games, like at some point, and it was really just this tiny hero that came in and just turned the whole game on its head. So I don't think Nouns are like substantially outclassed by Shopify. And now today, like seeing this, it's pretty clear like they're very evenly matched.
Sure seems like it. Game 5. Who's going to get first pick?
Nouns won the coin toss priority, so they're going to
Nouns
select
did it!
her in a moment. They lost every coin toss so far, but they win potentially the most important one. We'll see if they go for first pick or if they're going to do something a little bit different here. But I'd have to imagine Nouns will opt for first pick. Shopify will most likely opt for the Radiant.
I mean, there's so many broken heroes. Which broken hero do you want to let through? Is it the Storm, the Phoenix, Zeus? Those are the ones that have been let through so far. They keep winning. TA, Tiny, Centaur, Weaver.
I don't know which ones you can actually let through.
It's tough. Bulba's putting in the overtime, trying to figure it out. What is the draft answer?
I mean, you have to know they're like crossing their fingers. They're like, please let us win the coin toss. We need first pick. And Nouns get it. So Shopify's actually going to take Dire this time. So they're going to swap it up. But Nouns do, in fact, take first pick off of the coin toss priority. So we're going to see how this draft is going to go here fairly shortly as we jump into it. But yeah, do we see the Storm Spirit make it through? Do we see the Axe like be not even contested at this point, as it has lost 3 games in a row? Like, where are these teams going to go with their drafts? I'm sure it's going to be a little bit enlightening here, but I'm excited, man. This is going to be a really fun game 5.
Yeah, I think I don't want to see Axe too early. I feel like the teams are figuring out the counters to Axe to at least slow him down. I think you need to see a couple more heroes before you grab that Axe. All right, Dragonite, Zeus are taken out.
Nouns turn to ban. Shopify Rebellions turn to ban.
TA, Shadow Fiend.
Shopify Rebellions turn
So
to
they're going to go
ban.
back to banning the Phoenix and the Tiny. So it means Nouns has a choice of Centaur,
10
Weaver,
seconds remaining.
the Storm Spirit.
5 seconds remaining.
Those are the ones that have been contested so far,
Nouns,
unless they want to
turn
bring
to
someone
pick.
new into the mix.
Shopify Rebellions, turn.
Storm Spirit.
Okay. Well, here we go. Storm Spirit in the opener. Weaver is still available. What do you think is going to happen here?
I'm still hoping to
10
see a Weaver
seconds
game.
remaining.
Dark Willow has been another popular
5
early pick.
seconds remaining.
She's not a direct counter to the Storm. She actually did end up losing when that was the response. Like they
Nouns,
stormed.
turn to ban.
No, there it is. Yeah, so they're gonna go back for it. Again, it's not a direct counter because she does not have an instant stun for a Storm Spirit, so we can often zip away. But she's a lot of follow up to someone else, and she's just good in general in the side lanes because with the extra brambles, there's just so many
10
paths you can cut
seconds
off.
remaining.
So I think this part was fine. I don't think it's the reason that
5 seconds remaining.
Nouns lost this game in game 3 when Shopify got Storm first and responded with Dark
Nouns,
Willow,
turn to
flipping it on its
ban.
head this time. So I don't think it was the Dark Willow that was like the problem. There's the Sand King taken out. His instant stun would be good versus Storm. I imagine Sand King Dark Willow sounds like a decent lane.
10 seconds
I'm trying to think what else they're
remaining.
really worried about here. Like, do you still ban the
5
Weaver, or
seconds
do you try and
remaining.
force Shopify to ban the Weaver? Do
There's
you
also
want to
the
run Weaver
Centaur.
Dark Willow supports? Yeah, I feel like you leave
I think Weaver
Centaur
Dark Willow
Weaver.
would be fine. I think
Really?
Weaver
You think
Dark Willow
so?
would be fine because it could
Okay.
still be a Weaver carry, but
I guess
if
that's
not,
true. You're
yeah,
right.
you could still swap them for either support role and just make sure you pick a core hero who does have more instant initiation. I think it'd be fine depending on what they want to do.
You can build Gleipnir, which is annoying for the Storm Spirit as well.
That's true.
I mean, maybe they're gonna ban the Centaur
Shopify
themselves. Yeah, I think I was gonna say
Rebellions, turn to
without
ban.
having pick on the next phase here, I think they're just banning out the potential picks for mind control. They're like, go ahead, pick the axe again.
Yeah, I
Shopify
think Centaur or
Rebellions,
Dark
turn
Willow.
to
There it is. You gotta respect that Meepo. Centaur Dark Willow would have been a strong lane, and then you could take Centaur. I think you kind of would, but it is annoying playing into those brambles. You want to be able to just run feet free in the stampede, you know? Now you gotta like dodge around every
Nouns, turn to
bramble
ban.
everywhere.
Clockwork. Zero has been a staple in this series. It has looked very good, and Lelis made a great case for it last game. We saw Skem do pretty much the same thing in the game before, so
10 seconds
See,
remaining.
how Nouns want to respond.
5
Snapfire,
seconds
I think
remaining.
the cookie is very helpful against the cogs. Maybe like Snapfire. You could either double support yourself here, or Snapfire plus just a very consistent off-lane combo could be good, and then Snapfire could still move to the other lane if you needed to.
Yeah, I'm trying to think,
Nouns,
like, with the
turn to
double
pick.
support opener, it doesn't give you much to work with. So they're going to go for the Mirana. Maybe they just grab the Shadow Demon then here as well, and that will protect against a potential axe again coming out from Mind Control. And then you have a little bit of setup from Mirana, Arrow, and then you still have, you know, a potential hero in the off lane that you can pick
10 seconds remaining.
to give Arrow follow-up.
5 seconds remaining.
Shopify Rebellions, turn to
Oh, they just take the axe themselves. Man, I was wondering about this because they could easily respond with the Clinks again.
Yeah, I guess you did wait a couple picks, so at least you can't be countered by the supports, like
Yeah.
Shadow Demon
10
that we saw
seconds
before,
remaining.
or we were theorizing about like an Undying. Enchantress has been
5
annoying, so
seconds
at least there's
remaining.
that. Axe Call into Arrow could be decent if that does end up being that lane as well, but what have we seen as response? We've seen Ursa's do well versus Axe, at least like in the laning stage.
And Clinks was the other. It was the only two that
Yeah,
have looked
Clinks.
really good at shutting him down, besides the Meepo, of course.
Arteezy, show it to us. Oh wait, they banned it.
Yeah.
Or
mean,
Night Stalker
Ursa's
time.
Yeah, you could maybe think about that because of Storm Spirit as well, but I don't know if it would actually like do super well in the lane against the Axe, but
They do have overall last pick on Shopify Rebellion. Curious who they want to give it to. I feel like you can pick your mid laner in this phase because you already know it's the Storm Spirit matchup, and you can just pick something that will do fine in that lane, and then work with these supports. Which I think Dark Willow, Clockwork, 2 supports that could come online pretty early. So any type of initiating mid, I think, sounds pretty decent. And then I guess you could pick your carry, seeing the Axe already, so you can at least give yourself a good lane. Could pick the offlaner, but a little worried you'll get.
Shopify Rebellion.
you don't see either of the safe lane heroes. They are going to grab the Night Stalker.
Yeah, so I like that because here's your Leshrac versus the Storm matchup. Now you have which this is a little rare because there's not a lot of heroes who can flex between carry and offlane, but Shopify Rebellion has shown that they can do it with this Night Stalker, which means you do leave it as a little bit of a question mark. If you try to counter this Night Stalker too hard, maybe it's just going to move over. I like that a lot.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I was thinking the Lesh initially. I'm a little bit skeptical or a little bit hesitant with the Night Stalker here, but we'll see. I'm trying to think what you can play from the carry position that Night Stalker doesn't just completely shut down. That also plays well into a Leshrac. Do you want to last pick a support again, or do you want to hide your carry pick? The thing is here is like you can pick your carry on 18 because otherwise your remaining options are getting banned. But last time they did this was the Ursa. Okay, they go for the Chaos Knight.
It did occur to me, I was wondering if Leshrac is too annoying for the CK, and then there's like the Brambles and the Terrorize. Could be a little bit annoying for Chaos Knight, but he is one of the carries who could stand up to a Night Stalker off lane.
5 seconds remaining.
Do you have to ban Pudge here?
Picking a support coming up. Ooh, the Pudge carry?
Yeah, because like the thing is the Night Stalker could flex off lane. They get rid of the Darkseer.
Shopify Rebellion's turn to
Yeah, maybe they're feeling like it is for sure going to be the Night Stalker in the safe lane. They get rid of the Shadow Demon. That one makes the most sense. Like we kind of expected that as potentially a, something they could have picked where the Axe is instead. But when you have a Night Stalker, like the Shadow Demon save is quite good. You could opt for the first facet, but the Darkness Rain is so much better that just banning the Shadow Demon is probably a better option.
I think so. It's rare to see support last picks. I can't believe it happened twice in this one series.
Yeah, it's true, huh?
What do you need? Position 5 or 4. I think Mirana can still do both.
Yeah, but get rid of the Muerta. Good, very good
have enough
silence and control.
I think they have enough initiation. Maybe some damage, some scaling support is maybe some of the reason behind that, like Muerta ban. Who's another high scaling support?
Remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I don't think there is the Venomancer potential, but I don't know if that synergizes too well with the Chaos Knight lane. They get rid of an Underlord. Okay. So they are just kind of anticipating safe lane Night Stalker. Question is, what do you pair with the CK lane? Is there any other minus armor hero you could go for? Dude, what? Weaver's still in the game!
We are going to see the Weaver. Okay. I thought the fact that I made it so far that they were just going to ignore it at this point, but I'm finally getting it, dude. Weaver support game. Let's go.
I forgot about Weaver,
10
man.
seconds
Completely.
remaining.
It's been banned so often. I just expected it to be banned
5
again.
seconds remaining.
Surely it would be banned by phase 3, but no. They get the support Weaver. Finally, man, you're lucky. After all day of asking, we get it.
Let's go game 5. Hey,
we
the
go back to
Clings
the
again.
Clings. Okay.
So a bit of a switch up. They thought it would be a carry Night Stalker.
Night Rain will help quite a bit against the support Weaver because I think Weaver is strongest like levels 1, 2, and 3 in the lane. And now with the Night Stalker there, it's not actually that easy to pressure him out thanks to, you know, the reversal of the night-day cycle. You have maybe some kill threat onto the Dark Willow, but even then, as long as she dodges out the stun from Chaos Knight, she should be fine. And we saw this Clinks matchup earlier into the Axe. Did not go well for Axe. I like Shopify's
10
draft,
seconds
man. I don't
remaining.
know. How do you feel?
5 seconds remaining.
I'm not sure how good of a time Chaos Knight can have. Having said that, I like that Yuma's on a more aggressive carry. I feel like they've been playing better around that than when he's playing a more passive farming carry. Like I think the games they lost, he was like Wraith King, who had to catch up and farm, and then a Gyrocopter who spent a lot of time farming. But the games where he gets to be the Ursa and play aggressive and run at people, and the Meepo, like I like that. So the Chaos Knight fits that bill. We got Axe again, who's been struggling those last couple games, but you know, what are the odds he loses a 4th game in a row? It's not possible. He's due for a win.
I mean, I guess we're going to find out, right? Like, this is a matchup or a kind of a rematch into the Clinks. I think it was also a Clockwork lane as well. I'm pretty sure it was Clockwork Clinks into the Axe. I don't remember what his support was, but it might have been Mirana, actually. That might be an exact lane mirror from what we saw in that previous game. Well, we can look back at it in a moment, but that ended up being a very good game for the Clinks. He rushed the Desolator, ended up getting some stacks super early on.
No, he had a Dark Willow last time, I think.
It was Dark Willow, okay.
Because there was a Crystal Maiden in that game.
That is right. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm interested to see how well Fly can do on the Weaver. Win this potentially. Well, the goal is to win the lane with the strong presence of the Weaver. They've got some negative armor
Prepare for
synergy
battle.
between the Swarm and Chaos Knight. Maybe that could get them an early kill.
Well, it's not easy against the Night Stalker,
Yeah.
of course, which is the thing, right? I think that's why they moved the Night Stalker to the offlane and they feel comfortable picking a new carry. You're like, all right, this Weaver is really strong from the support position. So Night Stalker, probably one of our only options in terms of surviving that lane. I thought they might have gone for like a Timber Saw, to be honest, and rely on like Timber Saw with Night Stalker in the carry role, but
That could have been cool.
go this route instead.
Yo, good luck, have fun.
30 seconds.
Game
to battle.
5.
True. I mean, for those of you who are just tuning in, if you guys have been missing this series, I'm sorry, dude. This has been really good. It's Nouns versus Shopify. Game 5. The winner advancing, of course, to the Riyadh Masters main event. See what ends up happening here.
The battle begins.
Ooh, Yuma was in a pretty good spot to potentially surprise them, but well, that happened. 3 runes going to Nouns to start things off.
Just
Aggressive
what I
ward
was
placed
looking
there
for.
from Lelis. That's a good one.
See if he can find as many courier kills on Mirana as he did as the Clockwork in the last game. Doesn't have a ward to help himself though this time.
Oh, so Skem's actually going to open Battery Assault against the Axe. We've been seeing a lot of the cogs, but this is very problematic. Arteezy walks over. They're just going to right-click him to death, and that is first blood right out of the gate. And now Lelis in trouble. Battery assault on cooldown, but this Mirana's not known to be super fast, and that's just too... They just walk at them.
Last hits are for suckers. Harold's had it right the whole time. Who cares about last hits? Just run at the enemy heroes.
Wow. That is...
I'm like speechless. I can't believe that just happened.
I mean, we were talking about how like the matchup was not great earlier. Bottom lane, Kitrak in some trouble. Finished off by Fly. He is stuck inside the brambles and has nowhere to go. The kill will be given on over to Mind Control. Oh, actually, Kitrak gets the kill. What? Did he walk into a bramble at the last second?
I missed what that last tick was, but maybe. Maybe there's like a blood grenade tick or something.
Dude, Skem's clockwork is wild. He has done so good on this hero in this series.
Yeah, here's looking really strong.
As someone who's like played Clockwork like 3 times in his entire life, this series has made me want to kind of check this hero out.
Pretty fun. You feel like you're playing soccer when you're football for the international. That was the NA clause. We could call soccer.
Yeah,
you get to.
This is our region.
Play soccer with the power cogs kicking them around. It's pretty fun. But I like, so battery assault level 1 is actually more consistent damage if you can isolate someone, which apparently if you just run at them and ignore all creeps, it will do the most damage there. Cogs level 1, if you get a lot of bounces, it can do similar damage, but it's pretty tough. So cool to see him take battery assault. Might be paying with his life here though.
Yeah, I think he just baited himself a little bit.
Feeling a little too powerful.
Yeah, he was like, I'm gonna have some fun. I'll get this 2 hero cogs. I'll just chill. But yeah, 2v1, not a great time. Oh, that is that is almost a full mana boot taken away from Arteezy.
Told you, Lelis, 2 things he
That's
hates.
big.
Hates couriers. Hates mind controls axe.
And this time it's only couriers. There's no mind control axe.
Yeah.
So.
Well, that's a shame for Clinks. So Clinks, he really needs mana. That's why it used to be like power treads you would see Clinks buy, but kind of came to realize for a lot of Clinks players, like actually it's just the mana. Oh, gets hit by an arrow. Probably won't die here, but he's gonna take a good chunk of damage.
Lotus. The call comes out though. Gunnar gets it off the level there, and that is a dead Clinks. Okay, they turn around top, but mid lane Skem with the wrap around will set up a kill onto Copy, giving Yopaj an amazing start now in this mid lane. Dude, he's gonna miss a full wave as well. That's huge. Bottom lane, they're actually turning it back around onto Fly. Does have a Sakuchi in a moment here. But MC, obviously, with the Night Rain talent, just regens so much.
Denied.
It's been happening to Copy a lot. Something happens in the mid lane and it's now behind. He's gonna have to do some jungling, especially once Yopaj gets to level 6, which he will first at this rate.
Oh yeah.
There's a matching support rotation, but Weaver Mirana rotating is a little awkward. Paul into Arrow in the top lane. Skem taking a lot of damage here.
Yeah, with the Star Storm, I think he's got him. He does. Okay. So despite the initial first blood and follow-up kill, they have managed to completely turn this top lane around. Gunnar, he's not amazing on last hits right now, but brought Fly up here. Looking like the Weaver wants to get active. The slow is going to allow the axe to get close enough. The call into the arrow. Skitter step making a pretty big difference there as they will finish off the kill. Clinks is dead. Gunnar gets bonked back into the tower, and that will actually turn it around. Fly's dead as well. Skem gets a double kill. He's nearly level 5. Panicking inside the cogs. Just absolute disaster.
Yeah, he's trying to get out of the tower range, but just stepped a little too far. Got knocked back into it. That's on a roll with these arrows. Has not missed.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Nice.
Yopaj trying to apply this pressure mid. His catapult's actually still in the back, so he has time to get some supports in here.
Yeah, that was an interesting fort. He forts the wave so that his other wave catches up, so the catapult will eventually make it to the tower. Fly does see Kit Rack trying to do what damage he can. Copy should be able to clean this up though, and he will get level 6 there. So perfectly happy. Bottom lane, Kit Rack. He will just zip through this. No, yeah, he just takes the takes the arcane rune away, and Copy in some trouble. Palms the stick. He will survive.
It's so weird to see a 6-minute bounty rune or 6-minute power rune fight in the day because of night rains. See all the supports moving in here. Usually it's a lot scarier when you're not sure where anyone is.
All right, overall, we're still at a very close start to the lanes. We see this a lot with these two teams. Every single hero kind of finding what they want. I will say the Clockwork is looking pretty damn strong at the moment in terms of net worth, and it's Yuma on this Chaos Knight that needs some time to catch back up. I am a little bit curious if Arteezy is gonna go for the Midas that he did earlier. Right? He went like this Radiance into Midas, or I'm sorry, that was on the Night Stalker. I keep thinking it's gonna be him on the Night Stalker with his mind control this game. If he's gonna go the Deso Rush, and it looks like he is. So, first item Deso for the Clinks.
I would love to see Night Stalker go Midas Radiance.
That'd be sick. It'd be sick.
That's the pub classic. You look over at your off lane. The greediest item build in the world. Copy not getting his stack stolen this game, so catching back up despite that death earlier. His tower honestly hasn't taken that much damage despite everything.
Well, level 6 comes out for Mind Control. The immediate rotation into the bottom side of the map. They're going to go ahead and TP in on the Axe. Question is, can they get the space? The call will come out onto the Dark Willow. Gunner gets his first dunk of the game. All right, Chaos Knight a little bit too tanky to dive this early, and Fly, he's got the urn, so that's going to top him back off. Here comes Yopaj. You have Phantasm. Axe is still here. Skem needs to be careful. There's a call in 1 second. Here comes Arteezy, though. Dunk comes out. Gunner's still alive. The extra move speed, it's trying to get him away, but Mind Control with the wraparound. They will eventually bring down this Axe. Kill goes to Yopaj. I mean, this is a really deep dive, and now look, you have so many heroes incoming. Mind Control grabbed by the bugs. Yopaj, Arteezy, Mind Control stuck in the corner of the map, and here comes Copy. He wants his targets, gets on top of Mind Control, hits him with the Remnant. Lelos on the backside, cutting off Kit Rack, unable to come on in. Yopaj now falling as well, hits a nice 2-hero stun, but Arteezy stuck, man. It is so difficult. How did we get here? How did we get into the corner of the map?
There's a 9-minute fight behind the Roche pit. All right, well, that's pretty good for Nouns. I guess, yeah, I mean, Shopify really tried to force that. They were initiating, like, behind that Tier 1 tower area near the Twin Gate, so it gave Nouns time to rotate, and the only way Shopify can get out is running up to the north, so they were cut off, and it just ends up in a funny location. There's
beautiful Moonlight Shadow. They're not done. They're going to find Mind Control here again. The skitter step slow, plus the damage from Lelos and Yuma. These guys are now feeling some momentum. And you can see, you know, why this Weaver is very scary. He is already so close to a Spirit Vessel. You don't need to buy boots. You just skitter step your way in. It's good stuff. 10-minute power rune. It will spawn top. So it'll be a shield rune for Yopaj.
One of the slower starts for Yopaj out of the series. Not that he even had a bad lane, just...
I mean, he got the first kill, right? Like, he was ahead of Storm. It's really just that disaster of a fight behind the Roche pit that swung things around. Like, the Storm Spirit's in first, and your Chaos Knight is now way in front of Mind Control's Night Stalker, which wasn't even close before. Mid lane Tier 1 tower in trouble being pressured here by this hook shot off the mark. Copy also in trouble, but he's got some backup.
I can't believe it looks like Leshrak's tower might fall first.
That's not common. Right, a little bit of a pause. I'm ready for headset issue. Boom, got it. Got it.
What is going on with them? All right, well, taking a quick peek around, it looks like Klinks is almost done with his Deso. That'll be a lot of damage, especially if he works with the Night Stalker. I'm a little surprised Night Stalker doesn't have a single point in Crippling Fear. It does seem pretty good this game.
I mean, he's holding a point, right? So he could put a point in Crippling Fear. I think for now he's just
Dire's structures are fortified.
kind of waiting to see if he needs it. Mid lane, they've caught Copy this time. Oh, beautiful Cogs! Doesn't hit him on the crown, up on the high ground, so he's able to zip to safety. So close here from Shopify. Beautiful spell layering, but it's just barely not enough damage.
Are fortified.
That being said, you put
Radiant's
some pressure on the
middle
tier 1 tower
is
mid.
under
They get the
attack.
fortification out of him. Kidtrack will be forced to disengage, though, as Lelis. Very scary on this Mirana right now.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Okay, just farming up. Deso is done. Klinks. We'll probably see him want to get active with this. We saw this in the last game where the second they got the Deso, he was like playing behind his mid laner, looking for an opening. With the mid lane tower down, Nouns are trying to play really aggressive. Like Yuma is invading the enemy triangle, Fly's here as well. So is Copy. They're going to try and just clean up just a single set of stacks on both these camps. It's not what we saw last game, right? Where they walked into the triangle and find like a 5-stacked Ancient camp.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised Shopify not trying to do something around this nighttime. That's why I was kind of curious, like, what are they waiting for?
The line's drawn top. You have a regen rune on the Storm Spirit. You have Moonlight Shadow available. Does Axe have Blink Dagger? I feel like he has the money for it unless he goes Blade Mail. He did go Blade Mail. Okay, so he's gone phase boost Blade Mail. Moonlight Shadow. They've taken the Twin Gate to the bottom side of the map.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under
I
attack.
think Nouns knows
Dire's
they're down here.
structures
They don't
are
want to contest it.
fortified.
They're just going to give this up.
Radiant's
Yeah,
bottom
it's
tower
just
Just
not
coming in
worth
for the
it.
last hit.
It's like, that's my tower, actually?
Dire's top tower is under
Well,
attack.
Nouns, I think, should be relatively content with this, just waiting out the nighttime. They just finished Spirit Vessel on the Weaver. Let's see, Orchid's still a little bit off. And I guess maybe just waiting for the blade, or sorry, the Blink Dagger on the Axe.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top
See,
tower
Witchblade almost
has
on
fallen.
too. Yeah, so this should line up pretty nicely as it turns back to daytime at 15 minutes and 15 seconds now because the night rains. You should have
Radiant are
some
scanning.
item timings to go off of on the side of Nouns.
Okay, well. The smoke on Shopify, looking for their opening.
Dire's top tower
But
is under attack.
will they actually walk in and find anyone worth it is the question. Copy is
Radiant's
farming
middle tower is
so
under attack.
far on the enemy side of the map, and they know this, right? They've seen the waves getting pushed in, so they know he's here. He does have a nice ward to save him, but not so much anymore, as they will be walking right by it.
It's so weird to
Copy.
gank his own area of
Smoke's
your
gonna
map.
pop. Zip is out, the hook shot off the mark. Does he escape? The TPs are coming
Everyone is
through.
coming
He's
in,
in
man.
the wrong neighborhood, my guy. Yeah, there it is. The crippling fear is out. He knows. He will finally get punished for this one. Kill goes to Yopaj. Really good rotation from Shopify to find it.
Dire's bottom tower
All right,
is
man.
under
If they had made that movement and didn't even kill him, that is so sad for them.
I thought he was gonna go into the enemy base TP. Like I really thought he was gonna go like onto the enemy high ground and just TP
Yeah, I
there.
thought he would too, but I guess you don't feel too bad knowing how many people rotated over. You did lose some galvanized stacks though.
Yeah, absolutely. Yopaj will finally clean up the ancient stack there. As Chaos Knight has his Orchid, this is a pretty big item to fight around if you manage to find Yopaj with this. He will absolutely die to the CK damage. The question is, will they actually find it? Under the cover of Moonlight Shadow, they head through the triangle here, but they will see Copy now. So they know that he's here. So Yuma looking for something. Dark Willow, I think just baiting. Orchid's out. He didn't know about the Orchid, but that will be a nice kill going the way of Copy.
Getting that permanent mana regen.
Gunner's TPing top. They have this ward scouting MC, and Scam's in a pretty good spot to break this though, so we'll see if they actually want to make a play of their own here. They're gonna head to bottom, so they know that the Gunner TP top. They're gonna move directly back to the bottom side of the map, see if they can find someone else instead. Chaos Knight.
They might run into a fly here though.
Yeah,
that is not an easy one.
Woo. The smoke actually didn't pop. Hookshot comes out though. Skems found him. The pushback on the cogs. He can't connect, but Fly sitting there, Invis gets the vessel out onto this Clockwork, the bugs as well, and he'll just Sakuchi away. Oh, you don't have detection for this guy.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, he's actually so fast. Even when you get knocked back by a cog, you can just run through there as the Weaver. So it's not. This is where the old cogs is actually better against Weaver than the new cogs.
Net worth wise, it's a 5,000 lead for Nouns. I didn't think it was that bad, like just kind of looking at the game, but it really is just this Night Stalker who is struggling. And then you have the supports on Nouns that have a pretty good start already in this game, right? I think part of it was like Lelis obviously finding a lot earlier. Oh, Yuma. Oh, the troll? Wait a minute. Can he get in range? He's trying to so bad. Axe comes in, gets the call, the pullback. The burst damage onto Yopaj is there. The crippling fear prevents the dunk. Dude, the jungle creep griefing Yopaj so hard right there.
The neutrals are not very neutral sometimes.
Not at all. The fact that they can detect invis units is wild, or smoked units. Gunner goes in. He's going to get punished for that blank. They're going to just be able to trap him inside the brambles as mind control going up aggressively as well, up onto the high ground. Hook shot. It gets blocked. They have Clanks. They see him. He's fallen low. Yuma wants to close the gap. Gunner with an aggressive blink on 4. They pull him back. But beautiful terrorize onto 3. In comes Lelis. The arrow into the Starstorm. He's gone. Mind control's gonna join him. And Gunner is still alive. Hiding in the trees, but he walks into a bramble, pulls the call, tries to live, but he won't be able to. It's, I think, was that 4 dead? 3 dead, I guess, for now, but Yopaj coming in. Kitrak gets just completely dropped on the backside, but Yopaj, a greedy kill from him, gets punished as well. A 5 for 2 for Nouns. They are really starting to feel themselves in this game.
At first, actually, that looked a little too greedy from Nouns, but I guess Yopaj was still dead, so if he had been alive, a lot of the control, they didn't actually have damage going, and there've been some really sick arrows in all this, so even when the control's out, like, Clinks is just stunned for a long time, not actually hitting anyone with his Deso, so just not enough damage without the Leshrac. And I think, I can't remember, Dark's Ascension had already faded by that point too, so they didn't have that either. Maybe it was still up.
He tanked the hook shot with the Dark Ascension coming over the pillar, and then it ended like a moment later.
Yeah.
And yeah, Gunner getting the call off right into the arrow just to keep Clinks controlled for that last little bit is pretty much everything they needed. That was pretty much everything going Nouns' way. Now the question is, you know, can they keep that going? We'll have to see. Gunner feeling very strong on the axe here as he's getting closer to his BKB. Dude, the Orchid on this Chaos Knight is so scary until you get your BKBs.
second or third nighttime, I guess now. Third nighttime. What can they get done? Because the game's starting to get out of their control.
Radiant are scanning.
Currently, they're smoked and sitting in their jungle. Okay, here we go. Here we go.
Radiant scan looking for Roshan. It doesn't find it. So I think with that, they know they are collapsing through the map. They're checking the triangle, seeing what they can find. It's already been cleared up. They need to get this tier 1 tower or this top tower. They cannot allow these to stay on the map any longer. It is crushing their ability to invade nouns when they smoke.
Dire are scanning.
Leshrac showing like that in the creep wave. He started pushing in, but I think they knew he kind of appeared out of nowhere.
TPs
so
are
all
coming.
Scattered out.
Call comes in from the Axe. It gets RTZ. There's the arrow as well. The Star Storm, the pullback. He's just dead.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Oh no. For Shopify, this is starting to spell disaster.
Allies disappear.
The fact these tier 1s are up kind of goes back to something we've been seeing them do a lot, which is like the support rotations in mid. This time it was matched, so they weren't able to make use of Yopaj having a decent laning stage and actually take early towers. And because of that, these tier 1s still being up, like you said, really restricting their movements in this smoke, so they had to go through the triangle, but that makes it easy to dodge for nouns. And just waited a minute and then made their own play. Looks like they're gonna go for Roche now.
Should be able to if they can keep the bug on it, and it looks like Gunnar goes in with a call just to make sure. Arrow as well, so with the CK they should get there pretty easily. His BKB is on the way. He also gets himself a pretty great jungle item, so even more minus armor coming out from him as he sticks to his target. Poppy will grab the Aegis. And a BKB is completed there as well. I mean, they just hit a massive timing. It's double BKB, almost triple. Does Axe have BKB as well? They actually might have all three. Axe is close, but oh, he's like 100 gold away. So we're gonna have triple BKB and an Aegis on the side of Nouns to play around.
And Weaver just picked up a Yule's too, so you can even use that for the arrow setup now. He can Shikuchi in, pick someone up, and then you can just let the arrow start the fight that way.
Oh my god. RTC is walking right by some danger here. I mean, he knows the Axe is there on the high ground. Oh. Maybe he didn't know, actually. He's going to try and just TP on out. He will make it. The arrow does not connect.
What did I just see?
Maybe he just didn't see him there. I have no idea.
I wonder if he, like, shift queued that and then was, like, looking at other stuff. Suddenly she's like, oh, I'm barraging through an Axe in front of my face. And I feel like Gunnar was also looking somewhere else or something, because like
he was looking in the lane.
A couple arrows, yeah. Then he's like, "Wait, what's happening to me?"
Yeah, both players equally confused. Like, what's going on here? Very lucky for RTZ. If he gets called there, he's 100% dead. There's no way he gets out of it. The TP in from the Murano would have spelled disaster.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Seems like Shopify's kind of stabilized the net worth to just the 8K. It's rough. If they don't lose too much though from here, they can maybe hang on, try to take like a high ground fight. They're gonna slowly lose buildings though. So
Ooh, Kit Rack! Oh, he's got a Yule's. Oh god. I was very worried. I was like, he is super dead to this, but he will get the shards, the Curse Crown spawning more brambles. Very nice. As top lane tower should be falling for this, right? Or did they fortify? They fortified. Okay.
Axe left. Maybe they could
Dire's top tower
defend.
is under attack.
But I think they just want to like farm. I'm trying to. Yeah, it looks like BKB's almost done on Clinks. Night Stalker's working on one, so they're just in evade mode.
Yeah, Yopaj is just trying to tank up on the Leshrac, right? That's kind of the game plan always. This Kaya into the Eternal Shroud BKB. Seems to kind of just be the standard build for this hero now, but...
Yeah, he's almost got... Yeah, this Bloodstone double BKB for Shopify. I think they're just going to spend this time going for that. It is another nighttime that passes, and they don't quite get much done with it. I guess it goes back to that landing stage, right? The CK Weaver just being too strong. Night Stalker's just been catching up the entire game.
Yeah, he's getting there. Yeah, you definitely need to get the BKB on some of these heroes to take any fights.
Dire's middle tower
Oh.
is under attack.
Smoke. They have Moonlight Shadow, Gem, tossed on over to Gunner. It is daytime now, so they feel very strong. Copy can always join on the bottom side of the map at the outpost. They do see Mind Control on the ward for a moment. They also see Arteezy. He gets him. The Gem is there. He's just trying to close the gap. The Orc gets out the blade mail into the call, and oh boy, we've seen this one before. He almost had it too.
If you can.
A very good gem purchase. That was a very recent purchase, right?
Yeah.
Straight up pays
Just
off
picked
with the
up.
best kill they could find.
Regeneration.
So, Lesh has the Eternal Shroud into the Bloodstone. I think he has it, right? He does. So, Eternal Shroud, Bloodstone, BKB will be his build, and this will help him kind of sustain quite a bit in these fights. The problem is there is the Spirit Vessel on the Weaver. So if Fly is able to catch Yopaj with the Spirit Vessel, it's going to reduce so much of the healing he can get out of this. And they have Burst. Like, absolutely. That is Chaos Knight's bread and butter.
Dire's
So
bottom tower
if they manage
is
to get on
under
top of
attack.
Yopaj, I don't know if this will keep him alive quite yet.
Yeah, it's also going to be tough to actually lifesteal with the Bloodstone, or spell lifesteal, spell steal. Because, yeah, with everyone picking up their BKBs, you're just not doing that much damage. So between that, Spirit Vessel and the BKBs could be a tough time for Yopaj.
All right, Ages will get reclaimed here. And with that, Copy will just finish farming to his Sanj and Kaya.
I would actually love to see a shard on Yopaj as part of their high ground defense. It's tough for Chaos Knight to play into that.
It really is, yeah. Because you can throw illusions just constantly, but they're just gonna fall so fast. Fly just sitting up here trying to scout something. There is a ward that saw him, so you'll have to back away. They are smoking across the map, trying to get to him. Chaos Knight still protected thanks to this tier 1 tower. Like, that's the thing. Like, these towers are still up on the side of Nouns, and they cannot get to this side of the map easily. And because of it, they have to take the long route. Tormentor's already gone. The rotation's just too slow. And they know. There's the scan. Oh, my goodness.
Then
They're coming in
Dire's
for their
bottom
own play
tower
now.
is under attack.
Shopify are in shambles right now. Gunner, who's he find? He gets big BKB call onto the best target. It's going to be Yopaj. There's the arrow. In comes Yuma. Chopped down. Number 1 to fall. Skeb will be second. RTZ on the road with the BKB, but he cannot get away from this CK. He cannot get away from Copy. He's laying in what damage he can, but he finally falls. Gunner hobbling away on his sliver of HP will succeed. Yuma with a triple kill as Mind Control is desperate for anything. I don't know what to say.
Literally speechless.
Nouns
I don't know,
just completely out, like mind played.
Yeah,
Like
that
Sean White.
was
They just knew everything.
that was such a good read. Knowing is like, okay, they're gonna come here for the Wisdom Rune, and they've actually done this several times now. They expect the Wisdom Rune to come up. Earlier in our first series today, we saw them bait around this Illusion Rune, or this Wisdom Rune with an illusion to let them win a major fight. They seem to really think about the Wisdom Runes on the side of Nouns, and that might... I mean, Shopify was trying to hang in there. That is a very big setback.
Dude, I don't know how you get back into this game. I honestly don't. You have an 8,600 net worth Night Stalker at 30 minutes. The supports have more, like, well eclipsed him at this point.
Yeah, you would have to do a lot of creep cutting. The problem is, most of the towers are still up, so it's so dangerous to creep cut. Yeah, you got the axe, you got the Storm Spirit, even like Invis from Weaver and Moonlight. There are so many ways that you could be caught while trying to creep cut, but it is sort of what they need to do. And I also sort of think maybe someone just needs to YOLO run at the tower, try to kill it. Like Leshrac with Edict or Clinks just pops in because like there's just no room to work with as long as these tier 1s are up. And I don't think they'll ever be able to force a full 5-on-5 to take the tower. So someone's just gonna have to backdoor it, I think. Otherwise, what? You need like the greatest series of chain stuns between the high ground, split earth, and Cogs trapping them all, and AoE silence and terrorize. I don't know.
Dude,
He needs
Gunner
some
is just
wild
running
combo.
at RTZ.
Is under attack.
He knows he's down here. He's like, yeah, what is he gonna do? Just goes in. Yes, he doesn't kill himself on the Blade Mill, but with the help of Lelis, it's another death of the Clinks. Gunner, yeah, tip this guy. He has been in RTZ's mind this whole game.
Gonna break the curse. Axe is gonna win a game? Question mark. The
I
first
guess.
and last game.
First and last game.
Radiant's
man,
bottom
dude.
tower is under attack.
19,000 gold advantage. They're going to start getting to work on the high ground here potentially. You got to be careful, though. You do not want to throw this game. It is nighttime now. You do not have Aegis, despite the fact that Roche is up. But Clinks is dead for 15 more seconds. So chances are they do as much damage as they can. Maybe they get the tier 3 tower and then back away as soon as the Clinks is in this fight. We'll have to see. Fortification being held at the moment.
Yeah, with the state of the game, they kind of know that Clinks does not want to buy back. You are so desperate for as much money as you can get on Clinks. He is the damage, and if you force him to buy back, that is such a big economic win. He just won't have the items to kill you. So they feel pretty confident. Like, they don't know the status, but they're like, there's no way he does it. He has to hold his money. So
Yeah,
nearly
right.
killing the tier 3 for free there, and
It's
any
gotta be
pick off, you just get to go back. In fact, you probably don't even need to wait for a pick off. You can probably just push creeps up there, send some CK illusions to finish it off for you.
Eternal Shroud done on the Axe. That'll help out quite a bit with the magic damage. The Clinks obviously hurts this guy, but with how many Code of Blood stacks he has, he's sitting on so much bonus armor. Like, he's just... he's almost got 40 armor, 38 armor without the call. So yeah, it's pretty nuts. He's not gonna die to the Clinks damage. He's got to be worrying about the magic damage, which that will help out a lot with. Smoke out. Both teams. This is it, man. Shopify need a fight. This is the one that they're hoping for. They're sitting right under a ward. They know about it. They get it. Gunner, huge call onto Yopaj. The follow-up is there. They're going to lose the Dark Will immediately. The buyback in time, but Yopaj is dead. Nothing left in the tank, and onto RTZ they go. He's going to pop the BKB. Surrounded. Gunner once again with a dunk. The triple kill. Skem to fall as well. Kitrak. He's like, I'm out, baby. I don't mean to be in this fight. Get me out of here. Mind control chased away by the 5th position Weaver. This... I mean, if you're Shopify, obviously you don't just give up. It's game 5 of a grand finals, but my God, have Nouns improved game after game.
Yeah, that even starts with their first series. I feel like they were looking a little rough in their first series, but the warm-up is paying off. They're peaking exactly where they need to.
Radiant are scanning.
They look like... I don't even know where they could go wrong. I guess actually I do. You know, the classics, 1x1 funneling in, but...
Yeah. They're not doing that, though. This is...
Why aren't they doing that?
Why aren't they feeding?
Don't they want a close game in Game 5? What's wrong with them?
This is one of the things that plagues less experienced teams, right? They get ahead, they feel so confident, and then you get overconfident, and then you die, and you throw a 20,000 lead that you should have no business throwing. But right now, Nouns have done a really good job of not doing that. Now, whether or not they can keep doing that, we're gonna find out, because they are getting ready to go high ground. And if there's anything we've learned, it's not easy to do in this patch. Fortification out here from Shopify to try and slow this down. Illusions from Yuma will get to work. The shard on Yopaj, like you said, quite good at dealing with the CK on this high ground push. The call comes in. Gunner's found him. Yopaj is just dead. It is unbelievable. Wicked 6 spree for Gunner, looking for Skem as well. He needs to be careful. He's in kind of deep. does have a lot of armor, needs some help. The rest of the team just stunned on the backside with the force staff to get him safety. Great hook shot in from Skem Copy. Still plenty healthy. Yuma turning his attention on over the clockwork. He's dead. That is a dieback as Copy still has an Aegis to work with. The Parasma coming off cooldown. There's the call from Gunner. And it looks like Nouns might be doing it, sending Shopify packing. 3 dead with no buyback. And a 32,000 gold advantage at 35 minutes, cracking the base.
Axe has 82% physical damage resistance when he uses Call. When you pop BKB with that, he has a
That's
cheese.
it.
There's no killing him.
They call it. Shopify is done. All of them just stop moving. I can't imagine. Nouns will be the team to advance for North America to the Riyadh Masters.
That was a fun one. That was a fun series. Very back and forth. Axe, he brought it back. Wins the first game, has a rough couple in the middle, brings it back that last game. Everyone on Nouns, I think, did, like, they all worked really well in that last game, I think.
Yeah.
We were saying, like, they seemed to have you warming up throughout the game, learning. Some of the reasons they lost in, like, previous games, it felt like you would build that lead, you would overextend, but they felt so on the ball this game. With the, I'd say that Wisdom Rune, the one that fight really seemed to seal it in. They knew Shopify Rebellion was coming in that way. They all positioned, they all bring all the right heroes. We didn't see any of the slip ups that sometimes cost them. I won't say it always cost them the game, but like they throw away a bit of a lead and then they got to work for it again. But this was very clean here.
Yeah, this was, I mean, games 4 and 5 were just textbooks performances from Nouns. Like very, very few mistakes. Yesterday when we saw them lose to Shopify, right, the 2-0, they were ahead, like pretty heavily ahead. And it was a couple mistakes that just got punished by Shopify that allowed them to turn the games around. So clearly Nouns, they spent their time, they kind of tightened things up here, and as a result, they're the team to qualify to Riyadh Masters, and it's well deserved. I mean, this team has been putting in the work all damn year, and yeah, it pays off. They take down Shopify, which big blow to Shopify. I mean, if you're a Shopify fan, not a fun one, but yeah, well deserved victory from Nouns. Love to see it.
Yeah, never.
So,
Gotcha. Sounds like we are gonna have an interview in a moment. Probably have to do a short break to go get that set up, but yeah, it was pretty exciting. Some NA, good old NA Dota goes to the best of 5. Seems to always happen this way, right? It's
does,
always
dude.
fun watching these two teams. I think if you're a Shopify Rebellion fan, you can take some, it's a pretty recently formed team. There's work to be done. They looked pretty good for considering how recently they just added MC. They did have some good performances. So there will be other tournaments. Hopefully this team, keeps working together. You get that team synergy going, which is not easy to do. Just like, I feel like I just heard the announcement like a week ago that he joined,
Yeah.
So it was a pretty good performance considering that. Dota at this level, the team synergy is really important. Many people overlook it. So it's not easy to just bring that together. But Nouns has been sticking together for a little bit now, and it seems like it's coming together.
Yeah, it really is. I'm excited. We're going to be going to a short break run, and we'll be back with an interview with Fly from Nouns. You're definitely going to want to hear this one, so stay tuned, everyone. We'll talk to you in just a bit.
My skin, you're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out. But even with no makeup, you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. That you move your body, make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy, it's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. that you move your body, make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discover underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
Hey everybody, as promised, we've got an interview and it is going to be Fly joining us to start things off, man. Huge congratulations. This is a 6 series from you guys. I can't even... How many times have you guys played against Shopify at this point in grand finals? Do you have a number?
Yeah, this is the fourth time that we
And-
play a best of 5 against these guys.
And how many times has it gone to game 5? I feel like that's also high up on there.
Every single time.
Yeah.
Every single time has been 5 games.
That is absolutely wild. This is a big one. This is a big, huge one to win. So we've got some questions lined up for you. I want to say my first one here. Who is making the like kind of play calls around these wisdom runes? Because in several of these games, you guys had actual game-defining fights at like baiting for a wisdom rune with an illusion, or even just baiting a potential smoke gank from the enemy team. Like, what's going on there?
Yeah, it's like all situational, because every time it might be somebody else who reads it in a moment, or it's kind of close to where they are on the map. So, for example, the last game, one of the last fights was like on the 28-minute wisdom. they weren't showing for a while. We were like, okay, we're gonna take our wisdom, but they're like, wait, something's kind of suspicious here. So you must said, yo, I think they're here. Let's go prepare to fight, and then we were kind of ready. So it's different every time.
Yeah, that's awesome. Okay, so I had one other question before I hand it over to Zach. Axe was a pretty like defining hero of this you know series. It looked really good initially, and then it lost a ton, and then you guys go back for it confidently in game 5. Like, what was the difference to to feel like it's an okay pick again here?
I think everybody knows that Axe is really good in the meta. And I think the other time we played Axe, the lane went quite poorly for the Axe. So every timing was kind of slowed. They had more save heroes. I think they had Shadow Demon, which made the game a little more difficult for Axe. But this game, I don't think they really had any good saves. So the Axe jumps are pretty clean. And I think Gunnar just plays a really good Axe as well. And it's a good hero in the meta, right? Like it's literally the Cavern Call story.
Yeah.
Axe is there, he's chilling.
It's the lore buff.
Yes.
All right, go for it, Zach.
Yeah, so I have so one question for the Meepo picks. Do you feel like a special glee inside, and you're like, oh, we're about to Meepo them? It's it's a bit of a cheesy pick that not every team does, but it always looks so good once you get it.
I mean, he's a Meepo specialist. He's the best Meepo in the world. When he sees the opening to pick this, you feel good. You're like, this guy is gonna deliver. He's gonna carry. He's gonna terrorize them. So I think everybody feels like a confidence boost when you see a good Meepo game. And last game they had to ban it, right? Because you don't want to go through the same thing.
Yeah, and it's such a big draft advantage when they've got a ban Meepo. You don't even have to worry about it. Speaking of drafting, so all these facets, these innate abilities getting added in, I imagine it's made drafting really complicated for you guys. You don't have to reveal your secrets because I know that's it's the big competitive edge, but how much work in prep has that gone into, like, versus you playing the game versus just having to think about all these different facets? This hero could be a support now, it could be a core. How much extra complexity has that added to you?
I feel like we're just in the beginning of this patch, so it's kind of clear that certain heroes are really good, right? So people know that Storm Spirit is good or Phoenix is good, heroes like that. But there's a lot of like unknowns that we just don't know about. So, for example, Sand King has been kind of rising in the pubs, and MC ended up picking it. He's a Grandmaster SK, and we lost it. I was like, oh my god, this hero is actually kind of ridiculous when he picked in the right slot. So I feel like we will discover more and more as we go along. It's way too early. You need like 500 games of Dota to even have an idea of what's going on, honestly. So this is all early.
Gotcha. Besides the facets, they've added a lot more infinite scaling into the game, like the Storm Spirit getting mana regen. How do you feel about it? Do you like all this infinite scaling going in?
Trying to think, does it actually do anything for my heroes? I don't know. I guess there's Silencer, right? We played against the Silencer today. I don't mind it. I think there just needs to be tweaking, right? Like Storm is a very strong hero right now, and there's probably going to be numbers that are tweaked. He already got nerfed. So I don't know what I'm missing. There's like Pudge, he also got nerfed. Silencer probably needs buff. A buff like this last word thing is, I don't even know. It seems kind of worthless. Yeah, it's just too early to say. I can't think of everything on the top of my head, but I don't mind infinite scaling. Like Legion Commander, he's not going to get 1,000 damage in a game, at least in a professional match. Maybe in like a pub you would, right? So it's kind of whatever.
Gotcha. Is there a hero, for one of your own heroes, you want some infinite scaling on?
One of my own heroes, I want Chen to get infinite scaling. That's what I want. I want my creeps to. I mean, he kind of scales now when the creeps get HP from your own max HP. But I don't want it to go twice as hard. I want my level 1 creeps to not start at like 200 HP and die in 2 hits. I want them to have like 500. Yes, please. Thank you.
That seems
Sounds
balanced.
good. Yeah. It's always fun to see you play Chen. Chen in the pro scene is always, it's a wild one.
For sure. Chen is it's still a good hero. Some people lost faith in it. I know we haven't picked it, but I think the hero is still very interesting. You have all these different options you can do with the creeps, so it opens up a whole new world of possibilities. And I think you need a specialist to kind of show you how to play it. So I've been practicing it at pubs. It's been pretty good. I've had good success with it, but didn't see the opening for it.
Gotcha.
Ricky, you got anything?
I got like one last question, maybe. One thing I noticed is first pick looks really good in this series. Were you guys like praying for the coin toss at this final game? Like, hopefully we get it, we can go first pick, or was that not a factor at all?
I mean, we were planning for second pick. Like
Really?
when
Okay.
I mean, coming into the last game, we're just gonna assume we're probably gonna lose a coin toss because it's happened the last time. So I'm like,
Yeah.
yeah, whatever. We'll come up with a plan for second pick. So we were thinking about it. Meanwhile, there was a coin flip, and then Gunner was on the other PC and was like, nice. Like, and I was like, oh, wait, what?
We
Um,
won.
Nice. We won the coin toss, and then in this particular series, first pick, I think ended up winning every game.
It
So
won every game.
yeah, first pick, it was nice. It made the trades a little simpler, I think. On second pick, you might have to go out of your way a little bit to, either try to beat one of these really strong heroes or trade. And it's not really figured out yet for us in this series, so it was nice.
Yeah, very nice indeed. I mean, there's so much more we could ask you. I know you guys are probably super excited after, a really intense series. It's been a very long day for you guys. So I don't want to hold you too much longer. Is there anything that you would like to say before we cut you loose for the evening?
No, just thanks to all the fans who are cheering for us. And I hope we do NA proud as the only representatives in this tournament. So thanks for cheering for us. Thanks, to Nouns who are helping us succeed with this boot camp and everything. Thanks to my teammates, and shout out to my wife. Love you. Yeah, that's all.
That's amazing, man. Yeah, we'll be cheering for you as well. Best of luck at the main event, dude. It's always a pleasure talking with you. So take care. Hopefully we'll see you soon.
Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Thanks a lot.
All right. And just like that, we have a team qualified from North America. The only team qualified from North America is Nouns. Not what a lot of people expected coming into this, but dude, they deserved it.
Yeah, it's you never know. They've been trading these best of fives back and forth. You heard them say like every single one goes to five. It's very close. I wouldn't say it's too much of a surprise if either team wins, but maybe depending on recent results, you might expect one team or the other. But can't count either of them out, and I'm sure it's stressful every time going into it knowing like, hey, about 5 more games for Shopify Rebellion. Here we go.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. I can't wait till the next qualifier and we just do this again and we're like, all right, well, which team do we have to interview this time? This was a really fun day. It's been an amazing qualifiers for North America. A big shout out, of course, for this whole event. I mean, I can't really, I was definitely lifting up to my expectations. I can't wait to see how these other regions are going to unfold. I still think there's a little bit more Dota being played there, but yeah, dude. Riyadh Masters of the Esports World Cup is going to be absolutely stacked. There's going to be so many good teams, and I cannot wait.
It's going to be really fun. And hopefully it'll be a little more balanced. Right? There are a couple heroes who are really at the top that we saw in that first phase quite a lot. But I think, maybe there'll be another patch before then, and we get a little bit more in line, a little more balanced. And I think it'll be really cool. Like Fly said, we're so early into this, all these facets, innate abilities. I think drafting will become really cool. I know a lot of people find it boring. They just want to get into the game, but I think drafting is awesome. It's like the chess game before the Dota game. And, if you get a good draft, you make the whole game easier for you. And all these facets add so much to that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I believe that is going to do it for us here on this stream. I want to say thank you all so much for tuning in. We hope you guys enjoyed the cast. My name's Cryptic. I've been here with Z Quixotics the whole time. We'll see you all very soon. Have a wonderful night.
Bye, everybody.
Come on. This is not enough. Raise that level up. Raise that level up. Raise that level up. Stand up.
I'm a soul.